Sunlight poured over the grand estate. The fountains sparkled among the roses. For servants covered their faces in shock as she ate with her hands, and even licked the plate. Evangeline Clodagh raised the empty plate, then licked her lips in satisfaction, her face glowing with happiness. It was seriously so delicious. She set the plate down, inwardly waiting for him to just say it already. Tell me to get lost. Rebellion gracefully lifted his teacup. I'm glad you enjoyed it. He set the cup down. Then marry me, Evangeline Clodagh. Evangeline froze completely, her face full of confusion. How did this happen? In the 5th year after I possessed this life, with only 3 weeks left until the original story began, I was proposed to by the novel's final villain. It seemed my death ending was unavoidable after all. I died in a car accident. Just like that, I thought my life as Su Yin had ended, but no, I thought everything was over. But when I opened my eyes, I had become 15-year-old Evangeline. Wait, this situation feels way too familiar. A glowing book appeared before me, Knight of Taya. No way. Did I really possess a novel character? If it's Evangeline Clodagh, she's the daughter of a wealthy man in the novel. A delicate beauty whose looks could charm 3 kingdoms. That sounds like a protagonist, but she was actually just a minor side character, someone only mentioned twice in the entire novel. Rebellion's wife, Evangeline. Florence smiled gently. Then doesn't that mean I possess the heroine of the novel? Just like the trendy stories these days. At first, I was disappointed that I wasn't the heroine. Just some background extra, but then the plot twists and I turn out to be the real heroine. If that's the case, then with this face, I'm definitely going to leave my mark on this romantic fantasy world. Being a beautiful, rich young lady is amazing. As long as I don't get involved with him, I'll be safe. Rebellion Florence, the final villain of the novel who leads the rebellion. If I marry him like in the original story, I'm definitely going to die. I absolutely cannot let that happen. I finally got reincarnated into a romance novel, so I need to figure out how to survive. Evangeline is 15 now. At 20, she marries the Duke. I have to get married right away. What? Ada stared at her in disbelief. As long as I marry someone else and overturn the original plot, I'll be happy. You want to get married? A middle-aged man asked. Evangeline nodded. Yes, father. Her father asked. Then what about Duke Florence? Evangeline recoiled inwardly. Absolutely not. He may be handsome, but he's not my type. Damn it, I'll find one myself. And so I began searching for my husband. The guests whispered among themselves. My, that woman is quite pretty. Isn't she the rich man's daughter? She dresses like a noblewoman. After appearing in high society again and again, I finally met him, the crown prince. 18-year-old Evangeline Clodagh smiled bravely. Icarus, crown prince of the Tyrant Empire. He softly called Lady Clodagh. He bent and kissed the back of her hand. You are as beautiful as ever today. Evangeline secretly rejoiced. Oh my, he's completely fallen for my charm. Icarus invited her. May I have this dance? The two spun across the dance floor, her skirt blooming like a flower. The timing is perfect. I can finally say it. Evangeline stopped dancing and looked at the others on the floor. Your Highness. Icarus stopped. Lady Clodagh, what is it you wish to say? Evangeline lifted her face, her eyes shining with confidence. Please marry me. The guests gasped, and whispers instantly exploded around them. Icarus's smile froze. He was silent for a moment, then curled his lips into a polite smile. Clodagh, slowly, he let go of her hand. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. He turned and walked away, leaving Evangeline standing there alone, her hand hanging awkwardly in midair. What? I got rejected? Isn't the heroine of a romantic fantasy novel supposed to have everything? Just wanting everything because of beauty alone. Well, that only left me with a humiliating memory. My reputation in high society was completely ruined. Evangeline clutched her hair with both hands. My plan to overturn the original plot failed miserably. Did I get it wrong in this world too? I thought he liked me. So romance takes experience after all. But I can't just die like this. I have to do something. My second attempt, run away. I was caught and brought back 3 days later. Failed. Third attempt, take an ice-cold bath. Success. I avoided the Duke marriage. Evangeline gritted her teeth. I absolutely won't let the original plot succeed. Come on, let's keep fighting. Time passed. 6 months remained until the original story began. Ada called from outside the door. Miss, Master is looking for you. Evangeline clicked her tongue impatiently. Father's matchmaking attack is starting again. But I've already planned everything. Ada advised, you'd better dress nicely. As they headed out, Ada happily announced, Duke Florence is on his way here. That's good news, right? Evangeline forced down her anger and pulled out a stiff smile. Heavens! She quietly instructed Ada, "Bring me my favorite dress." Ada clenched her fists excitedly. "Yes, I'll get it right away." Evangeline watched her run off, and her expression changed in an instant. "Huh!" She collapsed dramatically onto the bed. "Father is dead set on marrying me off to Duke Florence. If this keeps up, I am doomed. Why won't he give up? It's already been 4.5 years. I have to run now." Evangeline abruptly got up and rushed to the balcony. The wind lifted her long hair as she nimbly climbed onto the railing. "Here goes." Evangeline leaped. Her skirt traced an elegant arc through the air before she crashed heavily into the bushes. She smugly pushed herself up. I knew this would happen. Last time I ran away, I already scoped out 3 other secret exits. If I don't act now, I'll end up married. I refuse to see Duke Florence." Evangeline looked up. Footsteps approached, and she turned in confusion toward the sound. A man stood there. His black hair was impeccably neat, his expression cold and distant. He had crimson eyes. His face was like a sculpture, exactly as described in the novel. In that moment, I understood. No matter how hard I struggled, this novel was determined to make me meet the Duke. Rebellion looked down at her, kneeling amid the flowers. A fated meeting had begun in the most miserable way possible. I'm done for." Rebellion's shadow fell over her. Evangeline's entire body stiffened. "What do I do?" Rebellion's gaze swept over her, covered in grass and dirt, a complete mess. Evangeline forced herself to stay calm. "Maybe you won't recognize me." Her whole body trembled. "Please, don't recognize me. Please." Rebellion's voice rang out. "Evangeline, Clodagh." Evangeline felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. That name. Slowly, she raised her head. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell across her. Her green eyes were full of despair. Rebellion narrowed his red eyes slightly. "What are you doing here?" "This looks less like a walk," he added, "and more like an escape." Evangeline screamed inwardly. "Isn't it because of you?" Evangeline lowered her eyes, unable to speak. "Maybe if I stay silent, I won't have to marry him." Rebellion's voice remained flat. "All the better. At least you won't chatter nonstop." Evangeline immediately looked up, clasping her hands together. "Goodness, Your Grace, I never expected to meet you here." A faint curve touched Rebellion's lips. "So, you know who I am. The aura of the original villain really is no joke." Evangeline Clodagh warned herself inwardly. "Don't be fooled by that face." She smiled brightly. "Of course. Who in this world doesn't know you? The weather was just so lovely today that I couldn't help coming out for a walk. Meeting you here, it's like a dream." Evangeline ground her teeth inwardly. "You like silence, do you? Then I'll talk until your ears bleed." Rebellion closed his eyes as if enduring it. "What brings you here?" "Our garden is very nice for a walk, and blah blah blah." Rebellion held out a hand, cutting off her non-stop babbling. "Let's go inside first. Please allow me to escort you." Rebellion knelt on one knee and gently took her hand, helping her up from the flower bed. At the end of the corridor, the Clodagh couple witnessed the scene and stared in utter shock. Evangeline clung to Rebellion's arm, wearing a placating smile. "Father!" Duke Clodagh's face turned red with anger as he pointed at her, stammering. Evangeline pressed herself tightly against Rebellion. "His Grace found me and brought me back, right?" "Your Grace." Duke Clodagh quickly apologized to Rebellion. "Your Grace, I'm terribly sorry. Evangeline is still far too immature." Rebellion remained expressionless. "It's fine." Then he casually added, "Better to get used to it early. After all, I'll be chasing after her from now on anyway." A trace of amusement flashed in Rebellion's crimson eyes. Evangeline stood there in stunned silence. "This is too strange. From the moment I appeared until now, I've been a complete disaster. I was sprawled on the ground the first time we met. I babbled all the way here, and now I'm filthy. I thought I'd made the worst impression possible. Could this be one of those tropes? You're the first person who's ever dared act like this in front of me, or something." Duke Clodagh roared. "Evangeline, what are you doing?" "Ada, take her back to her room." "Yes, sir," Ada answered. She pulled Evangeline upstairs. "Miss, please hurry inside." Rebellion watched them leave, then slowly turned back. "Now, I'd like to see what you promised me." As Ada combed Evangeline's hair, she cried. "Heavens, miss, what on earth have you done? Your first meeting with His Grace has been ruined just like that. What cruel fate, when you're such an adorable young lady." Evangeline grew anxious inside. "I have to see the Duke again. How am I supposed to get out of this?" Ada clenched her fists. "Don't worry, there will be another chance. Fate is in our hands. If you dress beautifully, you can repair his first impression. Another chance. A glint flashed in Evangeline's eyes. Right? That's it. She yanked open a drawer. Ada, dress me exactly how I say. She pulled out a sheet of paper. That's the one. In a sunlit drawing room, Duke Clodagh and Rebellion sat facing one another. The atmosphere was cordial. Duke Clodagh smiled and said, "Oh, Evangeline, you're here." Footsteps sounded. A pair of shoes set with pink gemstones stepped into the room. Lavish earrings swayed gently. Evangeline made her entrance in full dress. She held a fan and wore an extravagant gown covered in lace and feathers, with heavy makeup on her face. She half covered her face with the fan. How is it? Strange, right? Like a clown. I prepared for this day for a long time. She snapped open the fan. Written across it was, Duke Florence's likes and dislikes, compiled by Ada. The list unfolded. Rebellion Florence's absolute hate list. First, hates stupidity. Second, hates luxury and vanity. Third, hates noise. Fourth, hates strong perfume. Just watch. Rebellion Florence. Evangeline walked toward him with measured grace. Your Grace, am I late? A woman who embodies every single thing you hate is standing right here. Go on, show me the disgusted look. Come on. Rebellion held his teacup, and the corner of his mouth actually lifted. He was smiling. Why? Huh? Why is he smiling? This is nothing like the reaction I expected. Doesn't he hate flashy, ostentatious people the most? Rebellion set down his teacup. Evangeline, the outfit. Ada clasped her hands together, eyes full of anticipation. Miss, what did you think of Duke Florence? Evangeline tugged at Ada's collar. Is that list you gave me accurate? Ada widened her eyes. Of course. My source is absolutely reliable. Holding the fan, Evangeline looked utterly bewildered. Then why didn't he react at all? I wore all those jewels and even drenched myself in strong perfume. In the drawing room, there wasn't a trace of displeasure on Rebellion's face. He was only smiling. He gazed at Evangeline. I am truly relieved. I was worried Lady Evangeline might dislike me. We may be seeing each other often from now on. It would be troublesome if you hated me. What on earth does that mean? Ada cautiously asked. Miss, does that mean His Grace doesn't like you? Evangeline let her hand fall weakly. No, it's not that. Ada immediately relaxed. That's wonderful. I knew it. You were truly so beautiful today. Those jewels, those feathers. I was a little worried it might be too much. But you look like a swan, like an angel. Now, I finally understand what it means for jewels to pale in comparison to a beauty. Evangeline looked blank. So, I failed because I was too beautiful? Rebellion smiled. Just because I looked dazzling? She was struck speechless. Evangeline flipped open the list again. Rebellion Florence's absolute hate list. Item 5. Hates filth. Determination flashed through her eyes. Fine. Then let's get dirty. Evangeline looked at Ada. Ada looked confused. Seeing each other often, is it? You'll regret saying that, Rebellion. Florence. A letter sealed with red wax lay quietly there. A few days later, Ada ran in carrying a teapot. Miss, today's the day you're going to Duke Florence's residence, right? Evangeline nodded. That's right. Sitting on the sofa, she gently stroked her golden braid. Ada, help me get ready. Today, I'm definitely going to make him hate me. Sunlight fell through the ornate iron gates in front of Duke Florence's mansion. Evangeline stood beside her father, hands clasped, expression grave. I'm here. Duke Clodagh looked at his daughter gently. Evangeline, are you nervous? Evangeline forced a smile. No, not at all. As if I am terrified. If I fail again today, it'll be a straight shot to the bad ending. The head of the Clodagh Merchant Company has arrived. Evangeline looked around. The glittering hall was dazzling. As the daughter of a nouveau riche family, I thought I already lived in enough luxury, but the Duke's mansion is on a whole different level. That candlestick, I really want it. Evangeline Clodagh, snap out of it. Focus. A butler stepped forward. From here on, it would be best if the young lady went in alone. Evangeline grabbed her father's sleeve. Father. Duke Clodagh took her hand. Do your best, Evangeline. And don't forget to show His Grace proper respect. The butler extended his arm to guide her. This way, miss. Wait, father. Duke Clodagh smiled broadly and waved goodbye. That man had been planning this from the start. Is he really that eager to sell off his daughter? Rebellion stood where light and shadow met. You came. Evangeline flashed him a bright smile. Hello. If that's how it is, then I might as well go all in. I'll become the filthiest woman in the world, so filthy the Duke faints on the spot. Evangeline pointed at the sofa opposite him. Oh, may I sit here? Rebellion remained expressionless. Please. The two sat across the tea table. The atmosphere was strange. Rebellion spoke first. "It is my honor to see you today, Lady Clodagh." Evangeline clasped her hands together. "Oh my, the honor is all mine too." Rebellion lifted his teacup. "I had tea prepared, the kind refined ladies of high society usually drink." Evangeline held the teacup with both hands. "Oh my, was this prepared especially for me? Thank you. All right, let's begin. The filth party." Evangeline closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly spat the tea out. The stream shot like an arrow, hitting Rebellion square in the face. Evangeline immediately covered her mouth and feigned panic. "I am sorry. I choked. Perfect angle. Perfect direction. No matter how gentlemanly you are, there's no way you could tolerate this." Tea slid slowly down Rebellion's cheek. He stayed silent, his eyes darkening. "What do you do? What do you do? This is great. I've committed such a grave offense. Someone like me ought to be thrown out immediately." Rebellion picked up a handkerchief and wiped his face. "No, it was an accident. It can't be helped." Rebellion stood up. "I'll have someone bring you a change of clothes. Rather than worrying about me, shouldn't you look at your own dress first?" "My dress?" Evangeline looked down. "Oh, this will dry soon enough." She grabbed Rebellion's coat and draped it over herself. "If I cover it like this, it's fine. I have to stay looking this sloppy. Those appear to be my clothes. Oh dear, I thought this was a blanket." Resting his head on one hand, Rebellion narrowed his eyes. "I truly have no idea what you're thinking. You'll be staying here until tomorrow. You can't remain in wet clothes the whole time. At least change before dinner." Evangeline's smile froze on her face. "Wait, until tomorrow?" Rebellion leaned forward. "Didn't the company chairman inform you? Today you'll be staying the night at the Duke's residence." Evangeline shot to her feet in shock. "What?" Evangeline took a step back in alarm. "What kind of development is this? Damn it, this has gone too far." Evangeline tried to stay composed. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid that may be a problem. We have to consider what society will say. Though they do marry in the original story, how can an unmarried, noble woman stay overnight in the home of an unmarried man?" Evangeline placed a hand over her chest. "And as you may know, my reputation isn't exactly good. I'm that woman who chased after the crown prince and got dumped. I don't want to cause you trouble." Rebellion smiled faintly. "I don't see the problem. Many guests have stayed at the ducal residence before." Rebellion's gaze deepened. "I don't find it particularly troublesome." He rose to his feet. "Let's have a light lunch in the garden." Sitting on the sofa, Evangeline lowered her eyes. "Something feels off. Why is the Duke indulging me so much? Even if it's simple kindness, this is too much. That conversation just now, something is definitely wrong." When he handed me the tea, his fingers lingered deliberately for a moment, and when he spoke, his gaze never truly rested on me. Everything felt carefully staged. Everything Rebellion is doing for me is absolutely not out of simple kindness or interest. That look in his eyes just now proved it. It was a look full of purpose. He definitely has a reason for all this. Evangeline stood up and stared at Rebellion's back. "Your Grace," she said slowly, her voice trembling slightly. "Did you make some kind of deal with my father?" Rebellion turned around, a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. "A deal." Evangeline clenched her fists nervously, as if waiting for judgment. Folding his arms, Rebellion asked, "Why would you think that?" Evangeline started thinking inwardly. "Why would I think that?" "Because I remember this story's background perfectly. Rebellion Florence, the villain and traitor of the original novel. At first, with his textbook perfect background, he seemed like a likable character. But in the end, his kindness proved to be nothing more than an act, a tool for revenge. When his true face was revealed, I was completely stunned. I was deceived by that mask." Evangeline gripped her skirt tightly. "I'd love to expose him to his face, but now isn't the time. I'll let him off for the moment. No matter the reason, as long as I don't marry this man, I'll be fine." Evangeline instantly switched to a radiant smile, clasping her hands at her chest. "Oh, it's nothing in particular," she continued in a sweet voice. "Otherwise, why would someone as wonderful as you invite me? It's an honor to be invited here, and to think you'd even keep me for dinner." Rebellion gave a slight nod. "I see. I'm glad you don't dislike it. Then once you've changed, let's have lunch together." Evangeline looked confused. "What? Damn it. He talked me right into his pace." An older maid in a green uniform had appeared at the door at some point, her expression stern, hands folded before her. Rows upon rows of dazzling gowns came into view. "Is this man trying to bribe me with clothes? How many dresses are there in here?" Evangeline's eyes sparkled, her mouth falling open dramatically. Wow. The head maid bowed slightly. Miss, I will help you change. Which one would you like to wear? The maid's eyes were burning with focus. For a commoner like me to wear such splendid clothes, all of this is thanks to his grace. Wait, in this world, when a man gives a woman clothes, it carries a special meaning. If I put one on now, wouldn't that be the same as announcing I'm going to become a duchess? Evangeline hurriedly waved her hands. Actually, I'll just try on anything. The head maid cut her off, her tone allowing no argument. It is his grace's order. Evangeline protested urgently. I'll go tell him myself. The head maid's face changed instantly, her eyes turning cold as blades. Are you saying you intend to defy his grace's orders? Overwhelmed by that pressure, Evangeline gave in. Fine. Last time I picked something flashy, and it was a disaster. Her eyes quickly swept over the rack, finally stopping on a simple cream-colored dress. I'll wear this one. The head maid covered her mouth in surprise, looking at the dress with a complicated expression. Your taste is very similar to the late Duchess's. Evangeline froze. What? The head maid explained softly. That dress was one of the late Duchess's favorites. Evangeline suddenly paused. Wait, Rebellion's mother is dead? Why would they mix a dress like that in with the others? Are they testing me? She lowered her head in thought, lightly brushing her fingertips over the plain dress. Rebellion's mother, the former Duchess of Florence. She had originally been a commoner, but through a twist of fate became Duchess. Then the emperor took notice of her and forcibly made her his concubine. She was forced to live in the palace, and there she became pregnant with Rebellion. That was why the current crown prince and Rebellion, half-brothers with the same father, grew up together. If the story ended there, it would merely be another royal tragedy. But after giving birth to Rebellion, the Duchess took her own life. She raised a dagger and stabbed herself without hesitation. That death was the root of Rebellion's path of revenge, the event that turned him into the mastermind villain. The head maid asked carefully, this dress was chosen personally by his grace. Do you dislike it? Evangeline pushed the cream-colored dress back. I don't want to casually wear the clothes of someone who has passed away. She turned and chose another gown, and I don't think that would be respectful to you either. At those words, a faint trace of approval flashed in the head maid's eyes, and she gave a slight nod. No matter how much I want him to hate me, I won't use his family as a joke. To me, this may be a novel, but to him, it's real life. Lifting her skirt, Evangeline walked briskly through the garden. Your Grace, thank you for the dress, but staying alive is another matter. Rebellion sat at the table while servants attended him. He looked up. You're here. Don't act like nothing happened. I know why you sent me that dress. Evangeline's eyes were drawn to the desserts on the table. Wow, they're beautiful. Rebellion tapped a finger lightly against the table. Do you like things like this? She sat down without hesitation. Yes, I do. Rebellion lifted his teacup and took a leisurely sip. There are many beautiful things in the ducal residence. If there's anything you like, you may take it. Evangeline Cloda's eyes lit up. Really? Even that candlestick I've wanted? Rebellion set his teacup down with a crisp sound. A faint smile curved his lips. In the end, a wife's property belongs to her husband anyway. Whoa, I almost got fooled by him. Then Rebellion smoothly changed the subject. Since you like beautiful things, I imagine you've seen quite a lot in the Imperial Palace as well. Evangeline's hand holding the teacup shook. The palace. Yes. Rebellion's tone was casual. I heard you propose to the crown prince. Evangeline felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Tea nearly spilled from her cup. He added, and were rejected. A second blow. Her whole body froze. In front of everyone, cleanly and decisively. A third fatal strike. Evangeline was completely petrified. Is he attacking me head-on right from the start? Evangeline's face instantly turned pale. Is this a counterattack? Should I just tell him the truth? Actually, this world is a novel. I possess someone in it. And in the future, you'll become the mastermind who threatens my life. So please don't marry me. Rebellion looked puzzled. What? There's no way he'd believe that. It's too absurd. Rebellion's gaze was sharp as a blade. Even after being rejected, do you still have feelings for the crown prince? Evangeline parted her lips. No. Evangeline shook her head violently. Absolutely not. Rebellion lifted a brow. Really? She answered firmly. Of course. I never loved His Highness. Please stop bringing up my dark history. All right. I need to change the subject fast. Rebellion rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If that's so, then why? Evangeline hurriedly cut him off. By the way, were all these desserts prepared for me? Rebellion's gaze fell on the table full of sweets. Yes, I heard you like food, so I had them prepare more. Evangeline Cloda's eyes sparkled. This is it. This is the feeling. Time to activate Plan B. Rebellion held his teacup. The pastry chef at the Duke's residence is quite skilled. In the future, you'll be able to eat these often. Before he could finish speaking, Evangeline grabbed a piece of cake with her bare hand. Rebellion's pupils shrank. Even the servants beside him stared in shock. She stuffed the cake in her mouth and blissfully narrowed her eyes. So good. Evangeline licked the cream from her fingers, her face full of satisfied delight. Rebellion's expression froze completely. Blank disbelief covered his face. What exactly did I just witness? The servants gaped in horror, jaws practically dropping to the floor. Their eyes all turned toward Evangeline. As they watched her chew with her eyes closed, her calm expression only deepened their shock. Evangeline savored the cake with her eyes shut. My God, how can it be this good? The head maid beside her looked helpless. Miss, this really is... Evangeline paid no attention. It's delicious. He's probably never seen a woman like this in his life. He. No talking while eating. And if you get food on your hands, you do this. Evangeline put a cream-covered finger into her mouth and sucked it clean. Ada and the servants covered their mouths in shock. Rebellion watched expressionlessly, but his eyes betrayed utter disbelief. Evangeline looked intoxicated with happiness. So good. Rebellion crossed his arms, frowning. Licking your fingers? Evangeline looked delighted. Yes, cream tastes best like this. She pointed toward a tray of macarons. Those two. May I have a little more? She lifted the entire plate of sweets and began eating to her heart's content. The servants murmured to one another in whispers. Evangeline's mouth was stuffed with food, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed blissfully. This is so embarrassing. I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't expect it to feel this humiliating. No, I can't waver. Rebellion set down his teacup. Are you finished? He was just about to raise a hand and have the maids clear the table. Just then, Evangeline reached out again. The maid across from her stared at her rude behavior in astonishment. Evangeline's voice rang out. My father always says wasting food is a sin that brings divine punishment. Rebellion's pupils contracted and his body stiffened. Wait. Evangeline picked up the plate, stuck out her tongue, and carefully licked off the remaining crumbs. Rebellion awkwardly turned his face aside. Anyway, you don't have to go that far. I can have them bring out another serving of desserts. Evangeline shook her head. No, it's fine. I like this one. She hugged the plate, a blissful smile on her face. You'll invite me again next time, right? Rebellion's eyes turned cold, but he said nothing. Look at that frown. This is it. Say it already. Say we should never meet again. Say that seeing me makes you sick. Rebellion stood up. His thin lips parted. No. Light instantly burst into Evangeline's eyes. Colorful ribbons seemed to rain through the sky. Wonderful. I ate 5 plates of dessert, sucked my fingers clean, and even licked the plate. All my efforts have finally paid off. Overcome with joy, Evangeline almost cried. She turned to leave. All right, then I'll go. Rebellion's voice came from behind her. From now on, you'll be the one inviting me. Evangeline froze in place. What? What do you mean by that? Rebellion approached her. The Duchess is in charge of everything in the household. A dessert party like this should naturally be organized by the future Duchess. He bent slightly toward her. If you're going to marry me, then isn't that your job? No, this isn't right. I have no intention of getting married. Evangeline panicked. You saw me acting like that. How can you still propose marriage? Rebellion crossed his arms. Didn't you propose to the crown prince? Evangeline frantically waved her hands. That was just a joke. Rebellion's eyes sharpened. A joke? A rich young lady proposing to the crown prince was just a joke. Evangeline forced a stiff smile, cold sweat pouring down. I am doomed. Rebellion gave a quiet laugh. Everything in the ducal house will belong to you. Since you love luxury, you may enjoy it as much as you like. Evangeline shook her head with tears in her eyes. I don't need it. Rebellion remained unmoved. If there's anything you want to eat, just tell the chef directly. Evangeline glared at him. Does he take me for a pig? Then Rebellion abruptly changed tone. But your chaotic private life will need to be cleaned up. Evangeline's face flushed red as she completely broke down. I am doomed. Nothing works. I tried everything just to avoid this moment. And Rebellion still isn't shaken. Dear God, what am I supposed to do? Rebellion held out his hand. So marry me, Evangeline. Clodagh. Inwardly, Evangeline demanded in confusion. But why? Why? Rebellion's lips curved into a smile. Do you dislike that? It felt as though the two of them were standing in a ring, and Evangeline had been utterly crushed. Is the marriage and death ending really coming? Evangeline's face went ashen, her pupils shrinking in fear. Someone tell me this is all just a dream. Night fell over the grand ducal mansion, shadows shifting in the dark. Evangeline tossed and turned in bed. Damn it, she suddenly sat up, holding her forehead, eyes full of despair. I can't calm down. A maid walked in carrying a water jug. Miss, what are you babbling about? Evangeline whipped around and stared at the maid in alarm. Who are you? The maid shyly lowered her head. I am Lilith Bolton. Starting today, I'll be attending to you. Please just call me Lilith. Lilith continued, introducing herself. I'm a youngest daughter of Count Bolton. Evangeline spat out a mouthful of water. A noblewoman? Evangeline looked baffled. Then why are you here serving me? Lilith leaned in. His Grace sent me. Because you're going to become the mistress of the ducal house. Lilith's eyes shone brightly. Wow, the rumors were true. Up close, you really are unbelievably beautiful. Evangeline squeezed out a strained smile. Thank you. Lilith abruptly changed tone. But please be careful about your behavior this afternoon. Don't do that again. Normally people eat with forks, not with their hands. Of course, even the way you ate with your hands was beautiful. Evangeline's face turned bright red. Oh, I know. I'm a civilized person. Lilith explained. I'm not scolding you. It just wasn't very proper. Next time, use a napkin. I'm sure you'll do wonderfully. Lilith kept talking. And also, Evangeline was left speechless. The night grew deeper. Lilith stood, smiling brightly at the door. Well then, please rest well. The door shut softly. Evangeline sat on the bed. I never expected an attack like this. She actually kept talking until this hour. Most people would probably give up by now, but I never will. A fierce fire ignited in her eyes. A determined Korean would never surrender like this. Evangeline twisted the bedsheets into a rope and threw it out the window, where it drew a white arc in the dark. One last time. I'll try again. I'm getting out of here. She crashed heavily onto the cold ground. Evangeline struggled to get up, pain racking her whole body. That hurts. Did I tie the sheets wrong? But this much pain is bearable. I'm going to escape and survive no matter what. Even if the walls of the original story block my path. Evangeline looked up. The walls towered high. Why is it so tall? She reached out and touched the cold wall with both hands. I can do this. Running away and prison breaks are my specialty. No, but why is it so slippery? Evangeline scrambled at the wall in vain, hands and feet flailing as her fingers slipped again and again. A hand suddenly reached out and firmly caught her wrist. Rebellion's voice rang through the night. What are you doing? Rebellion's gaze was icy. Dancing in the middle of the night? Evangeline grew uneasy. A lie. This is all a complete lie. Rebellion's voice held no warmth at all. This hardly looks like you came out for a walk. His gaze turned scornful. There's a perfectly good gate, yet you insist on doing this. Evangeline shuddered all over. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You knew exactly what I was doing, and you were messing with me on purpose. Rebellion watched her in silence. Evangeline's knees gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Rebellion immediately stepped forward to support her, a note of panic slipping into his voice. Evangeline, why are you crying? Are you hurt? Evangeline burst into tears. No, I never wanted to destroy the world. Why is it that other people can overturn the original story just by breathing, but I can't? I just don't want to follow the original story anymore. I'm sick of this damn novel too. Senior patient, I'm sorry. Back when I was reading the novel, I complained that the plot dragged and was irritating. Please, just grant me some wisdom. Rebellion held her by the shoulders. Let's go inside first. Evangeline stiffened. She struggled violently. I don't want to say anything. Will you let go of me? Rebellion refused. I can't do that. I need you. Evangeline's voice broke with sobs. Then go marry my father instead. I'll work hard to get the law changed. Please just disappear from my life. Rebellion lowered his eyes, his voice low and calm. I don't know what you're talking about, but calm down first. You don't seem to have noticed there's a bug crawling beside you. Evangeline's body instantly went rigid. Her pupils shrank violently in terror. She let out a scream. A bug, a bug, a bug. Rebellion replied flatly. Yes, a bug. Evangeline flailed wildly. I wasn't asking about that. There aren't any others, right? Rebellion sighed. Have you made enough of a fuss? Let's go inside. It's cold here. You'll catch a chill. You're not even wearing a coat. Evangeline looked baffled. A coat? A chill? I'm not that weak. Didn't I get rejected before because I was sick? Come to think of it, why do I get sick so easily? She suddenly came to herself and realized she was sitting stiffly on Rebellion's lap. Evangeline jumped up in a panic. How are you here? Rebellion explained. I went to see whether you were unwell, but you weren't in your room. Evangeline covered her mouth, her face turning white. At this hour, you wanted to enter an unmarried lady's room? What exactly were you trying to do? Rebellion looked at her calmly. I didn't go in. I had Lilith accompany me. And then Evangeline remembered she had been in the middle of trying to climb over the wall to escape. Rebellion said, I do not touch flawed people. He held out his hand. Let's go inside. Evangeline followed behind him. So now I've become a filthy woman and a flawed one too? Why on earth does he still want to marry me? Unless he's truly fallen for my beauty, there's no way he'd go this far. Evangeline quickened her steps. Go this far? Then she asked, Your Grace, could it be that you fell in love with me at first sight? Rebellion looked at her expressionlessly. Why would he say something like that so casually? His eyes told her everything. Evangeline felt a strange discomfort. One look at your face tells me that's not it. So there really is some kind of deal between you and my father. Unless someone from the Rebellion family was utterly captivated by my beauty and insisted on marrying no one but me, there had to be another reason for pushing so hard for this marriage. Rebellion's method of revenge is marrying me, and for that, he must have made a deal with my father. Rebellion looked at her quietly. Yes, there's a deal. I knew it. Evangeline's gaze sharpened. Then tell me, what is it? Evangeline's voice was as calm as still water. Then please tell me what it is. Is it money? Rebellion shot back. Would a ducal house be short on that kind of money? Evangeline gave a self-mocking smile. True enough. Then what is the real reason? Rebellion's revenge. A father driven by lust for power, and a bargain made on the condition of marriage. Rebellion turned to leave. If there's nothing else you're curious about, I'll be going. Evangeline called after him. Wait, could it be? Does my father want to help you become emperor and then make me empress? Rebellion's hand shot toward her. Watch your mouth. That's not something you can say so carelessly. And don't try to pry any further into the details of this deal. Evangeline's eyes widened in terror. It's a burden you could never bear. The crushing pressure instantly seized her throat, leaving her unable to breathe. Evangeline struggled desperately. Let go of me, you bastard. Rebellion said in a threatening voice, Stop talking nonsense. Be grateful there are only the two of us here. If you understand, I'll let go. Evangeline let out a pained whimper. Rebellion finally released her. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Evangeline fanned herself with her hand. Whatever price my father paid for this marriage, I can deal with it myself, can't I? Even if I don't know what it is, at least tell me that much. Rebellion coldly spat out a single answer. It isn't a thing. It's a person, not an object. Evangeline looked utterly confused. What does that even mean? Rebellion held out his hand. Evangeline stepped back. I don't need an escort. I'll be carried into the Duke's residence eventually anyway. Evangeline looked up at him. Still, I'll take your arm. Rebellion's gaze fell on her. You twisted your ankle, didn't you? Evangeline tried to take a step, and a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Did I sprain it? Ow. Rebellion's voice echoed in her mind. We were walking earlier. You kept putting too much weight on that foot. Evangeline was puzzled. How did he notice that? Moonlight trembled in fragments on the water. Two shadows slowly approached along the stone path. The night breeze brushed coolly past the tips of her hair. Supporting Evangeline, Rebellion walked with her in silence. In the end, I didn't get any answers. I'll have to find another way. Time is running out. The original story is about to begin. There's no time to make a new plan. If I can't get away from Rebellion before the original plot starts, my life is finished. At this rate, I really will become the Duchess of Florence. Evangeline suddenly froze. HM? Could it be? Because this is before the original plot begins, I can't control anything? In the original story, Rebellion appears as a married man. If I overturn that setting and somehow avoid marrying him before the plot begins, then once the story officially starts, Rebellion's situation will differ from the canon setting, right? Maybe I can. The reason I kept failing was because I was always trying to change the core plot of the original story. The characters' basic settings. Could that be it? Evangeline's thoughts spiraled into chaos. No way. I can even throw the romance line into chaos. But not this? Can't the story just start with him being single? Wait, thinking back on all those possession novels I read, it seemed easier to twist the plot once the original story had already begun. I worked myself to the bone trying to make the identification device activate, and it only caused bigger problems. Why do things get more complicated the closer I stick to the original? I just want to live quietly. Evangeline's expression suddenly brightened. Rebellion watched her. She frowned by herself, then relaxed, then frowned again. Evangeline finally realized it. I get it. Rebellion glanced sideways at her. You seem to have suddenly cheered up. Did something good happen? Evangeline smiled faintly. More than that, her eyes were shining with an entirely new light. I figured out. This marriage might not be so bad after all. Evangeline broke into a radiant smile. That's what I'll do. Let's get married. A smile tugged at Rebellion's lips. All right, hope welled up inside Evangeline. There has to be a way to survive. Sunlight flooded the courtyard. The trees were lush and green. A magnificent estate came into view. Clodagh spread his arms wide, laughing heartily. As expected of my daughter, Clodagh took Evangeline's hand. Is the ducal house treating you well? Are you comfortable there? I really did raise a fine daughter. Evangeline replied expressionlessly, yes. Father really is a shallow man. She pulled her hand away. I am tired. I'm going upstairs to rest. Clodagh waved enthusiastically. Yes, of course. Wonderful news. Ida clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Miss, this is incredible news. You've been proposed to, haven't you? It was a proposal, right? Evangeline stopped her helplessly. Ida, enough. Yes, it was a proposal. But Ida shook her head excitedly. Why? You're about to become a duchess. A real noble lady. Evangeline looked exhausted. The title of duchess is going to get me killed twice over. Since I can't change the core plot of the original story, then I'll just get married. Evangeline stared at herself in the mirror. That's right. Marriage isn't forever. What's there to fear? No matter what, I can still achieve my goal, can't I? In my previous life, I was the very embodiment of stubbornness and tenacity. My family caused trouble. They were extravagant, contemptuous, and reckless. I resolved to send every last one of them to prison. Countless twisted bodies struggled under the table, like a vision of hell. That had been the battlefield of my previous life. Soon, the original plot would begin. About a week earlier, I had even run away from home once, and still passed the judicial exam. For someone like me, nothing is impossible. First, I'll follow the original plot. If my theory is correct, then the more closely I align with the original story, the more it will twist itself. Just wait and see. A peaceful future free from the fear of death is reaching out to me. I had just received the Duke of Florence's proposal letter. But the very next day, Evangeline stared at the letter on the table. Ida, this looks like the Imperial Seal too, doesn't it? She asked in disbelief. Really? Is this actually for me? Ida replied, yes. I checked it over and over with the messenger. A summons from His Highness the Crown Prince. What on earth is going on? Did the plot really change because I followed the original story? But the story hasn't even officially started yet. Evangeline panicked. What are we supposed to do? Beneath the blue sky, the grand palace stood solemn and imposing. Guards stood rigidly on either side. A guard looked at the visitor and asked, "Are you?" A hand presented a letter sealed with an ornate golden crest. Dressed in a white gown, Evangeline smiled among the blue flowers. I have been summoned to the palace by His Highness the Crown Prince. In the Crown Prince's palace, a silver-haired man stood by the staircase. He bowed slightly, one hand over his chest. It has been a long time, my lady. He was Viscount Tours, son of Count Tours. Evangeline dipped into a slight curtsy and greeted him. The palace servants whispered among themselves. Ever since that confession, the rumors about me must have spread through the entire palace by now. Viscount Tours stepped aside to lead the way. This way, please. Evangeline clenched her teeth and followed stiffly behind him, tension crawling up her spine. So what? Once the original plot starts, the rumors about me will die down. Everything will revolve around the heroine. Right now, I just need to figure out why the Crown Prince summoned me today. It probably isn't anything serious. The one whose confession was rejected and the one who rejected it. An awkward reunion. This is definitely going to be uncomfortable for both of us. Viscount Tours spoke up. Everyone is waiting in the garden. Evangeline stopped dead. What? Wait, everyone. Viscount Tours asked, you didn't know? Today is the day of His Highness the Crown Prince's regular tea party. Evangeline felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. So he called me here, just to have tea? The image of Icarus, the commoner woman who had once dominated high society, rose before her. At that moment, he seemed like the devil himself. What on earth is that Crown Prince thinking? Evangeline's hand clenched tightly. There might not be any reason at all. The Crown Prince is the male lead of this story, after all. I just have to trust the author. A servant's announcement split the air. Miss Evangeline of the Clota family has arrived. In the garden, every noble's gaze instantly fixed on her. A tea party steeped in pure hostility. I expected this, but not a single one of them is even trying to hide their contempt for me. Evangeline took a deep breath. She forced a stiff smile onto her face. Can I really get out of here in one piece? A noblewoman covered half her face with a fan and sniffed disdainfully. She looked at Evangeline. Mama, dressed in vulgarity from head to toe. That must be uncomfortable. Yet Miss Evangeline always manages to amaze us in such novel ways. Another noblewoman joined in. Duchess Corica, she'll soon be marrying a duke. Wouldn't it be best if her manners and bearing became a little more graceful and refined? A vein throbbed in Evangeline's forehead. Should I just kill the crown prince? So he invited me here just to watch me make a fool of myself in public? Duchess Corica covered her mouth and chuckled softly. One really has to wonder whether vulgarity simply suits some people. People should know their limits. After confessing to the crown prince, being rejected, and ending up blacklisted by society, the nobles close to the crown prince looked down on me more than anyone. And at the center of them all was the House of Corica, the Empress's family, and the most powerful house in the empire. A cold gleam flashed in Duchess Corica's eyes. In this world, no noble would dare oppose them. Evangeline's gaze swept across the crowd. A commoner confessed to the crown prince and got rejected. Of course, they wouldn't treat me kindly. This party is obviously a gathering of the crown prince's supporters, which means everyone here is connected to the Corica family. Evangeline found a seat and sat down. She gripped her fan tightly. Looks like everyone's busy gossiping about me. It's only one family, though. She opened her fan to cover half her face. I've never had an equal, at least not when it comes to beauty. Of course, excluding the Florence family. She snapped the fan shut, smiling brilliantly. This means war. A war against fools. Let's begin. Evangeline seemed to glow from head to toe. Duchess Corica shot her a sharp look. Covering her mouth with her fan, she said, what a vulgar reaction. Evangeline's smile never faltered. Vulgar, you say? If provoking me is your duty, then responding is mine. Duchess Corica narrowed her eyes. My Duchess, you seem a little too sensitive. Evangeline's gaze turned icy in an instant. If that was what you call wit, then I'm afraid I must express serious concern for your upbringing. She flashed another radiant smile. If this was taught to you by your governess, then out of 10 points, I could only give her 2 at most. Duchess Corica's face went rigid with fury, too angry to speak. The surrounding nobles gasped in shock. Evangeline sat there calmly. Wow, so the rumors were true. A man in a purple formal suit propped his chin on one hand and snorted disdainfully. As expected, a vulgar commoner has no place at an event like this. He was Jelen, heir to the Friesic family. Friesic. Evangeline suddenly recognized him. Oh, I was wondering who you were. Tilting her head, she gave him a sly smile. Lord Friesic, aren't you the one who confessed to me before and got rejected? Jelen's face flushed bright red. What? When did I ever confess to someone like you? Evangeline lightly waved her fan. What's wrong? Didn't you say? Oh, Evangeline, my ocean, your eyes are like the full moon in the night sky. The corner of her lips curled upward. And didn't you even suggest we meet in secret under cover of night? The noblewomen nearby began whispering. They murmured among themselves. Evangeline's smile only grew more enchanting. Even as a commoner, I have my standards. I'm quite sure I declined you politely at the time. But it seems you still can't forget this vulgar woman, my lord. How pitiful. Jelen burned with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Evangeline lifted the corners of her lips smugly. Oh, looks like that worked. Judging from his face, he really wants to hit me. Time to slip away. Jelen charged at her with a furious roar. You bitch, do you think being pretty makes you special? Evangeline jumped in surprise. What the? Is he really going to get violent here? Then a cold voice rang out. His movement halted instantly. Rebellion's gaze was sharp as a blade. What exactly do you think you're doing? Jelen's face went white as he turned back in horror. Evangeline looked up and met Rebellion's eyes. Rebellion looked down at Jelen, his gaze icy. Jelen, Friesic. His voice was low and oppressive. Take your hand off her. Rebellion had appeared out of nowhere. No one knew how long he had been there. He stepped forward toward the center of the conflict. Jellin was still trying to explain. Your Grace, this is... But Rubellion said nothing. He simply strode straight toward them. Jellin thought Rubellion was about to strike him and hurriedly covered himself in fear. Rubellion turned to Evangeline instead. He gently touched her cheek, his voice soft. Evangeline, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Evangeline blinked in surprise. I'm Fina. Jellin trembled, looking at them in confusion. Rebellion's gaze swept over Jellin. A cold glint flashed in his red eyes. Jellin Friesic. Jellin nearly jumped out of his skin. Why, Your Grace, this... Then Icarus's voice rang out. I thought everyone was having a pleasant conversation, but there seems to be a bit of commotion here. Evangeline turned at the sound, and the crowd behind her all bowed at once. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Icarus smiled faintly. I arrived late on purpose, to give Miss Evangeline time to adjust to high society. If no one minds, I'd like to hear what happened. Oh, really? Now I want to step in and calm things down? I knew it. That devil. So you threw me into a wolf's den on purpose. Evangeline forced out a stiff smile. Thank you ever so much for your consideration, Your Highness. Did you think I would just let this slide? This actually works in my favor. A calculating light flashed in Evangeline's eyes. What has happened? I'm going to expose all of it. Duchess Korka sat upright and composed. We heard you were engaged, so we invited you to today's tea party. Another noblewoman chimed in. Yes, since you'll be moving in high society often from now on, we thought it would be best if Duchess Korka gave you a little guidance at today's gathering. Icarus smiled pleasantly. I'm sure the Duchess gave Miss Evangeline some very valuable advice. Duchess Korka lightly waved her folding fan, every movement elegant. Icarus's smile looked amused, but his eyes sharpened. However, it seemed something unpleasant occurred. Jellin sat there drenched in cold sweat. Duchess Korka opened her fan gracefully, concern in her posture. Quite the opposite. Miss Evangeline is graceful and clever. I'm sure she'll adapt to high society very quickly. Then her tone shifted. However, given the limitations of her upbringing, I suppose some things were to be expected. A perfect example of aristocratic double talk. Experiencing it firsthand really is different. Duchess Korka continued, as it happened. Miss Evangeline, without our knowledge, used words that insulted Lord Friesic, which is what caused this disturbance. I see. So now they're trying to pin the blame on me? Duchess Korka turned her gaze toward Evangeline. Is that not so? Miss Evangeline sat upright, her hands folded in her lap. A cold smile touched Duchess Korka's lips. You can't say anything now, can you? It was obvious. A proper noble lady should never complain to her husband about the hardships of society. Doing so would violate the virtues expected of a noblewoman. But Evangeline slowly lifted her head. Duchess, to be honest, I don't know if I can do that. Tears shimmered in Evangeline's eyes. I don't know if I can become a proper noble lady. Duchess Korka looked confused, but Evangeline pointed at her, starting with you. Then she pointed at Jellin, and all the way over there to Lord Friesic. Everyone here despises me. They look as if they'd like to stone me to death. The crowd went pale. Stone her to death? Rebellion's gaze swept over everyone present like ice. Jellin stammered in terror. No, she was the one who called me a man obsessed with appearances. Evangeline covered her face with both hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but saying that your grace is lowly just because he proposed to someone like me. That pain is unbearable. Rebellion listened quietly to every word she said. Jellin suddenly sprang to his feet. Your Grace, I never said anything like that. And they weren't the only ones spreading rumors either. Evangeline, the old saying goes, mix 3 truths with 1 lie, and even the lie becomes believable. And I just happen to be very good at that. Evangeline continued tearfully, and most importantly, he said he would kill me. Your Grace, I was so frightened. At first, I really was overwhelmed by the atmosphere here. But when I thought about it carefully, they were no different from the people I dealt with in my past life. The memories flipped by like old photographs. Their every move was terrifyingly familiar in my mind. My throat fell dry. Did I judge them wrong? Evangeline's eyes were indifferent. Was I mistaken? Jellin Friesic panicked. No, I never said anything like that. What did I ever say I'd kill you? A cold smile touched Rebellion's lips. So everything before that was true, then. Jellin went rigid. Then Evangeline put on a startled expression. Oh dear, I never meant to tattle. Duchess Korka bit down in frustration. What a sly little creature. Jelen's face flushed red, veins standing out on his forehead. Damn it, Icarus supported his chin with one hand. It seems this has become quite serious. This young lord clearly needs to learn some manners. Jelen scrambled to his feet. No, wait, Your Grace, I apologize. He trembled all over, drenched in cold sweat. Rebellion looked down at him coldly. Apologize? Do you think an apology is enough? You tried to stain the reputation of an innocent lady, along with my own. Evangeline reached out and lightly caught Rebellion's sleeve. Your Grace, please don't be too harsh. Rebellion lowered his gaze to her. Evangeline added softly, perhaps. He was just angry in the moment, because I rejected his confession before. The other guests looked at one another. The atmosphere froze. Rebellion took Evangeline's hand and gently drew her behind him. So something like that happened as well. He turned his face slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. I've heard many rumors about Lord Jelen's rudeness, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly shocking. Duchess Corica hid the corner of her mouth behind her fan, disdain flashing through her eyes. The wine glass in someone's palm suddenly seemed heavy. Quiet conversation broke into scattered silences. Several gazes, as if by agreement, all turned toward Jelen. His face was deathly pale, his body trembling, as though an invisible noose had tightened around his throat. Jelen ground his teeth, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. Evangeline smiled with her eyes. Oh dear, I am terribly sorry. Because of me, this tea party turned into a farce. It ended even earlier than expected. As punishment, Jelen was permanently forbidden from approaching me. Rebellion watched coldly as Jelen was taken away. This won't end here. Rebellion took Evangeline's hand. Let's go. Before long, the rumors spread throughout the entire capital. Evangeline tilted her head slightly, a victorious smile on her lips. Serves that terrifying bastard-born girl right. She was about to become the mistress of the Florence house. With cucumber slices on her face, Evangeline asked, exiled where? Ida reported, to a newly discovered island at the northernmost edge. It's said Count Jelen has completely fallen out of favor with the Duke of Florence's family. Evangeline responded lazily, oh, really? A few days after the incident, in the midst of ice and snow, Jelen left, or rather, was exiled. Evangeline took a cucumber slice off her face and popped it into her mouth. Rebellion must have felt humiliated. If it were me, I wouldn't have let it go either after being insulted like that. Ida looked at her helplessly. Miss, we're out of cucumbers. You put one slice on your face and eat 3. Evangeline mumbled through her chewing, then cut some more. Ida pressed a hand to her forehead. Why you insist on eating the ones off your face? Rebellion appeared in the doorway, arms folded, expression calm. Evangeline abruptly sat up. What is it? There's still a long way to go before the divorce. Rebellion walked closer. We need to go out and make preparations for the wedding. I came to pick you up. Rebellion turned toward the door. Then I'll wait for you outside. Ida looked at the cucumber slices on Evangeline's face. Miss, your face. She handed her a small mirror. But you're still beautiful. Miss, Evangeline jolted in shock. What? Did I just let someone see me like this? I must be insane. Rebellion sat quietly on the sofa and waited. Soon Evangeline came out slowly in a white dress, as though the light itself had been made for her. Rebellion's breath caught. His gaze locked firmly on her. He lifted a hand to cover his mouth, his cheeks tinged faintly red. What was I even thinking just now? After we marry, I need to make sure she dresses properly all the time. What's this? Rebellion lifted the framed portrait in his hand. A portrait. Evangeline stood behind Rebellion. I'm ready. She leaned in. What are you looking at? Evangeline stared at the girl in the painting. Did I really look like that when I was little? You look the same now. Rebellion let out a soft laugh. Evangeline puffed out her cheeks. What? Why are you laughing? Am I funny? Rebellion's smile deepened. No, I just suddenly felt like laughing. Evangeline's heart skipped a beat. What? What is with him? That portrait was painted 4 years ago. I was still a child then. There's barely any difference. She lightly punched Rebellion's arm. He caught her wrist. A lady shouldn't go around hitting people. Evangeline's thoughts churned. Good grief. You've seen me looking like that, and you still call me a lady. Rebellion gazed at the girl in the painting. No, I just suddenly felt sorry. Evangeline tilted her head in confusion. Sorry? Why? A man about to get married has no reason to apologize to his bride. Unless. No way. So that's why you've been putting off marriage all this time? Evangeline's thoughts drifted. Am I going to end up alone forever? No. Rebellion suddenly spoke, cutting through her wild imagination. Evangeline jumped. You scared me to death. If it's not that, then why are you shouting? Rebellion turned his face away, pressing a hand to his lips. Are you embarrassed by this sort of topic? Evangeline leaned closer. Oh, come on, why are you so shy? We're getting married soon. Rebellion took a step back. I'm warning you, stop talking. Please. Evangeline looked at his bright, red ears. What is this? He's a schemer, yet this sort of thing leaves him completely flustered. He's kind of cute. Resting her chin on one hand, Evangeline stuck out her tongue playfully. What a shame. If he weren't the villain, I could have trained him into perfect obedience. Rebellion noticed her gaze. Why did you lick your lips? Evangeline immediately put on an innocent expression. I wasn't thinking anything at all. Rebellion sounded certain. You were. Evangeline walked toward him. Why are you backing away from me? I really wasn't thinking anything. Rebellion repeated firmly. You were. You absolutely were. Stop having those pointless thoughts. He lowered his eyes. Fine, I won't think about it. You hate me that much anyway. Rebellion turned his face slightly and reached toward Evangeline's cheek. Who said I hate you? Evangeline's eyes lit up. You never said it? She and Rebellion fell silent. The atmosphere turned strange. Evangeline cleared her throat. So, we're going out, right? Where to? The theater district, Rebellion said. Evangeline thought for a moment. If I remember correctly. That's right. That's where the heroine, Rachel, lives. At the beginning of the novel, her debt-ridden stepmother sells Rachel off near the theater. Since we're going near her home, maybe I'll run into her. But is it really okay to meet the heroine before the main plot starts? Rebellion placed a hand on Evangeline's shoulder. Evangeline, are you all right? Evangeline came back to herself. What's with that look? He looks like he's worried about me. Wait, if I meet Rachel today and leave a good impression on her. Evangeline drew in a deep breath. In her mind, she lined up the opening words she would say when they met, determined to make herself unforgettable to Rachel. In the original story, the reason Rebellion targets Rachel is because she's closely connected to the Crown Prince, the object of his revenge. Once the main plot begins, this might help improve the relationship between Rebellion and Rachel. But if I become friends with Rachel first, then if Rebellion ever puts her on his revenge list, I'll be able to beg him to spare her. Evangeline suddenly grabbed Rebellion's hand. He jumped in surprise. Why are you suddenly grabbing my hand? Evangeline beamed. Let's hurry to the theater district. Quick, this is the way. If I do this, Rachel won't kill me like she did in the original story. And Rebellion won't either. Rebellion looked at her, a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. I'm not distorting Rebellion's character setting. I'm just trying to survive. Rebellion asked, have you eaten? If not, let's eat out. Evangeline smiled brightly. Sound good. Her heart leapt. I hope Rachel is in the theater district. When we get there, I absolutely have to see her. Evangeline swept a hand across the entire shop. From here all the way over there, I'll take everything. Rebellion looked at her expressionlessly. You really don't hold back, do you? Evangeline lounged lazily on the sofa. I'm the kind of person who likes to take things to the extreme. Rebellion raised a brow. I'm not sure what you mean, but most people would at least pretend to show some restraint. Evangeline retorted, you're the one who offered to buy things for me. So why are you talking about restraint now? If you don't like it, then call off the wedding. Rebellion replied evenly, is there anything else you need? Evangeline gave him a sly smile. You know, one dress and one pair of shoes are just the bare minimum. Rebellion let out a helpless sigh. Bring out the shoes. Evangeline sipped fruit juice leisurely. Oh, and add the cost of the shoes as well. Just then she glanced out the window at the theater district. Could Rachel be over there somewhere? In her memory, Rachel had silver hair, violet eyes, and pale skin. If luck is with me, maybe I'll catch sight of her and call out to her. A shop assistant came over carrying shoeboxes. My lady, let me show you our best-selling shoes. Evangeline's eyes lit up. Wow, they're gorgeous. The assistant looked envious. The Duke must adore you very much, mustn't he? Evangeline smiled faintly. Really? Does it look that way? For some reason, that was a little embarrassing to hear. The assistant clasped her hands together. Yes, people who are loved become even more beautiful. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. No, I've always been beautiful. The assistant's smile froze in place. Rebellion stepped forward. Is everything here now? Evangeline asked, good heavens, how much is all this in total? A slight smile curved Rebellion's lips. About the price of a mansion in the suburbs of the capital. Evangeline feigned surprise. Oh, only one mansion? Then she added brightly, I'm joking. Rebellion turned sideways. You really don't know the first thing about modesty. Evangeline leaned toward him. So should I pretend to look pitiful here? Besides, people like me stimulate the economy by spending money. Rebellion replied, is that so? A flicker of displeasure passed through his eyes. Evangeline cried out dramatically, oh dear, how petty. Everyone move aside. Cancel the dresses, cancel the shoes, cancel the wedding too. Rebellion looked at her. If the wedding were called off, what would you do? Would you really cancel it? Evangeline stole a glance at him. No, Rebellion asked. I'm just curious. Do you have someone else lined up for marriage? Evangeline looked at him. Do you really think someone like me would have no admirers? And besides, do I absolutely have to get married? With my beauty and intelligence, I could live just fine on my own. Rebellion lowered his head and laughed softly. Beauty, yes, of course. But as for your intelligence, that's debatable. Evangeline looked scandalized. So you make me expect something, only to tell me it won't happen? Are you playing with me? Rubedion bent closer. That's impossible. Evangeline's cheeks turned faintly red. Why does he stop talking halfway through? Still, he really is handsome. Rebellion leaned close to Evangeline. Don't expect anything like that. It looks like I'll be the one supporting you for the rest of your life. He stared into Evangeline's eyes. I have no intention of canceling the wedding. The shop attendants around them were blinded by the scene, as if they ought to put on sunglasses and get popcorn to watch. Evangeline spoke airily. But who knows? Maybe if you see another side of me, you'll end up completely sick of me. Rebellion looked startled. You still have another side to show? The two of them burst out laughing at the same time. Evangeline stretched. Oh, what a feast. Now all that's left is the wedding, right? You can handle the rest with my parents. I'm a little tired. Rebellion looked at her. Oh, after buying out the dresses, shoes, and every piece of jewelry from the most famous jeweler in the capital, now you're tired? I'm not the one who begged you to buy them. Evangeline rubbed her calf. Oh, dear, my leg hurts. Rebellion's gaze fixed on her. He reached out. Excuse me. Rebellion gently lifted her ankle. Evangeline looked startled. Heavens, you can't just casually look at a lady's ankle. Rebellion was examining it so intently that Evangeline hurriedly added, and no, I was joking. Don't take it so seriously. Rebellion's eyes fell to the blisters on her foot. Your feet are blistered this badly. How are you walking around like this? Evangeline answered proudly, I've always had great endurance. Rebellion looked up at her. You don't look like someone who can endure much. Evangeline explained, because I was buying things for myself. I could keep going even if I had to cry through it. If it had been for your things, I probably would have collapsed after 5 minutes. Evangeline's smile faded, but in the end, I still didn't get to see Rachel. What a shame. If today had gone well, Rebellion wouldn't die at Rachel's hands in the future. Rachel, where are you? What are you doing? If everything goes according to plan, Evangeline will be able to avoid this wedding. Rebellion is probably still thinking about revenge. Rebellion, what do you plan to do in the future? Even if your death is destined from the start, are you really going to see it through? Evangeline froze for a moment, then snapped back to herself. Rebellion's face turned red. What? Evangeline looked puzzled. Are you planning something else? Why do you look so guilty? She waved a hand. It's nothing. I just want to go home and rest. Rebellion looked thoughtful. Is that so? Evangeline smiled sincerely. I'll think about all these complicated things after the original story starts. The carriage rolled slowly onward in the sunset. A few days later, 2 days before the original plot began, which was also the day before the wedding, Ida stared at the mountain of gift boxes. Miss, what are all these? Evangeline was just as shocked. You didn't really buy every shoe in the capital, did you? Didn't we just go shopping for wedding things not long ago? Rebellion looked at her. Your feet seem to blister easily, so I had shoes made to fit you perfectly. An older maid stood beside Rebellion, holding a lavish box. Rebellion spoke. Before the wedding, there's something I want to give you. In front of her sat an exquisite pink box. Rebellion said, I have something I'd like to give you. Evangeline asked, something? What is it? The maid presented the pink box. For you, my lady. Evangeline blinked. Oh, what is? Thank you. Evangeline opened the gift box. Inside stood a ring. Rebellion explained, this is a symbol passed down through the generations. It is given to the Duchess. This ring has been inherited for many generations and is a symbol of Florence. It is made from a sapphire found only in Florence, so no craftsman can replicate it. Evangeline said happily, I see. So that means it's very expensive, right? Rebellion immediately felt uneasy. Don't sell it. Evangeline pouted. Why would you think that of me? Rebellion said, if there's anything you need, just go out wearing this ring. If you present it when making a purchase, all expenses will be covered by Florence. The ring is imbued with magic, which means it can be used anywhere on the continent, and there is no spending limit. But don't sell the ring. Evangeline stared at the ring box, as if suppressing something. So this is an unlimited credit card. Her whole body trembled with excitement. Rebellion looked baffled. What is that? My God, in my previous life I had a house, but in this life, I actually get an unlimited credit card. Evangeline clutched the box tightly. Tears welled in her eyes. I can enjoy a luxury I've never had before. I haven't lived like this since I left home. What should I do? Buy clothes? Buy shoes? Or eat all the delicacies I could never afford in my previous life? Sue Ian, you really did well. Your life wasn't wasted. Being transmigrated is amazing. Hugging the box blissfully, Evangeline turned to face Rebellion. Rebellion, her eyes were shining. I love you. Rebellion's heart jolted. He froze where he stood. Evangeline looked at him in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want to take it back. Rebellion muttered. How can you say that so easily? So consistently materialistic. Evangeline didn't understand. Why can't I? I'm saying I love you because of this. I'm just happy about what you gave me. Rebellion covered his face with one hand. At least hide that greedy expression first. Evangeline protested. Good grief. People will think I said I love you for the money. What's wrong with saying I love you? I always say I love you to Ida to show my thanks. Ida panicked. Miss, that doesn't mean the same thing. The corners of Rebellion's lips lifted slightly. Do I look like I'm not worried? When I look at you, he turned away. In any case, don't get any strange ideas about selling it. Evangeline puffed up in indignation. Of course not. What kind of person do you take me for? I never sell it. Fine, I understand. Your untrustworthy fiancée has made you suffer, hasn't she? If I say thank you, you lecture me. If I don't, you still lecture me. I have no idea how I'm supposed to marry you. You don't trust me at all. Rebellion gently brushed his fingers over her cheek. Get some rest early. Evangeline straightened slightly, then turned and left. Don't be too nervous about the wedding tomorrow. I'll be going now. Ada hurried after him. I'll see you out. Evangeline remained there alone, touching her cheek. If he weren't the villain, I really would have fallen for him. The next morning, Madame Clodagh stood there with tears in her eyes. Heavens, I can't believe Evangeline is getting married. The day has finally come. Evangeline looked at her helplessly. Please stop crying, mother. It's not like I'm going off to die. Madame Clodagh dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. But once you're married, you won't be able to come home often. Evangeline comforted her. Mother, don't be discouraged. Madame Clodagh encouraged her in return. My daughter, don't lose heart just because you're of common birth. You must endure. Evangeline thought bitterly. Compared to me, you should be more worried whether the people in the ducal house can endure me. Duke Clodagh stepped forward. Evangeline, the Duke will not mistreat you, so don't worry. If he looks down on you, tell me at once. Evangeline thought, if you're all this heartbroken, why did you sell me off in the first place? The whole family huddled together in tears. Evangeline, stay healthy. Once again, those words moved her. Miss, Ada was sobbing. Because I'm a commoner, I can't follow you to the ducal estate. Please take care of yourself. Make sure you eat well. Even if I can't be by your side, you must be happy. She broke down completely and collapsed to the floor. Duke Clodagh urged her, Evangeline, get in the carriage. Ada, I'll comfort her later. I'll have to make sure Rebellion summons Ada afterward. Evangeline turned and walked toward the carriage. Having family see me off, it's far warmer than I expected. The carriage slowly came to a stop. The maids came forward to greet her. Welcome, madam. Lilith covered her mouth. Oh my. Evangeline, dressed in her wedding gown, was dazzling. The maids gasped in admiration. Madam is the most beautiful bride in the world. I can die without regrets now. Lilith was so excited she nearly fainted. Everyone hurried to support her. Miss, you can't faint here. Evangeline turned around. Your Grace, you've come. Rebellion stood there silently in white formal wear. Evangeline looked at him, and Rebellion gazed back at her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Oh no, I'm actually staring. Evangeline's cheeks flushed. Lifting the hem of her dress, she said, Your Grace, you look very handsome today. Rebellion said nothing. Tilting her head, she asked, Your Grace, what's wrong? Did you take the wrong medicine today? He answered, It's nothing. She raised her skirt slightly. What about me? Am I pretty? So dazzling you can't even keep your eyes open, right? Rebellion smiled faintly. You're beautiful. Evangeline looked smug. Oh, you admitted it that easily? Then I've got nothing more to say. She thought he was supposed to ask some cutting question, like whether I wash my face or hair. Rebellion gently took her hand and raised it to his lips, kissing it solemnly. In a low voice, he said, Let's go inside. Evangeline froze. What was that? He suddenly kissed the back of my hand. A maid called anxiously from the side. "Madam, let me help you." The skirt of the wedding dress spread out like a blooming white rose. Rabellion lifted her hand and slowly slid the ring onto her ring finger. The church doors opened wide, and light poured in. The guests all rose to their feet, thunderous applause filling the hall. Rabellion walked down the red carpet arm in arm with Evangeline. Standing side by side, they looked like a real pair of lovers. The priest solemnly declared, "The groom may now kiss the bride." Rabellion bent down and gently kissed her lips. Applause rang out again, announcing the perfect conclusion of a transaction. At last, the hands of the main plot had begun to move. Rabellion sat at the bedside, gazing at the person lying there. Evangeline let out a soft breath and slowly opened her eyes. Quietly, she called his name. "Rabellion." Evangeline lifted her hand and stroked his neck. "Take it off." Her eyes were unfocused. Her smile was utterly bewitching. Rabellion's breathing grew uneven. "This is lethal." Evangeline sat up in bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Rabellion sat beside her, quietly watching. "You're awake," he said, his voice hoarse. "The guests," Rabellion answered. "I already sent them off." "So, the wedding's basically over? They've all gone." Evangeline looked around. "Then this is—" Rabellion looked at her. "It seems you have a very low tolerance for alcohol. You got drunk after only a few sips of wine, so I had no choice but to bring you back to rest." Evangeline pointed at herself. "Low tolerance? Me? Impossible. Back in the day, I could drink an entire basin of bomb shots and still go to work the next day in full makeup." Rabellion looked baffled. "A whole basin of bomb shots? What nonsense are you talking about?" Evangeline grimaced. "Ugh, I feel awful." She staggered and braced herself against the table. Rabellion sat on the sofa. "I should sleep too. Don't push yourself." He handed her a glass of water. "No matter what, from now on, be careful when you drink." Evangeline took a sip. "What about the guests?" Rabellion fell silent for a moment. "They've all gone." Evangeline realized she had already asked that once. Awkwardly sipping her water, she mumbled, "They all left." Rabellion reminded her again, "Drink some water and go to sleep." Barefoot, Evangeline stepped onto the carpet. "But tonight is our wedding night." Her body swayed. Rabellion sprang to his feet. "Evangeline!" He caught her at once. Rabellion asked, "Are you all right?" Evangeline wobbled in his arms. "Oh, why is the ground swaying back and forth?" "I feel sick," Rabellion said. "Could you stop swaying around?" He took a deep breath, suppressing the stir in his chest. Evangeline's hand touched his cheek. "You're so handsome, it's almost unnecessary." She refused to go to sleep, so Rabellion had no choice but to make her sit down. Rubbing his temples, he said, "If your stomach hurts, you should sleep." Evangeline shook her head. "No, I'm perfectly fine." But why is the world spinning again? Seeing Rabellion about to leave, she hurriedly grabbed him. "Don't go. Stay with me." Rabellion looked at her, then finally sighed. "All right, I'm not going anywhere." Evangeline looked up at him. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Summoning his courage, Rabellion said, "Well, when you look at me with those mischievous cat eyes, how could I bear to leave?" Then he suddenly widened his eyes. "Evangeline, what are you doing right now?" Evangeline's hand had moved to the strap of her nightgown. "I'm taking my clothes off. You change into sleepwear before bed, don't you?" Rabellion's voice turned urgent. "You're already wearing sleepwear." She looked blank. "No, I'm not. I don't remember changing." Rabellion explained, "You passed out drunk just now. I had Lilith help you change." Evangeline shook her head firmly. "No, that's not right. I never even saw Lilith." "What are you talking about?" Her words cut off abruptly. Suddenly, she threw herself into Rabellion's arms, hugging him tightly. Burying her face in his chest, she murmured, "Ah, so warm." Rabellion's body stiffened. He closed his eyes, his throat bobbing. This is truly fatal. Looking helpless, Rabellion thought, "Have you gone mad? What kind of madness is this? The one who should be going mad is me. When you're drunk, do you always strip and hug people? I'd rather you smash things." Evangeline raised her head. "What are you saying? When have I ever hugged anyone?" Rabellion shot back. "Am I not someone right now?" Her eyes were hazy. "Why, you're my husband." "Husband?" Rabellion's expression softened. "Yes, husband." He gently embraced Evangeline. Her voice trembled with tears. "Why did it have to be you? I never wanted to get married. I really didn't." Of course, faced with a face like Rabellion's, even someone who never wanted marriage would waver. But I don't want to die. Rabellion's brow furrowed. What's she talking about? Why me? Do you hate me that much? Just because I'm weak and sickly, did you think it wouldn't matter if I died early with you? Rebellion's gaze sharpened. Evangeline, he tried to soothe her. Did something suddenly upset you? Rest first. Evangeline clutched at his sleeve. Can we please not? Rebellion pressed. Not what? Evangeline said, revenge. Rebellion froze. Evangeline kept speaking. Revenge, fine. Understand. With her head lowered, her voice trembling, she continued. But have you thought about it? I'll get dragged into it too. If I die, what if you fail? What if you fail and then die? What happens then? Rebellion gently gripped her arm. Evangeline, he cupped her face, his gaze unwavering. You won't die. If anyone has to die, it will be me. Evangeline stared at him in confusion. I won't die. Why? Because I'm your wife. She demanded. If you die, how am I supposed to live? Didn't you think I'd get dragged in and die with you too? Even if I survived alone, what would be the point? As the family of a traitor, my title and property would be stripped away. I'd be left on the streets. Rebellion stared at her blankly. Evangeline, her voice caught in her throat. I can't do anything. How can you calmly abandon our marriage? To you, was it really just some meaningless transaction? Rebellion held her face. Evangeline, I think you've misunderstood something. First of all, I'm not dead yet. Who said you were? I meant the original Rebellion. That bastard. Right, that Rebellion isn't dead yet. So there's someone else. Some useless bastard ruined everything and got Evangeline killed. Her head tilted, and she fell asleep against Rebellion. Evangeline's breathing grew steady as she murmured softly, Don't do it. I know it's selfish of me. Ours is a marriage of convenience. But still, don't do it. Rebellion quietly watched her sleeping profile. His gaze swept over the room. Outside the window, the night was deep and fluid. Inside, all was still and peaceful. Evangeline slept soundly in his arms, breathing evenly like a child. Rebellion's fingers lightly brushed through her hair, as gentle as if he feared disturbing her dream. A rustling came from the bushes. A figure slowly crawled upright. A green leaf landed in Evangeline's golden hair as she looked around in confusion. Rebellion's expression had frozen. Just like that, this strange creature had barged into his life. That day had once been an utterly ordinary one. He had been discussing a marriage alliance between the Duchy of Florence and the Clota family. The ties between the royal house and the Duchy of Colica were not something that could be severed easily. A middle-aged nobleman sat in a luxurious room, bowing deeply. Your Grace, you know as well what the president of the Clota Merchant Guild brought that day. It was evidence, proof that the current emperor and the temple had once joined hands to destroy the Duchy of Colica. To Rebellion, who had long hated the Duchy of Colica and dreamed of taking revenge on the royal family, that evidence was priceless. It was truly invaluable intelligence. Rebellion's parentage was an open secret in the empire. His mother, Zarina, was a commoner who, thanks to her extraordinary beauty, became the Duchess of Florence. One day, her beauty caught the emperor's eye. He sent the Duke of Florence to the frontier, took Zarina to the imperial palace, and forced himself on her. Yet in aristocratic society, the truth was meaningless. Rumors spread everywhere. That low-born blood not only seduced his majesty, she even conceived the emperor's child, and then approached the Duke of Florence the same way. How sordid, how pitiful her majesty, the empress, must be. In the end, Rebellion lost his mother at birth. From that moment on, his hatred for the emperor and the Duchy of Colica began to grow. The Duke of Florence knelt on one knee before the young Rebellion. Rebellion, you're the son of my wife, Zarina, and you are my son as well. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. So, you are not alone. His goal was simple. To destroy the Duchy of Colica, which had tormented his mother. To make those who mocked his father and humiliated his mother pay. And in the end, to drive a sword into the emperor's heart. Sunlight poured in through the window. A letter arrived from the president of the Clota Merchant Guild. Rebellion sat at his desk. Clota, yes. Upon hearing the confirmation, Rebellion accepted the letter and opened it. Dear Duke of Florence, I am writing this letter to assist in your urgent search. His red eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of gold flashing through them. Whether or not Clota truly knew of Rebellion's secret investigation, that letter led to their meeting. Rebellion and President Clota sat facing one another. The atmosphere was heavy. Leaning forward solemnly, President Clota said, In exchange, I hope you will accept my daughter as your wife. The corner of Rebellion's mouth curved into a cruel smile. Shall I cut off one of your fingers and force you to talk? President Clodagh tried to stay composed. Even then, you still won't be able to find it. Rebellion gave a short laugh. Merchant Guild President, you seem to think the nobility are a joke. Cold sweat formed on President Clodagh's brow. And no, that's not what I meant. Rebellion's voice was icy. A commoner dares propose such a bargain to me. It sounds like you have a death wish. In Rebellion's mind flashed images of the Emperor and the Duchess of Colica. They were the great stones blocking his path to revenge. It is an ancient magical artifact. Only I know how to open it. Judging by the man's attitude, even torture would not make him speak. This might be a piece of crucial intelligence that could not be ignored. In the end, Rebellion accepted the bargain. Thus, a contract disguised as marriage was formed. With an earnest expression, President Clodagh said, "Once you obtain the evidence, you may dispose of me as you please. But no matter what, I want to send my daughter to the ducal house." Rebellion turned his face aside, expression cold. Why? He looked straight at the man. "Guild President, you are a merchant. Why are you so obsessed with marrying your daughter to me?" President Clodagh folded his hands on his knees, fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "Because," he clenched his fists, "my daughter wants to get married." Rebellion's expression instantly froze. What? In President Clodagh's mind appeared the image of his daughter, that child who had been bedridden from a young age, speaking her wish aloud for the first time. His eyes were full of fatherly love. "So I want to give her the best choice." Leaning back against the sofa, Rebellion asked, "What makes you think I am the best?" President Clodagh answered without hesitation, "The imperial family is too cruel. She would never survive there. But you're a kind man." Rebellion's gaze sharpened. "What?" President Clodagh continued. "There was an orphan whom you supported until adulthood." Memories flickered in his eyes. "That orphan once ran errands for me. After becoming a duchess, she sent me gifts every year out of gratitude. The child of Zarina could never truly be so cruel." For the first time, Rebellion's expression softened. He stared at President Clodagh in disbelief. President Clodagh smiled gently, as though recalling an old acquaintance. Rebellion turned away to avoid his gaze. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I will consider it. Clodagh's only daughter. Yes, we may need to prepare for a wedding." A maid exclaimed, "What? That's absurd. She has neither manners nor common sense. A commoner dares propose to the crown prince." The maid pressed a hand to her forehead. "So the rumors in the capital lately were true. Someone really has been investigating your preferences." "My lord," Rebellion said, "I thought it was nonsense. Could it really be connected to that young lady?" The maid looked worried. "Are you truly going to marry her?" "It may just be gossip." Rebellion's lips curled slightly. "Yes, it is a transaction." The maid frowned. "Lilith will like her. She has no resistance to beautiful things." She asked, "Then when will the young lady come to the ducal estate?" Rebellion's expression became somewhat strange. The maid asked, "What is it?" Rebellion said, "I still haven't met her." The maid stared in shock. "What?" Rebellion explained, "Though I accepted the proposal, over the years I've never managed to meet her. Not even once. But that is hardly my fault. Most refusals were due to her illness. I'm not so rude as to force a sick person to meet me." Through all those rejected meetings, he formed an image of her in his own mind. Weak, sickly, surrounded by rumors. In his thoughts, she gradually took shape as a frail and naive young lady wrapped in strange gossip. Rebellion mused over a document and thought, "She seems very fragile. I'll have to make sure she's well fed." Then Rebellion stepped onto the lawn beneath the bright sun. Evangeline knelt before him, a leaf still stuck in her hair. Rebellion's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. This woman, Evangeline Clodagh? He stood rooted to the spot, as though struck by an invisible blow. And so began my first meeting with that strange creature. Rebellion's thoughts were interrupted. Was the person before him really Evangeline Clodagh? Her hair was disheveled, dirt smudged her face, her smile was foolish, and the hem of her dress was caked in mud. She was nothing like the rumors. Completely oblivious, Evangeline babbled on. "The weather is so nice today. I just came out for a walk. I never thought I'd run into your grace." Rebellion led her toward the mansion. The two walked side by side, but there wasn't the slightest sign on Evangeline Clodagh's face that she wanted to get married. The guild president had clearly said his daughter wanted to marry. Rebellion glanced at her. Evangeline stammered, well, this." Rebellion looked toward the distant residence. In the end, this wasn't something I needed to concern myself with. What mattered now was obtaining the evidence in the guild president's possession through this marriage. As for Evangeline Clota, that woman who had been forced to accept an unwilling marriage, how pitiful. That was all I felt. But later, a voice rang out. "Oh, Evangeline, you've come." Rebellion sat on the sofa, his gaze shifting to the doorway. Evangeline slowly entered, waving a fan. The rumors were indeed true. She really was beautiful. She had deliberately dressed in exactly the style I disliked most. She had clearly investigated my tastes. But her expression, Rebellion lifted his teacup. Evangeline puffed out her cheeks. The atmosphere between them froze at once. I see. She doesn't merely want marriage. She truly wants to marry the crown prince. That's why she acts so strangely. She claimed illness and avoided meeting me only so she could sneak out to see the crown prince. She crawled out through a dog hole and was caught red-handed. She pretended to be mute and refused to speak, then suddenly became absurdly chatty. It was like two different people. "Your Grace, I can't believe I'm seeing you here." Evangeline tightly clung to Rebellion's arm. "Walking beside you like this feels like a dream." In a textbook-perfect tone, she praised him. "Ah, it's so wonderful being with you." Rebellion walked on expressionlessly, though inwardly stirred. She still has feelings for the crown prince, so she's putting on this act. Yet Evangeline narrowed her eyes and forced out a stiff smile. "Your Grace, I'm a little late, aren't I?" Holding his teacup, Rebellion curved his lips in amusement. The way she struggled desperately to avoid this marriage was rather entertaining, so I decided to observe her a little longer. A maid burst into the room. "Your Grace, this won't do. You just saw her this afternoon." Rebellion set down his cup. "What do you mean? We all saw it. It was truly shocking." The maid recalled the scene from earlier. Evangeline hugging a tray of sweets and devouring them like a squirrel. That wasn't human. I must be crazy to have thought someone like that was nice. The maid held her forehead, looking utterly devastated. Lilith spoke up. "But she really is very pretty, isn't she?" The maid shot her a look. "Lilith, you've always had no resistance to a pretty face. Have you lost all judgment?" Rebellion's thoughts drifted back outside the window. With a face that beautiful, what exactly was Evangeline plotting? Why was she trying so desperately? Tears in her eyes, Evangeline stuffed sweets in her mouth. So delicious. Watching this, Rebellion thought, what terrible acting. To go this far, do you really hate me that much? Or, Evangeline tearfully protested, "I never loved his highness. Not even once." She says that aloud, but does she still love the crown prince in her heart? But for my revenge, I need her. I know I have no choice but to invite her hatred. Yet to obtain what I want, I must destroy someone else's life. How? Is it any different from the emperor I despise? I need to speak with her properly. Rebellion looked at Lilith. "Is Evangeline in her room now?" Lilith seemed surprised. "Yes, I just saw her getting ready for bed." "Why? You want to see her this late?" Rebellion closed his eyes. "If she isn't asleep yet, tell her I'm coming now. We need to discuss this marriage again." Lilith looked puzzled. "Why? Even if you searched the whole country, you'd never find a beauty like her again." The maid clasped her hands together eagerly. "You've made the right decision. Hurry and go." Lilith looked displeased. Suddenly turning around, she snapped, "Whatever. I hate both of you." She stomped off and slammed the door behind her. Has that child's adolescence come very late? She actually slammed the door in front of the Duke. "I apologize." Rebellion smiled faintly. "It's all right. I've seen Lilith like this since she was small." Then Lilith burst in a panic. Miss is gone. The window is wide open, and the curtains and blankets have been tied together and lowered down. What if someone coveted her beauty and kidnapped her? Standing on the balcony in the night, Rebellion looked down. Without a doubt, she did this willingly. I knew it. She really is no ordinary woman. Rebellion frowned, running out recklessly in the middle of the night in only her night clothes. As long as she's still within the ducal estate grounds, it's one thing. Rebellion's steps came to an abrupt halt. But if something really happened, a rustling sounded. Rebellion spun around sharply. A marriage partner in a contractual alliance. I had thought she was no more and no less than that. Everything she did was impossible to predict, like a balloon pricked with a needle, ready to burst at a touch. And yet, seeing with my own eyes that she was safe, for some reason, I felt relieved. What is this feeling? Rebellion lifted her into his arms and spun lightly across the grass. I couldn't define this feeling yet, but I wanted to savor this relief. To tell her we should reconsider, perhaps delay the marriage again. For some reason, a desire was beginning to grow, a desire to know more about this unpredictable woman. Supporting Evangeline, Rebellion led her toward the brightly lit ducal residence. I never expected her to agree to this bargain. Barefoot, Evangeline leaned on him securely. As if she had suddenly become a different person, Evangeline said, I think this marriage is acceptable. Let's get married. She smiled radiantly. Rebellion was bewildered. I couldn't understand why she was smiling so brightly, or why she agreed to this marriage so firmly. But because she accepted it, I was able to remain by her side. Under the moonlight, Rebellion and Evangeline met each other's eyes. She stood barefoot, the hem of her dress fluttering in the breeze. Rebellion looked at her bandaged ankle. At this point, regardless of my feelings, the truth is that my intentions toward this marriage were not pure. Perhaps she still had lingering feelings for the crown prince. Rebellion gently stroked Evangeline's cheek. I hurt her deeply, so using that as an excuse. If I love her more sincerely than anyone, more nobly than anyone, then perhaps, just perhaps, she will look at me. Rebellion's gaze deepened. We still have much time ahead of us together. He sat alone at the edge of the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold glow. The room was utterly silent. Morning sunlight shone over the grand ducal residence. Evangeline let out a soft sound and slept peacefully in the dawnlight. So soft, so warm. It feels like floating on a warm cloud. But why does my head hurt so much? Oh, right, I drank last night. It was the wedding. Her hand pressed against her temple. The taste of alcohol still lingered in her mouth. Fragments of dresses and the ballroom flashed through her mind. Wait, the wedding. Evangeline jolted awake. A voice sounded above her head. You're awake. She looked up in terror and saw Rebellion gazing down at her. They were lying in the same bed. In a lazy tone, Rebellion asked, Did you sleep well? Evangeline froze completely. Rebellion looked at her intently, his voice low. Do you feel unwell? Or is there anything strange? Wow, what a stunning sight first thing in the morning. Evangeline went rigid in bed. Why are we this close? She shifted slightly, and Rebellion's arm tightened around her. Wait, don't move. Stay like this. Evangeline asked in confusion. Why? This is a little uncomfortable. Rebellion kept his eyes closed, his cheeks slightly red. Evangeline blushed too. For some reason, staying like this felt embarrassingly intimate, just like the first morning of newlyweds. Then she suddenly froze. Wait, if that's the case. Her memories flickered like strips of film, only to turn completely blank. Why can't I remember anything at all? She abruptly sat up, her face turning pale. I can't remember any of yesterday. Evangeline's thoughts were in chaos. The only thing I remember is that first and last glass of wine. How did I black out completely? And on the very first wedding night of my life, no less. Just how low is this body's alcohol tolerance? I used to be a really good drinker. Evangeline winced with a splitting headache, pressing a hand to her forehead. The hangover made her dizzy. She sat upright abruptly. Rebellion. With his eyes closed, Rebellion asked, Why are you calling me? Evangeline stammered. Yesterday, her cheeks burned. Actually asking what happened feels so embarrassing. How am I supposed to say it? Rebellion turned onto his side, propping up his head as he looked at her. Yesterday, Evangeline clutched the blanket nervously, leaning back slightly. A faint smile curved Rebellion's lips. Are you asking whether anything happened? His gaze turned teasing. What do you think happened? Evangeline's face flushed bright red. What kind of smile is that? Is he actually this sly? She forced herself to stay calm. Fine. If nothing happened, that's for the best. Rebellion gave a short laugh. You caused such a scene. How could anything possibly have happened? A scene? What scene? Evangeline looked completely lost. Rebellion countered. What do you think? His gaze grew suggestive. Last night, you certainly looked like you wanted something. You suddenly clung to me. But I'm a gentleman. I wouldn't take advantage of someone dead drunk. Evangeline narrowed her eyes. So, are you implying I was troublesome last night? He's definitely messing with me. A spark flashed through her mind. She suddenly leaned forward, bringing her face close to Rebellion's. Rebellion straightened slightly. Why did you suddenly come closer? Evangeline's eyes sharpened. So, what you mean is that's exactly what I did last night. Rebellion replied calmly. That's right. Leaning in even more, Evangeline stared at him. Then what about now? I'm completely sober now. Her words echoed in the air. And our wedding night still hasn't. Rebellion's breath caught. He suddenly covered Evangeline's mouth with his hand. What on earth are you saying? His cheeks were red, his eyes avoiding hers. Evangeline understood at once. Oh, judging by that reaction, nothing really happened last night after all. Muffled beneath his hand, Evangeline asked, What? Are you disappointed? She squirmed and let out protesting sounds. Rebellion sighed. A knock came from a door. A female voice sounded from outside. "Your Grace, is there anything you need?" Rebellion turned toward the door, his voice calm again. "Come back later." The maid outside answered, "Yes." Evangeline's eyes widened. "Later? What is he trying to do? Could it be?" Rebellion turned back and lightly flicked her forehead with a finger. Rebellion looked at her with a dark glint in his eyes. "You look like you're expecting something." He let go of her. "That sort of thing will not happen." Evangeline's face turned scarlet. "Oh, I'm not." Rebellion got out of bed. "I'll head out first. Rest a little longer." Instinctively, Evangeline reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Forcing a smile, she said, "So you're really not going to do anything? That's a shame." Rebellion turned back. "What?" Evangeline looked at him, a little displeased. "It's not like I have anything to regret." Rebellion smiled meaningfully. "Is that so?" He turned and left, leaving Evangeline sitting alone on the bed. Steam filled the bath chamber. Evangeline soaked in a tub scattered with flower petals. Ada and another maid attended her nearby. "Huh," he said. He wasn't disappointed. Anyone hearing him would think I was the one disappointed. "That's right," Ada silently agreed inwardly. "What are you all laughing at?" Evangeline sulked in the bathwater. "He's not disappointed in me at all, but noble life doesn't seem so bad." She rose from the bath, and maids quickly came forward to wrap her in towels. "Madam, let us dry you a little more." "HM, why is it so noisy outside?" Evangeline looked toward the window. "Mary, go see what's happening." One of the maids answered, "Yes, please wait a moment." Ada came in quickly, her expression hurried. "Madam," she bowed slightly, "His Grace cannot have breakfast with you. He's preparing to leave," with a very serious look on his face. Evangeline's eyes widened in shock. "What? Wait, if nothing happened on our wedding night, then at the very least we should have breakfast together. He's the one who should be taking responsibility for all this. Is he really not disappointed?" Rebellion Florence, do you not have a single romantic bone in your body? There came a knock at the door, and Rebellion called, "Evangeline." He let out a breath. "It seems after breakfast, I'll have to go straight to the palace. It's our first day after marriage. I hadn't intended to leave you alone. I'm sorry I can't stay by your side." The door opened, and sunlight poured in. Evangeline looked confused. "What happened? Did you receive a summons?" Rebellion's eyes settled on her, and he looked a little surprised by her appearance this morning. Rebellion explained, "It is said that the power of the goddess has appeared in the theater district of the capital." Evangeline's heart dropped. "Oh no, I was so focused on the wedding that I forgot." "So that means the original story is finally beginning?" "I counted down to this day for so long, and I forgot it on the very day itself." "If that's the case, then if I go with Rebellion today, I might get to see her." Evangeline stepped forward barefoot. "Rebellion, take me with you." Guards stood at attention by the door, guarding the road that led to the palace. Evangeline sat alone in a lavish reception room, delicate refreshments laid out before her, but she had no appetite. She shivered slightly. "In the end, I really did come." Fidgeting in her seat, Evangeline kept shaking her head, as if to throw all bad thoughts out of it. She suddenly sprang up from the sofa and grabbed at her hair. "This is even more nerve-wracking than I imagined. Since possessing this body, when have I ever been this nervous?" Evangeline felt the world spin, as if all strength had drained out of her. Pressing a hand to her forehead, Evangeline thought, "Of course I'm nervous. The person I'm going to see today isn't the male lead, not the villain. It's the true heroine of the original story. I remember the heroine Rachel's fate. It was utterly tragic. At the beginning of the story, her stepmother and family sold her to a middle-aged, lecherous theater owner. At the beginning of the story, her stepmother and family sold her to a middle-aged, lecherous theater owner. In order to escape the abuse, she accidentally awakened the power of the goddess. Sensing Rachel's change, members of the royal family brought Rachel in. That led to her fateful encounter with the two main male characters. Evangeline thought, this means today is that special day. If Rachel is really being brought here today, then this is my chance. I have to treat her well. I have to become her friend. I have to get close to Rachel and change my fate. Because if I don't, in the end, both Rebellion and I will die at Rachel's hands. Evangeline clenched her fists. That's right. That's exactly it. Pressing her face to the window, she thought they must have brought Rachel here by now. I've been left here alone for an hour. I know nothing about what's happening outside. I can't do anything. The door opened, and a girl was let in by the guards. She wore plain clothes, was barefoot, and filthy all over. Evangeline's breathing stopped. She's here. The girl's body trembled slightly, her toes curling anxiously. The guards halted with the girl and looked toward Evangeline. Are you the Duchess of Florence? My apologies. I didn't realize you were here. We'll prepare another room immediately. Evangeline shook her head. It's fine. She examined the girl. Who is this man? No, judging by his bearing, he isn't a member of the royal family. The two guards discussed it among themselves. Since the Duchess of Florence is here, we'll have to change rooms. Evangeline immediately spoke up to stop them. Wait, what's going on here? She looked like a frightened guest. The guard grabbed the girl's wrist, trying to lead her away. Well, this morning in the theater district, we brought back someone who had just awakened the power of the goddess. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. As expected, she demanded sternly, Are you planning to imprison someone blessed with divine power? The guards and the girl all froze, staring at her in confusion. Evangeline softened her tone, but the guards still hesitated. But this person is dangerous. Evangeline's gaze remained firm. It's fine. Let her come in. The girl looked up, staring at Evangeline in surprise. Evangeline ordered the guard, Green, wait outside. If anything happens, I'll call you. Outside the door, the guards whispered among themselves. Is this really all right? Who knows? Maybe she pities her. After all, they're both of common birth. In the room, Evangeline and the girl sat facing each other. The atmosphere was awkward. Fidgeting, Evangeline thought, damn, this is so awkward. What am I even supposed to ask? Her hands twisted together nervously. Ask about her hobbies? Her ideal type? This isn't some blind date. The girl suddenly spoke. Duchess. Evangeline jerked her head up. Ah, yes. The girl lowered her head slightly and said softly, Thank you for being willing to sit together with someone like me. Smiling, Evangeline replied, There's nothing to thank me for. What's your name? The girl answered, Rachel. Evangeline nodded. Rachel. Oh my God, it really is her. Evangeline secretly lifted her eyes and looked her over. Pale skin, soft silver hair, violet eyes, exactly as he was described in the novel. His clothes were in tatters, yet they could not hide his beauty. I really met the protagonist. Is this a dream or reality? Evangeline gave a gentle smile. I'm Evangeline. Rachel answered in person. All right, Evangeline warmly suggested. Have you eaten? Let's have some tea together. The palace tea is excellent. Rachel was overwhelmed. What is this? What's happening to me? Evangeline had already begun pouring tea. I'll untie your hands first. That's right. Food is the best way to build a relationship. Tears slid down Rachel's cheeks and dripped onto the rope around his wrists. Holding the teapot, Evangeline's body suddenly went rigid. A sharp intake of breath was heard. He whipped around. Rachel. Rachel was curled up on the floor, his shoulders trembling violently. Evangeline hurried over. Rachel, are you all right? Are you feeling sick anywhere? Why is he crying? Did I do something wrong? This isn't how it was supposed to go. I need to calm him down. Evangeline reached out. Rachel. The instant his fingertips touched Rachel, a burst of purple light erupted and enveloped them both. After the blinding flash, Evangeline shook his hand. Was that Rachel's goddess power just now? But why did it suddenly erupt? Rachel looked at Evangeline in confusion. Evangeline. Evangeline looked at Rachel and asked with concern, Rachel, are you okay? But why did it suddenly erupt? Evangeline suddenly turned around. Rubellion was standing at the doorway, staring at them darkly. Rubellion strode over. Evangeline looked at him in shock. Everyone started talking over one another. Are you all right? Madam, the Duchess has been hurt. This is outrageous. Covering his hand, Evangeline thought, what is going on? Why did he suddenly appear? And of all times, at the exact moment most likely to cause a misunderstanding. Rubellion stopped in front of him and looked down at him. Evangeline asked, Your Grace, what is this? Why did everyone suddenly rush in? Rubellion did not answer. He simply grabbed Evangeline's hand. An official furiously barked at the guard. Are you insane? How could you lock the Duchess up with that low-born thing? The guard protested. It was the Duchess's own request. The official pointed at him. Even so, how could you allow someone with goddess power? Rubellion gripped Evangeline's wrist tightly. Evangeline called out, Your Grace. Forcing out a smile, he said, I'm fine. But Rubellion's gaze only grew colder. Turning to the officials, he ordered, Call a doctor. Immediately, Rubellion shielded Evangeline behind him and swept a razor-sharp gaze over everyone. The guards hurriedly answered, Why, yes, Your Grace. The officials whispered among themselves. Goddess power? That's no divine power. It's demonic power capable of toppling the empire. From what we just heard, and seeing the Duchess's hand, it must have been that girl's doing. Evangeline's thoughts were in chaos. What the hell? Why do they all think Rachel attacked me? He quickly spoke up. And no, this is a misunderstanding. A chilling aura radiated from Rubellion. No, I have to explain it clearly to Rebellion. Evangeline's heart pounded. What? No way. Is he angry at Rachel right now? What do I do? Why is he suddenly so furious? The three of them remained frozen in place. Rebellion held Evangeline while glaring viciously at Rachel. Rachel sat collapsed on the floor. Rebellion's gaze fell to his wrist. This injury, Evangeline asked. Rebellion, what's wrong? Rebellion looked up and asked, does it hurt a lot? He lifted Evangeline's hand and bent down to press a kiss against the red mark of the burn. Evangeline's mind went blank. What? He kissed my hand. He stammered an explanation. Rachel didn't do anything wrong. If anyone is guilty, it's only because he's too cute. Evangeline desperately searched for a way out. Anyway, I'll figure out how to smooth this over. Evangeline hurriedly waved his hands. And no, this was my own fault. I accidentally burned myself while pouring tea. Rachel knelt on the floor, his hands behind his back, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. One official roared, you evil witch. You're the one who harmed the Duchess. And at this point, you still dare make excuses. The officials grew even more agitated. Your Grace, that girl must be imprisoned at once. Lock up that low-born brat immediately. Evangeline looked coldly at the officials. Were they even saying? Since when were they so concerned about me? So now, more than a commoner who seduced nobles for status, what really troubles them is a commoner with the power to destroy the empire. In the original story, goddess power was supposed to be sacred, but because of a prophecy saying that the one who possessed it would destroy the empire, it came to be called demonic power instead. That was why Rachel was treated like this right after he was discovered. But seeing it happen in person still made my blood boil. In my previous life, and this one alike, people who trample the weak just to prove their own worth have never changed. The officials kept chattering. He could awaken at any moment. We must report this to His Highness the Crown Prince immediately. He should be executed. Evangeline cut them off coldly. Enough. I'm the one who was injured. So what exactly are you all making a fuss about here? Evangeline demanded of the officials. What gives you the right to accuse him with no evidence? The officials muttered. We were only concerned for the nation and for the Duchess's safety. Evangeline put his hands on his hips and curled his lips into a sneer. Concerned, his eyes suddenly turned icy. Weren't you the same people calling me vulgar and extravagant just moments ago? An older official hurriedly stepped forward. Your Grace, it is only because the Duchess has been injured. An invisible pressure instantly filled the room. The officials froze in place and stared at him in shock. What? A servant applied ointment to Evangeline's wrist. It's only a minor burn. It'll heal in a few days. Evangeline thanked him softly. Thank you. But the official still insisted. Your Grace, no matter what, he must be imprisoned. Another official turned to Rebellion. Forgive my bluntness, but this is not something that can be brushed aside out of sympathy. What is this? Are they telling me not to interfere because I don't understand politics? Evangeline abruptly stood up. Your Grace, are you really going to imprison him? I told you my injury was an accident. He committed no crime. Why should he be locked up? Rebellion gave an order. Place him in a separate room under strict guard for now. The officials were stunned. What? Your Grace, by royal decree, those with goddess power must be isolated in a guest chamber. They cannot be imprisoned before the royal order is lifted. Rebellion's eyes darkened. Those who object, should I take that to mean you are placing your own will above that of the royal family? Wow. One sentence and they all shut up. Rebellion turned and walked toward Evangeline. Is your treatment finished? Rachel turned his head and watched the scene. Evangeline answered softly, yes. They said it'll heal soon. Then he hesitated before asking, but is that it for Rachel's matter? There won't be any further punishment, right? Rebellion replied calmly. For now, he'll be moved to a separate room and watched by the royal family. We still need further discussion on this matter. Rebellion held Evangeline's bandaged hand. Seeing how desperately my dear wife is trying, I'll cooperate for the moment. But then his tone shifted. Still, that injury does not look like a T-burn. No matter what, he hurt you. Appropriate measures must be taken. Discussion with the royal family will take time. You should go back first. Evangeline looked alarmed. What? Wait, can't I leave with you? Rebellion's tone left no room for argument. No, you're hurt. You should return first. Evangeline thought bitterly. If Rebellion punishes Rachel, their relationship will only worsen. Rebellion and I will both eventually die by Rachel's sword. Am I really unable to change the plot of the original story? Rebellion's gaze was gentle, yet impossible to resist. Even if you insist this time, I won't allow it. Go home and get some rest. This is absurd. It's as if someone is deliberately pushing me into an abyss of misfortune. The carriage jolted along the cobblestone road, its wheels rumbling forward. Evangeline sat alone inside. He sat there like stone, eyes vacant, tears silently slipping down his face. Maybe I should just die alone like this. At least that would be better than being run through by a sword. Rachel was temporarily locked in the dungeon, though not because of what happened with me. Rachel was not punished immediately, and I let out a breath of relief. But then, Evangeline smiled brightly and held up a slice of apple. Open up. Rebellion looked at the slice of apple. Unmoved, Rebellion asked, "What are you doing?" Evangeline whined, "I just wanted to feed you." Evangeline persisted. Rebellion suddenly turned his head aside, avoiding the fork. Pouting, Evangeline thrust the fork toward him from a left. "Honestly, if I tell you to open your mouth, just do it. We're newlyweds. Why is there not even this much romance?" Rebellion closed his eyes, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. Evangeline kept complaining. "I'm just trying to create a newlywed atmosphere. At least pretend to cooperate." Evangeline puffed out his cheeks. "I'm trying to act cute and ease the mood because I'm worried you're still angry at Rachel. But it doesn't seem to be working." The fork neatly speared another slice of apple. Rebellion spoke slowly. "You should really learn how to act cute properly. So tell me, why are you being so affectionate with me today?" Evangeline clasped his hands awkwardly in front of him. "Well, I have a favor to ask." Leaning back in his chair, Rebellion looked at him with amusement. "A favor." Evangeline said, "You have to promise you'll listen to me." Rebellion folded his arms. "I'll listen." Evangeline's eyes lit up. "Really? You agreed that easily?" Rebellion smiled faintly. "Since my wife is asking so earnestly, of course I should listen." Evangeline carefully began, "It's about Rachel. Could we treat him a little better? He's not a bad person." Rebellion's gaze instantly turned cold. "You want me to treat kindly the demon who will destroy the empire? I truly do not understand why you have supported him from the very beginning." Evangeline met his eyes. "Is it wrong to support someone who has been wronged? Rachel did nothing to me that day. It's pitiful how unfairly he's treated by the nobles, just because he's a commoner with goddess power." Evangeline looked puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Rebellion tilted his head slightly. "I'm just a little surprised. I thought you'd make a scene again, like last time." Evangeline stiffened. Wait. Like last time? You knew I was acting even before the wedding? When did he notice? Was it when I licked the plate and sucked my fingers? Did I give myself away? Was it that obvious?" Watching his rapidly shifting expressions, Rebellion seemed to think, I can tell exactly what he's thinking. He was clearly enjoying this. Evangeline regretted inwardly. "Did I blurt everything out when I got drunk at the wedding banquet last time?" Evangeline put his hands on his hips. "Since you knew, then there's no misunderstanding. That's actually a good thing. We can clear things up." Rebellion raised a brow. "A misunderstanding?" His face remained calm. "Very well. Even if there was a reason for what happened that day, what reason do you have now for defending him so much?" Evangeline explained urgently. "Those disgraceful actions that day were all an act. I'm not that kind of person. I have my reasons." Rebellion's expression instantly hardened, as though he had recalled something unpleasant. "You are not to associate with Lilith anymore." Evangeline stared blankly. "What?" Rebellion held a hand to his forehead and sighed deeply. "Demons will hurt you." Evangeline immediately shot back. "Stop calling him a demon." In his heart, he screamed. Readers would hate hearing that. Unhappy, he asked, "If it were you, would you like being called that?" Rebellion sounded unconcerned. "I don't particularly care about my reputation." Evangeline grew emotional. "No, then would you want your child to be called a demon out there?" Rebellion froze. Slowly he lifted his eyes. "Child, Rachel's parents must be heartbroken right now, though they may not care that much either." Rebellion's parents probably did not care either. "Since he is with us now." He suddenly became serious. Rebellion rubbed his forehead with one hand. "Fine, I'll think about it." "What? That actually worked?" Evangeline said. "See, it would make anyone sad." So, Rebellion cut him off. "Even so, the final decision regarding him still lies with the royal family. I can only express my opinion. I cannot act as his lawyer." Evangeline said seriously, "The royal family is fine. You just need to stay quiet and not offer any suggestions." Rebellion looked at him. "All right, One problem was solved. Evangeline let out a breath of relief. Rebellion's eyes flickered. But Evangeline looked at him curiously. What? Rebellion cleared his throat. You mentioned a child just now. Do you want to have a child? Evangeline froze. What? His mind went blank. Suddenly talking about having a child? What is this? Why does he look so gloomy? Is that just my imagination? Hurried footsteps sounded. Lilith rushed into the study. Your Grace, a summons has come from the palace. But she abruptly stopped when she saw Evangeline there as well. Madam is here too. Rebellion looked up. Is there a problem? Lilith held a gorgeous card tightly in both hands. The maid's voice trembled slightly. The Empress, no, Her Majesty the Queen, has sent an invitation, summoning you to attend a secret gathering. Evangeline's pupils contracted sharply. A secret gathering? After arriving in this world, I had once secretly heard a rumor. High society had all sorts of secret gatherings. One of them was the Queen's secret tea party, a gathering attended only by the close confidants of Duchess Corica. In other words, a secret group made up of her fanatical followers. I thought it was only a rumor. I never expected it to actually exist. But why would I be invited to a place like that? Evangeline fell into thought, resting his chin on one hand. Rebellion's voice rang out coldly. You don't need to go. Evangeline turned in surprise. What? If I don't go, wouldn't that be defying a royal command? Rebellion's profile was cloaked in shadow. There is no need for you to meet the Queen alone. I will personally refuse this summons. Evangeline fell silent. Rebellion looked genuinely anxious. It must be because, in the original novel, his mother had once been bullied by Duchess Corica. Evangeline placed his hand over the back of Rebellion's. It's okay. I'll be fine. I'll come back safely. His tone grew firm. No, I can't refuse that place without any preparation. So I have to go. But that wasn't the point. Evangeline smiled confidently. You know, I'm not that easy to deal with, right? I won't just let them push me around. So don't worry. Rebellion stared at him and softly called, Ivan. Evangeline patted him on the shoulder. Come on, it'll be fine. To be honest, I'm a little scared, but I'm more than willing to accept this challenge. Meanwhile, in a secret room of the Queen's palace, a teacup was gently set down with a crisp sound. An ominous purple aura spread through the dark room. A group of noble women sat gathered together, their faces hidden in the shadows, impossible to make out clearly. Lilith handed over a document. Her name is Alexandra Corica. Her current name is Alexandra Tellier. 50 years old. Cruel personality. Her hobby is her son. What she hates are the flies buzzing around him. Evangeline looked at the file. What is this? Lilith's expression was grave. This is the Queen's profile. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. Evangeline repeated softly, never be defeated, no matter what. He sat quietly on the sofa, reading through the papers in his hand. The reason the Queen summoned me is probably to crush my spirit. After all, she failed last time. A commoner who dared approach her precious son and even propose to him had, before long, married into the House of Florence. At the tea party last time, I even openly clashed with her in a struggle for power. No wonder I'm a thorn in her side. The person everyone hates is me. Wait, now that I think about it, wasn't she like this toward Rachel in the original story too? When the crown prince fell in love with the commoner Rachel, the Queen flew into a rage. A mere commoner, and one with goddess power, the mark of a demon, dares covet my son? In her fury, the Queen subjected Rachel to endless torment. When the crown prince later learned the truth, he slaughtered the Corica family. So as long as someone was a commoner, as long as they were beautiful, as long as they approached her son, there was no hope of escape. Besides Rachel and me, there may have been many more victims. Of course, in the original story, the true mastermind behind all this was the House of Florence. Lilith comforted him softly. Madam, don't be too nervous. No matter what the Queen says, just let it go in one ear and out the other. Evangeline asked back, Can I talk back? And aren't you the nervous one? Lilith looked grave. That person doesn't respond well to words. Anyway, if anything dangerous happens, absolutely do not scream. Evangeline chuckled. Don't worry. By the way, Lilith, he leaned close to Lilith's ear. Lend me your ear for a moment. In a long, magnificent corridor, candlelight flickered. The sound of Evangeline's footsteps echoed alone. This hallway is so long. A maid led the way ahead. This way, madam. Following her, Evangeline stopped before a huge set of doors. He had arrived at the Queen's secret gathering. The heavy doors slowly opened with a creak. Evangeline stepped into the room. This was the perfect place for Duchess Corica's secret misdeeds. He bowed slightly. "Thank you for the invitation." Before he could finish, a hand suddenly seized his hair and yanked him violently backward. "What?" a Marchioness shouted. "How dare trash like you lift your head?" Evangeline staggered from the force, his hair falling loose. The Marchioness sneered. "The mistress of the Florence family truly has no manners. Though I suppose that isn't surprising, since they only bring in vulgar women." "That's hardly shocking." Evangeline clenched the fabric of his dress so tightly his knuckles turned white. "No warning, straight to the point. Unbelievable. Are they actual thugs?" He raised his head, his eyes sharp and icy as he stared directly at the Marchioness. The woman flew into a rage. "You bitch! You can barely protect yourself, and you still dare glare at me so rudely?" A crisp slap rang through the room. Evangeline's head snapped to the side. His cheek burned, and strands of gold hair fell in disarray. Anger flared in his eyes. "A Marchioness, huh? So the hierarchy here works the same way, too?" They were the true monsters of this romance world. The Queen pretended to stop her. "That's enough." She lifted a hand to halt the Marchioness. "Can't you see you've frightened the Duchess?" The woman called the Marchioness bowed deeply to the Queen. "Yes, Your Majesty." Evangeline covered his cheek. "Even if I ran out of this room right now and shouted 100 times that the Marchioness hit me, if the Queen denied it, it would all be useless." The Queen held a scroll, a cold smile, curling her lips as her gaze locked onto him like a venomous snake. This was the Queen's secret gathering. No matter how mad she and her followers became, nothing that happened inside these walls would get out. "Calm down. I'm not going to fall for such cheap provocation." Evangeline steadied his breathing. His cheeks flushed, but he forced down his anger and managed a smile. "It is an honor to greet Your Majesty." But the Queen only laughed disdainfully. The men of the House of Florence really do have consistent taste. They seem to prefer women who are both beautiful and vulgar. The late Duke and my husband alike were naturally powerless against the flattery of coarse women. Zarina was no different, shameless and low, no different from ordinary prostitutes. Do you agree? Evangeline straightened his back. With a faint smile, he said, "Yes, Your Majesty is correct." Lowering his gaze, he spoke softly, but with an edge. "To be frank, I have never felt ashamed. That is why I dared fall in love with the Duke, and with vulgar intentions, seduced him into making me the Duchess." He lifted his eyes. His green eyes shone with open provocation. "Will Your Majesty punish me for that?" Evangeline continued, "I can understand how Your Majesty feels. When a once-in-a-lifetime vow is broken, what woman would not feel sorrow?" Reclining on the sofa, the Queen's expression darkened. "What?" Evangeline's tone sharpened. "I understand your anger, but even a commoner like me knows that such anger should be directed at the one who broke the vow first." He turned, his skirt sweeping in an elegant arc. The noble women present stared at him in shock. The Queen was livid. "You mad woman, how dare you be so insolent before me?" She raised her hand, and another slap came crashing down. The sharp sound echoed again. Another handprint bloomed on Evangeline's cheek, but his eyes only grew colder. At last the Queen spoke, her voice carrying a trace of lofty magnanimity. "This time, I will be merciful and forgive your rude remark." Evangeline lifted a hand and gently touched his swollen cheek. "If you wanted to take your anger out on me, you should have told me beforehand. Then I could have prepared myself and done my best to please Your Majesty." The Queen trembled with rage. "You really have gone mad." Evangeline smiled even more brightly. "That's right, I've gone mad. Sometimes I even bite people like this." The Queen recoiled a step in fright. "Bite people?" Evangeline bared his teeth and threatened in a low voice. "You never know when I might snap, so don't touch me carelessly." The Queen hissed in fury. "Ah, this bitch sure has a sharp tongue. What nonsense." She raised her hand again. "This time I have to dodge it." But instead of slapping him, the Queen snatched up a wine glass from the table and hurled its contents at Evangeline. A red arc flashed through the air, splashing all over his head and face. The Queen looked at him coldly. Even insolence has its limits. She pronounced his crime. "A lowly creature dares covet His Highness the Crown Prince." Evangeline raised his head. Tea, or wine, dripped from his golden hair. There was not a trace of submission in his eyes. Red heels clicked sharply across the floor as a woman in splendid dress approached. She stopped before Evangeline and looked down at him. "And you dared show disrespect to Her Majesty the Queen. Don't take it to heart. This is only your punishment. Evangeline slowly focused his gaze upward. A woman in a red gown came into view. In order to survive, I proposed to the crown prince. That much is true, but the crown prince was already engaged. His fiancée was Melina, daughter of House Van, a real character who existed in the original novel. One of Duchess Korka's followers, though only a minor supporting character, so I can't remember her exact appearance. But judging from the current situation, Evangeline looked at the woman before him. She was Melina. With a contemptuous smile, she said, "Was that difficult enough for you, like a dog?" Evangeline remained silent. "Good. This works even better for me. Then let's begin." He covered his face with both hands and suddenly let out a shrill scream. Ah! The noble women around him stared in horror. Even Melina froze. Trembling, she said, The tea wasn't that hot, was it?" Evangeline wailed, while my face. Nervously, Melina leaned in to inspect him. "Your face is still beautiful. It should be fine, right?" Evangelina screamed loudly. "It's not fine at all." Melina froze. The Marchioness moved to shield the queen. "Your Majesty, please step back for a moment." The queen glared at Evangeline. "You crazy woman. Do you think I'd be afraid of you? You think such little tricks can fool me?" Sniffling, Evangeline thought this probably isn't the result the queen wanted. She must have thought I would collapse, sit on the floor, trembling, cry over my rudeness, beg for forgiveness. The queen was furious. "He's still fake crying?" A cold voice rang out. "Mother, what is going on here?" The queen and Melina both turned at once. Icarus appeared in the doorway with Layla by his side. He swept an expressionless gaze over the room. The queen was aghast. "Why, Your Highness the Crown Prince? Why are you here?" Lilith hurried to Evangeline's side. "Miss." Rebellion coldly surveyed the scene. His red eyes looked as if they had already seen through everything. The queen and Melina went pale. Could it be? Evangeline collapsed to the floor, and Lilith hurriedly supported him. "Miss, are you all right? What happened with this tea?" "Goodness, your face is hurt," Evangeline said weakly. "Lilith," he whispered in her ear. "Well done." "Yes, that's right. Everything is proceeding according to my plan." A cold smile tugged at Evangeline's lips. "Everything is under control." A few hours earlier, inside the carriage, Evangeline beckoned. "Lilith, come here a second. Rebellion will never be comfortable letting me go alone. He'll definitely find an excuse to come to the palace too. Maybe he'll use visiting the crown prince as a pretext and stall while I'm attending the secret meeting. Lilith, if you run into the crown prince or Rebellion, keep them occupied as long as possible. If I suddenly scream loudly, bring both of them to me." Made Lilith look troubled. "Wait, what if I can't meet His Highness the Crown Prince? And will His Grace the Duke really come to the palace?" A glint of certainty flashed in Evangeline's eyes. "Don't worry, Rebellion will definitely come, as long as my reading of his character isn't wrong." Looking at Lilith, Evangeline added, "And I trust you. You can do it, right?" Determination shone in Lilith's eyes. "Mississippi, leave it to me." Evangeline closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting in a confident smile. "Whether Rebellion loves me or not, once he learns I was summoned by the queen, he'll naturally remember his mother being bullied in the past. For the sake of his own revenge, no matter what, Rebellion will come to the palace to investigate. And the best excuse he can use is to visit the crown prince." Conclusion. The plan was a great success. Hooray. Of course, I do feel a little guilty for using Rebellion's painful past. But so what? I gave him a chance for revenge. Rebellion's gaze was icy as he silently took everything in. Evangeline raised his head and looked at that man. Rebellion stretched out a hand and draped his own coat over Evangeline's shoulders. Leaning against his chest, Evangeline called softly, "Duke." Melina screamed in disbelief. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. This isn't fair." That woman was disrespectful first. Wasn't it only proper for Her Majesty the Queen to correct her behavior? Rebellion's voice was like ice. "Oh, so that's how it was." He held Evangeline tightly. Shivering in his arms, Evangeline whispered, "Rebellion, I am scared." At a loss, Rebellion awkwardly patted his back. Icarus's expression darkened. "Mother, how did this happen?" "Rebellion is my closest friend. The Duchess of Florence is his wife." The queen tried to explain. "Your Highness, she only just became a noble. I was merely instructing her. There is no need to make such a fuss." Icarus cut her off. This is what you call instruction? There are marks on her face, and tea has been thrown over her. The queen forced herself to retort. Duke, should discipline not include some physical correction? Rebellion demanded of the queen. Why must this so-called instruction be carried out personally by your majesty? He clenched his fists. Evangeline was born noble. I have never laid a finger on him. What right do you have? The queen let out a derisive laugh. You go too far, Duke of Florence. For the sake of a lowly woman, will you show disrespect to me, the queen? No matter how much his majesty favors you, I am still a daughter of House Corica. The emperor's favor does not change that fact. Rebellion's eyes grew colder still. And my wife is the Duchess of Florence. Since when has the House of Florence ranked beneath the House of Corica? Icarus closed his eyes and sighed. Mother, I'd always thought you invited noble ladies to the palace merely to ease your loneliness, so I turn a blind eye. But now it seems I need to reconsider that. The queen panicked. Your Highness. Icarus's voice held not a trace of warmth. And I'm not a member of House Corica. I am His Majesty's son. His tone was filled with imperious authority. Do not try to manipulate me so casually. Icarus's warning fell like a hammer. Never lay a hand on the House of Florence again. The queen's face drained white. Your Highness, you will be betrayed. You have no idea what the House of Florence is. Icarus interrupted her. He is my dearest friend, as close as a brother. When I ascend the throne, he will be my most dependable ally. Seeing that Evangeline looked unwell, Rebellion asked in confusion, Ivan, the crown prince trusts Rebellion so deeply. That makes me feel a little guilty. But Rebellion will eventually betray the crown prince. The queen dropped to her knees, her voice trembling. Your Highness. Melina tried to justify it. Her Majesty was only offering a little guidance. The Duchess of Florence overreacted, Your Highness. How can you not trust the Queen's character? If it were me, would you trust me? If this continues, I won't stay silent any longer. Icarus turned to Rebellion. Duke, Rebellion. Evangeline lifted his face, his voice weak. The queen did nothing wrong. She only grabbed my hair when I came in, forced me to bow, and instructed me a little. He clutched tightly at Rebellion's sleeve. Miss Van surely didn't know either, right? How could she intentionally splash scalding tea on my face? Rebellion's profile was shadowed. He spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty. Holding Evangeline protectively in his arms, he looked at her with warning in his eyes. From this day forward, I hope you will not mock my wife so carelessly again. Lilith was beside herself with rage. That woman Melina, next banquet, if I see her again, I'll scratch several marks across her face. Evangeline looked at furious Lilith. Ah, Lilith, the queen ordered that. She was only obeying. I absolutely cannot forgive her. Evangeline softly said to Rebellion, I'm fine. It'll fade in a few days. Rebellion gently touched his cheek. But Icarus stood at the doorway. Lady Florence, I am deeply sorry. Something similar seems to have happened before as well. To be honest, I expected that sooner or later you would come to me about this. But I hope this will never happen again. I will make sure it does not, Rebellion added. Even if the queen summons her, I will keep her away. I trust His Majesty will understand. Icarus's gaze fell on Rebellion. Rebellion, I'm sorry as well. Rebellion replied firmly, You may deal with me however you wish, but I hope my wife will not be made to come to the palace again. Gently rubbing Evangeline's shoulder, he said, Then we will take our leave. Icarus promised, All right, I will make sure of it. He watched the two of them leave and softly called, Rebellion, I am sorry. Evangeline stayed close against Rebellion, and the mood was awkward. Evangeline hesitated as he walked. Is it really okay to leave just like this? Rebellion stopped. It's fine. Evangeline pulled away slightly. I'm sticky and dirty right now. Stay away from me. But Rebellion pulled him back into his arms. It's fine. Lowering his gaze to him, he said, As long as it is mine, it will never be dirty. So let me escort you home. Evangeline looked puzzled. Because we're married? Because I'm your wife? I'm not dirty? A faint smile touched Rebellion's lips. Let's go home. A few days later, at the ducal estate, glowing beneath the evening sun, Lilith waved her fists as she ranted, spittle flying. I gave that woman Melina Virch a good scratching for revenge. I didn't even trim my nails for it. She sighed regretfully. If they hadn't stopped me, I could have left at least one more mark. A maid approached quietly. So the rumor was true. What a bastard. Lilith snapped, Stop talking and get back to work. Then she turned to Rebellion and Evangeline. Your Grace, Madam, dinner will be ready soon. Please come to the dining room. After that incident, the queen never summoned me again. The turmoil subsided, and life returned to peace. I gradually adapted to life in the Duke's household. I wanted to go see Rachel, but he was still being held in the underground prison. I decided to wait until the Saintis ceremony before making a move. Evangeline frowned faintly. What is this strange feeling? Everything is too calm, and that only makes me uneasy. Rebellion sat at the bedside, drying Evangeline's hair. Evangeline asked, Rebellion, are you not busy these days? Rebellion asked back. Evangeline said, You look very busy, but you're always at home. A light flashed in Rebellion's eyes. Starting tomorrow, I'll be cutting back on work. Evangeline blinked. What? Can you do that so suddenly? The corners of Rebellion's lips lifted slightly. Weren't you pouting because you wanted me to keep you company? Evangeline's cheeks reddened. Who's pouting? I was just asking. Then why ask? He stammered. I was just asking. Rebellion bent down closer to Evangeline. Swallowing nervously, Evangeline said, could you move back a little? In a low voice, Rebellion asked, Am I making you uncomfortable? Evangeline hurriedly shook his head. And no, it's not like that. If I were uncomfortable, I'd tell you directly. What is with this guy? Did he hear me thinking that he looked sexy today? Is he going to kiss me? This atmosphere is too dangerous. No, he's supposed to be a cold, heartless villain. I can't give in this easily. It's too early to have children. Evangeline suddenly reached out and pushed Rebellion's face away, blushing bright red. He said, Didn't you say you didn't want to have a child with me? Rebellion explained seriously. That was because if we were going to have a child, I would need to make perfect preparations. So if you are ready, you wouldn't mind having a child with me. Evangeline looked baffled. Other than you, who else would I have a child with? Wait, explain yourself. Don't tell me you thought I hated you so much that I'd rather have another man's child? Just what kind of person does this man think I am? This isn't some melodrama. Rebellion lowered his eyes. I thought you found me unbearable. Evangeline's heart lurched. No, it's not that I hate you. I just hate marriage itself. I don't hate you as a person. Rebellion pressed on. Then why did you propose to the crown prince? Hugging his knees, Evangeline cried out, I must have been insane back then. I was blinded by the position of crown princess. Rebellion fell silent. Then softly he said, Ivan, thank you. Evangeline looked up in confusion. Rebellion's eyes were gentle. Thank you for not hating me. Why would you apologize for something like that? Before Evangeline could finish, Rebellion suddenly drew him into an embrace and pressed a kiss to his hair. Evangeline instantly froze. What are you doing? Rebellion's breath brushed against his ear. I'm trying my very best to endure. Endure what? Rebellion asked. Am I truly so unworthy of your trust that you cannot even consider having a child with me? Evangeline quickly explained, Wait, you've misunderstood again. We've only known each other for a few months, and we've only been married for a little over 10 days. No matter how upright you are, I'm just not ready yet. It's not that I can't. Rebellion's voice dropped low. Then, until you are ready, may I? Evangeline's eyes were full of surprise. Honestly, this man, what a pity he's a villain. Rebellion bent down again and gently kissed his lips. Icarus stood in the rose garden, humming softly as his fingertips brushed a vivid red rose. Rebellion approached at an even pace. Your Highness. Icarus turned with a smile. You're here. Rebellion, I heard you're getting married. To Evangeline. Miss Clodagh. Rebellion lowered his hand. Yes. Icarus smiled meaningfully. That's wonderful. She is a beautiful and kind lady, though perhaps not the most proper and refined. I invited Miss Clodagh today as well. Rebellion's brows drew together. What do you mean? Icarus explained. You'll be seeing them often in the future. Sooner or later, you'll have to face the House of Corica. It wouldn't hurt to meet them in advance. The House of Corica does not like the House of Florence, and His Highness the Crown Prince summoned her personally. Everyone knows who brought my mother into the royal palace back then. Rebellion's face instantly turned cold. Your Majesty, please do not drag her into this. I do not wish to witness the same tragedy again. Rebellion replied calmly and without servility. I understand your intentions, but I cannot obey. As I know, your Highness the Crown Prince should know as well. Evangeline is in a situation very similar to that of the former Duchess of Florence. Rebellion bowed slightly, then turned and left, leaving Icarus alone, still holding that red rose. Icarus suddenly called after him, Wait. Rebellion stopped, but did not turn around. They were both commoners. They both married the Duke of Florence, and they both had ambiguous ties to members of the royal family. Rebellion clenched his fists. How unpleasant. Icarus watched his departing back and let out a soft sigh. He loosened his grip and let the red rose fall to the ground. Perhaps I was wrong. By now, many nobles must have already gathered at the tea party. Evangeline should have arrived as well. If Evangeline were to suffer the same torment from the nobles, just like my mother did, then my premonition was correct. At that moment, Evangeline cried out, "Duke!" Rebellion strode forward and held her by the shoulders. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you, Evangeline?" He paused for a moment. I am all right. It's just now he said I was a woman who only got where she is because of my face. Of course, saying she was not angry would have been a lie. He pulled Evangeline into his arms. Evangeline gritted her teeth. The shadow of a little devil seemed to appear behind her. "You're all dead." Rebellion looked at her. She was far stronger than I had imagined. Evangeline looked up at him. "Your Grace, to be honest, I'm not very confident. From that person over there to that one over there, they all hate me, especially that one called Jaren." "It's Jaren." Rebellion's gaze turned icy. Here it comes again. This ridiculous act, and yet it works so well on others. He's really putting on a show. Should I play along? In the end, he's only human. Rebellion raised a hand and pressed down the noble who had spoken rudely. A young noble ought to learn some manners. Perhaps if it were not for me, Evangeline would not be suffering this treatment right now. Hearing such cruel words, Evangeline sniffled softly, glancing up at Rebellion from time to time. She smiled as brightly as a flower, but Rebellion's gaze drifted. A wave of guilt rose in him. I want to repay her. Repay her for bearing all of this so strongly. Jaren stood in front of the desk and bowed. "You called for me?" Rebellion sat behind the desk, his eyes cold. "The Crown Prince will not protect you. The House of Duke Karika has no reason to stand up for you." Jaren's face turned deathly pale, and his whole body trembled. "If this is all because of a woman, your reputation will suffer. And besides, Evangeline's reputation is already terrible." Rebellion's voice remained calm, yet full of pressure. "Who do you think spread those rumors?" Jaren's smile froze on his face. "What?" Rebellion's expression darkened. "I heard you pursued her and were rejected. So you started spreading those disgusting rumors everywhere." Jaren hurried to defend himself. "That's because that woman was indecent." Rebellion's gaze turned glacial. "That woman? Miss Cloda's conduct." Jaren's voice grew quieter and quieter. Rebellion tapped a finger lightly on the desk. "You must be feeling very lonely these days." Jaren waved his hands frantically. "What? No, that's not." The corner of Rebellion's mouth curved into a cold smile. "Then you had better stay lonely, if you still value your life." Jaren's body went weak and collapsed. On paper, it would be called studying abroad. In reality, it was exile. He would never again be able to set foot in the Empire. Rebellion leaned by the window. The House of Duke Karika might not be pleased, but they would never step in for someone like Jaren Pushik. The maid looked worried. "Your Grace, if you exile him, won't that create unnecessary rumors?" Rebellion turned his head. "Rumors?" The maid continued. "Yes. For example, that the Duke of Florence is so bewitched by Miss Cloda that he even exiled a noble who pursued her. Things like that. After the tea party, rumors spread everywhere. A terrifying mixed blood was about to become the mistress of the House of Florence. Newspaper headlines flew across the capital. Exclusive. The inside story of Jaren Pushik's expulsion by the Florence family. The Duke of Florence has fallen completely for Miss Cloda. The scandal quickly swept through the entire capital. Rebellion smiled faintly. The Duke of Florence deeply loves his wife. That doesn't sound so bad. To him personally, it was rather a satisfying rumor. Would the me of the past ever have imagined a day like this? That I would find such a strange creature so adorable. Evangeline Cloda, setting aside her astonishing beauty, she is also an extraordinarily unique person. At times, the way she speaks makes me wonder whether we even live in the same world. Rebellion stared at the framed picture in his hand. Inside, it was a young Evangeline. Evangeline Cloda. She often behaves like a bystander, as if she were a spectator standing outside the painting, like a guest enjoying a play, even though she is at the very center of it all. Evangeline is ready. He turned around. "What are you looking at?" Rebellion raised the frame. "A portrait. Did you really look like this when you were little?" Evangeline cupped her cheeks in both hands. "Doesn't it look exactly like me?" She blinked. "What? Why are you laughing? Am I that funny?" Rebellion's smile deepened. Goo. He suddenly stiffened. Wait, what was I just thinking? Isn't my concern for Evangeline Clodagh purely out of guilt? Because I forced her to accept this inescapable marriage. Evangeline tilted her head, looking puzzled. But can guilt really turn into affection? Rebellion lowered his eyes. I don't know. He looked at the little girl in the portrait. I think I simply felt guilty once again. What exactly do I feel for this woman now? Beautiful. Goo. Someone more worthy of cherishing than anyone else. Wasn't all of this just my way of atoning? And besides, Evangeline Clodagh is not exactly the cute type of woman, is she? She isn't especially coquettish. She isn't elegant and delicate, nor is she the kind-hearted sort who moves people to tears. And yet, she is cute, isn't she? Normally, the word cute is used for someone with a certain romantic charm, right? But in Evangeline Clodagh's case, wait, don't tell me I'm going through something like that? Rebellion's face turned bright red. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He clenched his fist hard. Evangeline looked at him in confusion. If it's not you, why are you suddenly yelling? How could I possibly find a woman who behaves so recklessly? Goo. Rebellion let out a small sigh. I must be losing my mind. Evangeline sat on the sofa. Aren't we going out? Where are we going? Rebellion covered his face with one hand. Once I realized it, I could no longer ignore it. He lowered his hand, his gaze calm again. We're going to the theater district. Evangeline looked thoughtful. The theater district. That place. Rebellion's eyes sharpened once more. Again, Evangeline fell into thought, that unfamiliar expression crossing her face. Then she came back to herself, her eyes as clear as before, and smiled brightly. Let's go. To the theater district. Rebellion looked at her in silence. I can never predict what she is thinking, nor guess what she will do next. And yet I keep being drawn to her. It seems I've become strange as well. He asked softly, have you eaten? The night before the wedding, darkness lay over the grand estate. Have you already given Miss Clodagh the Florence family ring? The head of the Clodagh Merchant Guild is not lacking in money. So what exactly is going on? The expenses of the ducal household had risen abnormally, nearly giving Bill a stroke. The maid spoke sternly. With the wedding so close, no one opposes your decision. But please be more careful. Rebellion's expression remained indifferent. There are only a few dresses. There's no need to make such a fuss. The maid stared in disbelief. A few dresses? You call those a few dresses? Lilith said excitedly. Oh my, I really can't wait to see Milady wearing all those beautiful clothes. A few days ago, I saw a new piece at the shop that would suit her perfectly. Rebellion turned his head. Really? Lilith responded enthusiastically. Yes. Shall I tell you which shop it was? The maid pressed a hand to her forehead. People will say Miss Evangeline Clodagh is a luxurious woman. Rebellion looked at her. Rumors are only rumors in the end. The maid urgently waved her hands. But if such words come from Duke Karika's mouth, then they cease to be mere rumors. Once or twice may not cause much commotion, but if the line is crossed too often, the rumors will spread quickly. People will say the Duke of Florence has lost his mind over a woman. Since ancient times, a man's faults are always blamed on the woman. Rebellion turned to leave, and the maid's voice followed behind him. From now on, any mistake you make will be blamed on Miss Clodagh. From this moment on, your actions will no longer be yours alone to bear. A ruler's glory belongs to himself, but his failures are forever blamed on the woman beside him. That is why responsibility is needed now. That is the noble way. The moment Evangeline Clodagh marries into the Florence family, her fate will be tightly bound to ours. You understand what that means, don't you? Rebellion stopped walking. I understand. The maid's voice softened. Marriage requires sacrifice and change from both sides. If you find that you have sacrificed nothing, changed nothing, then perhaps you should ask whether your partner is carrying the burden for you. Rebellion fell into thought. I understand. The corner of his mouth lifted. You have given me wise advice all your life. I will remember it. The servant bowed deeply. Thank you, your grace. Now that I have seen you truly happy, I can rest easy. Congratulations on your marriage. Rebellion stood there. Responsibility. A sense of responsibility. A butler hurried over. Your grace. Miss Clodagh has arrived. Rebellion turned. All right, let's go. To me, marriage had only been a means. I once thought it would be enough to simply play the role of a problem-free married couple. Rebellion stepped forward, every stride firm. But then he stopped, his gaze deep. I can no longer deny Evangeline. Clodagh, dressed in a wedding gown, was unimaginably beautiful. She has become a part of my life, and I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Rebellion's cheeks flushed, his gaze gentle and steadfast. So now it is my turn to knock on the door of her world. Rebellion linked arms with Evangeline, and the two of them walked side by side toward the doors of the sanctuary, toward the voices of their hearts. Night shrouded the grand. At the Florence ducal residence, Evangeline's body swayed as the maid supported her. She murmured indistinctly. Lilith called anxiously, "Madam, are you all right?" "Madam can't hold her liquor. We'll have to be more careful in the future." Evangeline lay on the bed, her brows knitted, sleeping restlessly. Lilith covered her mouth and gave Rebellion a playful wink. "By rights, you ought to undress her yourself." Rebellion's expression darkened, and his voice turned cold. "Get out." The maid shuddered. "No fun at all. Let's go." The door closed softly. In Evangeline's bedroom, only Rebellion remained. He stood there quietly, staring at the figure on the bed. Rebellion looked at her sleeping face. "What exactly am I hoping for?" Evangeline let out a faint sound in her sleep. Rebellion Florence harbored deep hatred toward the Emperor and the Corica ducal family. They were the ones who had brought endless suffering to his mother. Since childhood, he had dreamed of revenge. Every moment of his life had existed only for revenge. Everything he pursued, every means he used, was for that goal alone. According to the original plan, today should have been just another ordinary day on the road to vengeance. Evangeline, with her eyes still closed, asked, "Do you really have to take revenge?" Rebellion froze. I had never imagined I would hear the word revenge from her lips. Since when had she? Rebellion tried to steady himself. "Evangeline, you're just drunk right now." Evangeline's voice trembled. "Have you ever thought that I might be dragged into it too? What if you fail and then die?" Rebellion froze. "What if I die?" His eyes flickered. "Absurd. This is my revenge. He would never die because of this." Rebellion nervously touched her face. "You won't die. If anyone dies, it will be me." Tears slid down Evangeline's cheeks. "Why wouldn't I die? I'm your wife. Since ancient times, glory belongs to the strong, and blame falls upon women." Rebellion remembered what the maid had said. The moment Evangeline Clodagh married into the ducal house, her fate had been bound to Florence. I had dreamed of revenge for so long. I had never feared failure. I had wagered my whole life and believed I could die without regret. But for the first time in my life, I was afraid of failing. If I die, what will happen to her? If my family falls and I am executed, what will happen to her? She would become the center of every rumor. She might even suffer a fate crueler than my mother's. Just how cruel had I intended to be? I was too short-sighted. Rebellion sat on the sofa, Evangeline resting quietly in his arms. Rebellion gently stroked her hair. Evangeline had married a man she did not love for the sake of her family. And now she might die for the revenge of a man she did not love. That day, I promised to cherish her and protect her. I should have given up revenge then. He touched Evangeline's cheek lightly. How much fear did she endure when she married me? Evangeline murmured in his arms, "So don't die, Rebellion. I owe her far more than I ever realized." Rebellion's thoughts surged chaotically as he looked at the sleeping Evangeline. "I still hate the Emperor. That will never change. But if the thing I have sought all my life would destroy Evangeline's life, then I think I can set aside my hatred for now. Because more than anyone, I want her to be happy by my side." Rebellion gently laid her down on the bed and gazed at her sleeping face. "I still cannot fully define this feeling, but I know one thing for certain. If revenge was once my whole world, then now Evangeline will take its place." Rebellion whispered softly, "Good night." In the darkness, I heard our breathing intertwine. A sudden warmth welled up in my chest. This simple warmth felt like a rare fragment of happiness. It had not come easily, and yet I still felt happy. In my world, where I had once had nothing but revenge, the one who walked into it was you. A man wearing a monocle bowed slightly. "A pleasure to meet you, madam. I am Bill, the financial steward of the ducal household." Evangeline looked mildly curious. "I see. But what do you need from me?" Bill explained, "Up until now, the position of Duchess has remained vacant, so I managed the finances in her stead." He placed a stack of documents on the table. "However, by tradition, the ducal household's finances are managed by the mistress of the house." Evangeline nodded. "Is that so?" Bill narrowed his eyes as he examined Evangeline. She looked a little confused. "Why is he making that face? Did I do something to offend him? We've never even met before." Bill flipped through the documents. "Ordinarily, I should have handed these over to you the moment you married." But he adjusted his glasses, a cold gleam flashing across the lenses. "Considering that you are of common birth, I assume you never received a formal education. And as a woman, numbers are likely not your strong point. So I continued managing the finances after the marriage." Evangeline's expression froze. Is that supposed to be subtle sarcasm? One interesting man. Bill's eyes turned cold. But regardless, the ledgers are still the Duchess's responsibility. Evangeline's gaze sharpened. Bill went on, even if your abilities are lacking, it would be best to complete the handover as soon as possible. Inside, Evangeline applauded him. Wow, what a character. He really is looking down on me outright. Before I entered the ducal house, I had already suffered enough discrimination because of my commoner status. I thought that over time, the matter had settled down. But people like this still exist. Just like when Clodagh became a duchess, I remain the odd one out. I don't like this feeling. A typical power fanatic, soaked in elitism and privilege. I've seen far too many faces like his. I was already sick of them before I died. Bill continued, so after some basic training, I will need to conduct a test. Evangeline looked up. Bill, was it? Bill nodded. Yes. A cold smile curved her lips. Sir, am I the Duchess or are you? Bill jerked in shock. WH, what do you mean by that? Evangeline said coolly. If the true mistress of the house appears so untrustworthy to you, then a mere retainer dares to test the Duchess's abilities? I'm simply asking whether you're the true lady of this residence. Bill's expression turned ugly. Madam, I apologize. I had no intention of offending you. Perhaps I was too blunt. Evangeline let out a weary sigh. Do not disguise your rudeness as frankness. That was not frankness. It was simply bad manners. She tapped the tabletop with her fingertips. In any case, either complete the handover properly or don't hand it over at all. If you don't trust me, then keep it yourself. Bill stood there speechless. Then he bowed deeply. I spoke out of turn. I sincerely apologize. Still bent in a bow, he said, From now on, I will do my utmost to ensure you are not inconvenienced in any way. Evangeline listened in satisfaction. She smiled. Then I apologize as well. I did not mean to suppress you using the authority of the Duchess. Her tone changed. However, if you dare speak or behave like that in front of me again, I will make you understand personally why they call me the monster mixed-blood. An invisible pressure settled over Bill, and cold sweat poured down his face. Igrejas, madam. Later, Lilith approached carrying a teapot. I heard you've begun managing the household finances. Evangeline lifted her teacup and took a small sip. Lilith let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Bill is arrogant and prejudiced. I was worried he might hurt your feelings. I never expected you to be so talented with accounts. Evangeline thought smugly. Talented? I did it perfectly. In my past life, I was top of my math class. Seeing Bill look dumbstruck was so satisfying. Would that make me seem a little mean? Rebellion's voice sounded. Who seems mean? He stood there. Evangeline rose in surprise. You're here. Rebellion opened his arms and pulled her into an embrace. Evangeline's cheeks reddened. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the hug. In a spoiled tone, she said, Why didn't you come over and hug me first? Rebellion answered indulgently. Next time I'll walk over and hold you first. This time I only came to say this. 13 days from now, there will be a royal banquet. Normally, both the Duke and Duchess should attend. But considering the Empress's condition, we don't have to go. Even if someone begged me, I would not set foot there. And Icarus will be there as well. It could be dangerous, so you'd better stay. Evangeline quickly interrupted. Wait, Icarus will be there too. Rebellion nodded. Yes. Evangeline fell into thought. Come to think of it, wasn't there a banquet in the early part of the original story? Could it be that banquet? The one where Crown Prince Icarus first developed a real interest, and the one where Rebellion resolved to pursue revenge in earnest? No. If Rebellion goes, the original plot will continue. No. Evangeline suddenly seized Rebellion's sleeve. Rebellion, don't go to that banquet. I have to stop him. Rebellion blinked slightly. For some reason, that only makes me feel as if I should go even more. Evangeline's eyes shifted. Well, actually, I already made plans for that day. She gave him a radiant smile. For a wonderful evening. Rebellion froze on the spot. Beside them, Lilith covered her mouth. Oh my, oh my. Rebellion cleared his throat. Do you know what you just said? Evangeline clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling. Yes, a wonderful evening. I'll make you a delicious dinner. Isn't a homemade meal from your lovely wife better than a boring banquet? Rebellion shattered her rosy fantasy. Evangeline's smile froze. What? Rebellion closed his eyes, his voice even. Though I would very much like to stay, this time I truly can't. Then he gently touched Evangeline's cheek and pressed a kiss to her forehead. We'll have that meal another day. What? That didn't work? Then there's no other choice. It's time for Evangeline's secret weapon, my ultimate move, pretending to be sick. Rebellion stood by the door and quietly asked Lilith, "Is her fever still bad?" Lilith nodded. "Yes, she said so last night, and it seems she truly has fallen ill." Rebellion asked, "What did the doctor say?" Lilith answered, "It's nothing serious." Rebellion nodded. "I understand. You may go." Lilith turned and left, and the door shut softly. Rebellion walked slowly to the bedside, his shadow falling over her. He called softly, "Evan." Evangeline poked her head out from under the blanket. Rebellion asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Evangeline's mind was full of, wow. As expected, a face that handsome can carry anything. But now's not the time to get distracted by his face. Rebellion tilted his head slightly. "Does it hurt badly?" Evangeline immediately put on a weak appearance. I feel awful. Rebellion, my head hurts so much, and I keep coughing." Yes, that's right. I have to bring out my best acting now and play the perfect patient. This is my ultimate secret weapon, fake illness. There's no way he'll abandon a sick person. Rebellion tested the temperature of her cheek with his hand. Evangeline calculated inwardly. If he really leaves, I'll make him feel guilty to death. Rebellion frowned slightly. "You don't seem to have a fever." Evangeline's heart tightened. She immediately made her cough sound worse. Cough, cough. No. If he leaves now, he'll know I'm faking it. Using all her strength, she squeezed out a weak voice. "Rebellion, hug me." Tears welled in Evangeline's eyes. "I'm cold." Rebellion looked at her in silence. After a moment, he bent down and asked softly, "Is this better now?" Rebellion held Evangeline in his arms, lowering his gaze to her. "Do you need anything else?" That worked that easily? In that case, Evangeline looked up at him with pitiful eyes. "Do you really have to go to that banquet?" Rebellion made a thoughtful expression. "I'll think about it." Evangeline lightly tugged his sleeve. "Rebellion, are you really leaving?" "If I stay behind alone, I'll be so bored." She lowered her eyes. "And being sick is lonely. At times like this, at the very least, a husband should stay by my side, shouldn't he?" Rebellion's expression became somewhat complicated. Evangeline inwardly panicked. Did that not work either? Rebellion bent down slightly. "All right, I won't go." Light instantly burst into Evangeline's eyes. "Really?" She immediately suppressed that excited look. I suddenly feel so dizzy. My whole body has no strength." Rebellion smiled at her fondly. "Yes, you do look very tired." Evangeline asked expectantly, "Will you stay with me?" Rebellion nodded faintly. "Yes." Looking at the one he loved, he said firmly, "I'll stay." Evangeline clutched the blanket. "Great. What a relief. I successfully rewrote the original story. At yesterday's banquet, the male and female leads must have grown closer. But what about me? Me and Rebellion." Evangeline suddenly shattered that fantasy. "No, what am I thinking? Staying alive is the first priority." She opened her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed. Beside her, Rebellion breathed evenly, sleeping peacefully. "I never thought he would actually stay with me. For a villain, isn't he too kind? He really does seem like a good person." It's hard to imagine that someone with a past like his still dreamed of revenge. Her hand reached out on its own and gently touched his cheek. His skin is so smooth. She stroked it again and again, immersed in it. Rebellion's voice suddenly sounded. "Stop that." He opened his eyes and caught her hand. Evangeline froze. "He's awake." Rebellion looked at her. "Do you feel better now?" Lying on top of Rebellion, Evangeline answered, "Yes. After sleeping a bit, I feel much better." Rebellion sounded relaxed. "That's good. If you were still sick today, I wouldn't know what to do." Evangeline looked at him warily. "What is that supposed to mean?" Rebellion asked. "Who knows? What do you think it means?" Evangeline was momentarily speechless. Rebellion chuckled softly. "So, you can relax today." He raised a hand and caressed her cheek. After thinking for a moment, Evangeline said, "Not necessarily. I still have some ledgers to look at." Rebellion asked, "Is managing the accounts difficult?" Evangeline looked a little smug. "Not bad. Have you ever seen me fail?" Rebellion asked. "Then is there anything that's giving you trouble?" Evangeline began to think seriously. "If I list things one by one, it'll sound like I'm tattling." Rebellion smiled at her. "But I want to know. I want to hear what you've done and how you've been." Evangeline looked at him. "Will you solve all my problems for me?" Rebellion's smile was confident and gentle. "Of course, I will." He lifted Evangeline's hand and kissed her fingertips lightly. "I will never grow tired of it. So go ahead and complain as much as you like for the rest of your life." Evangeline's heart trembled. She replied softly, "All right." A light unlike any before shone in her eyes. A few hurried days later, Bill held a thick stack of ledgers. "Madam, these are today's account books." Evangeline sat behind the desk and greeted him with a smile. Bill, did his grace scold you terribly?" Bill radiated defeat. "So you really did tattle." Lilith stood by the door, eavesdropping. Bill asked, "Why do you look so proud?" Evangeline picked at her ear. "What was that? I can't hear you." Lilith entered from the doorway, looking very hesitant. "Madam, when Mrs. Jenna and I went into town today, we happened to hear something." Evangeline asked in confusion, "What?" Looking at Lilith, she said, "Don't hesitate. Whatever it is, just tell me." Lilith's expression turned serious. "There are rumors outside saying that your marriage to His Grace was actually a transaction." At opposite ends of the long dining table, Evangeline and Rebellion sat facing one another. The atmosphere was silent. Rebellion's gaze rested on her. "Is something wrong?" Evangeline gently swirled her glass. She felt uncomfortable again. Rebellion said nothing. She raised the glass to her lips. The name Rebellion itself is a curse. Rebellion's eyes sharpened. "That's a non-alcoholic drink." Evangeline looked puzzled. "Then why is it so bitter?" "Bitter like life itself." She suddenly coughed. So bitter. There were already enough things bothering her, and now even a drink wouldn't go down smoothly. Rebellion watched her quietly, the corners of his mouth curving almost imperceptibly. Lilith poured fruit juice for Evangeline. "Madam, please." The golden liquid streamed into the goblet, glinting in the light. Evangeline looked at the juice. "Thank you for your kindness, but could you switch it for wine? This makes me feel like a child." Rebellion took a sip of red wine. "Pour me a glass as well." Lilith answered, "Yes, Your Grace." She reached for Rebellion's wine glass, and Evangeline's gaze followed it. Rebellion looked at Evangeline. "Is this better?" A flush crept up her neck. She lifted the glass. "Is wine always this bitter?" Rebellion set down his own glass. "Yes, very bitter." Evangeline sighed, as if the world were ending. She lowered her eyes. Rumors were spreading everywhere, saying that the Duke and Duchess's marriage was nothing more than a transaction. Evangeline sighed again and again. "Lilith's words would not leave my mind. I have been distracted all day." Mrs. Jenna had heard the same rumors from Lilith as well. That meant Rebellion must have heard them too. So why was he so calm? Was he pretending not to have heard them? Or did he simply not care? Either way, that bastard. The source of these rumors was most likely Countess Karika. After all, Rebellion was a thorn in the Empress's side. I publicly humiliated her son and exposed his misconduct to the Crown Prince. She must hate me to death. But the reason the rumors could spread this far might be because she had decided to confront me. If she treated me like this, what would she do to Rebellion? Thank goodness I'm not the real Evangeline. No. Right now, I have my own crisis to deal with. The rumors are spreading wildly. The Empress cannot possibly ignore it. If she investigates deeply because of this and ultimately suspects us of treason. Rebellion noticed her odd behavior. "What is it?" Evangeline said, "I'm full." Rebellion's eyes swept over her plate. "You only ate that little?" Evangeline looked away. "I had too much tea in the afternoon." Rebellion set down his napkin. "If you're not feeling well, you should eat properly instead of just drinking tea. I should get up as well." He pushed back his chair and rose. Rebellion walked past her. Evangeline's gaze followed him. "I should talk to him first." Resolving herself, she called, "Rebellion." Rebellion stopped. He turned to look at her. Evangeline invited him. "Would you like to go for a walk?" Under the moonlight, Rebellion and Evangeline walked side by side. Evangeline stretched. "Ah, so refreshing." Rebellion draped his coat over her shoulders. "The night wind is cold. Be careful not to catch a chill." She pulled the coat tighter. "You're always giving me your coat. Aren't you cold?" Rebellion's gaze rested on her. "I'm not that weak. If you get hungry after our walk, tell me." "You didn't eat much." "I am worried." Evangeline looked at him with a smile. "Why have you been so obsessed lately with making sure I eat? I still haven't digested the bread and soup from this morning." She stopped and turned to face him. "It's not just the feeding. Lately you've been way too protective. You indulge me in everything, and you even listen to all my complaints." Then she suddenly thought of something. "Wait, did you make some sort of deal with Lilith?" Rebellion denied it at once. "No." Evangeline's cheeks reddened slightly as she touched her face. "Am I really that kind of person?" Rebellion looked straight at her, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly he leaned close. Evangeline instinctively stepped back. "See? You never miss an opportunity." She reached up and covered Rebellion's mouth with her hand. "Yes, we're husband and wife. But this is a contract marriage, isn't it?" Rebellion's gaze pierced through the gaps between her fingers. "Can't we simply be husband and wife?" Evangeline countered. "How many noble couples do you think marry for love? So all that concern of yours is just out of duty?" Rebellion's expression darkened. "No." Evangeline froze. Rebellion's voice turned serious. "I said it isn't out of duty. Evangeline's cheeks burned, and her heart pounded wildly. But if that were true, then perhaps Rebellion could tell her. Gathering her courage, she said, Rebellion. Actually, I heard a rumor about you and me. More precisely, about the deal behind this marriage of ours. Rebellion's expression froze instantly. So that's why you've been so down this whole time. Evangeline lowered her head. Yes. Rebellion suddenly laughed. How can you laugh? This is serious. He reached out and pinched Evangeline's cheek. You're so cute. Rebellion gazed at her. So that's what you were worried about. Evangeline shot back. Wouldn't it be strange if I wasn't worried? Her whole face was red. If we're careless, this could become a weapon used against the ducal house. It could even expose your revenge plan. Rebellion, however, did not seem bothered. Don't worry, they're only baseless rumors. Evangeline argued, but they're not completely baseless. Ours isn't some earth-shattering love story. Wait, do you like me? Rebellion's eyes grew incomparably serious. Do all those intimate moments between us mean nothing more than obligation to you? Evangeline was completely stunned. Rebellion suddenly pulled her close. Their eyes met. I thought I had already made myself very clear. He released her, and Evangeline staggered back a step. But the rumor has already spread. What should we do? Are you just going to leave it alone? Rebellion stepped toward her. The rumors have spread, probably because the two of us have never appeared together in public. In that case, we'll create a different rumor. Evangeline looked at him in confusion. A different rumor? Rebellion bent closer. For example, that the Duke of Florence cannot live without his wife. Several days earlier, at dusk, Evangeline sat before the dressing table while Ada pinned up her golden hair. Evangeline complained softly. Ouch. Be gentler. Ada apologized at once. I'm sorry. I was trying to tie it a little tighter. Evangeline stood and touched the back of her neck. Just be gentle. She wore a long white dress, looking almost reborn in the soft light. Ada's eyes sparkled. Madam, today is the day you will make your first formal appearance with His Grace before the nobles. Ada made the final adjustments. Everything is ready. I wish you a safe journey. Evangeline took a deep breath, her gaze firm. Let's go. It's time to spread some rumors. Evangeline asked, but where are we supposed to spread that kind of rumor? Rebellion looked into the distance. At an official event, of course. In a few days, the woman called Rachel will be invested as a saintess. It is both a display of loyalty to the royal family and a legitimate opportunity to show off. All the nobles of the empire will attend. It's the perfect chance to act. Evangeline's cheeks flushed red and her heart beat faster. Saintess. At the time, I had simply nodded and agreed with Rebellion. But now that I think back on it, I'm even more nervous. I thought this was merely a business arrangement, and I had simply been enjoying the intimacy brought by his outrageous plan. But now, it seemed he might have been sincere all along. If so, then was everything I did merely fulfilling an obligation? Rebellion, were you sincere all this time? Rebellion smiled in the light. You're beautiful. Stunning. Evangeline averted her gaze. She could hardly tell anymore. Handsome men really were a sin. The two of them walked along the stone path in the garden. Evangeline spoke first, saying she wanted to go see Rachel. Somehow, she felt a little nervous. Rebellion, you seem quite interested in Rachel. Evangeline smiled. Yes. After all, he's the saint. Isn't that fascinating? Rebellion's expression turned strange. Fascinating, Evangeline continued. Considering our last meeting, he's quite the hot topic right now. Why do you ask? Rebellion stopped walking. It just seems like you're a little too interested in him. Evangeline's smile stiffened. Is that so? Are you still interested in him too? Rebellion's expression froze instantly. The two arrived in front of the Grand Palace. Evangeline secretly rejoiced. He was jealous. Wasn't that adorable? She bit her lip, trying not to laugh. Rebellion, what should we do today? Evangeline held onto his arm, smiling brightly. Rebellion asked, puzzled, what do you mean? She lifted her head. We have to show them that you can't live without me. Don't we? Should we kiss? Or spend the whole day clinging to each other? Rebellion looked at her. Anything is fine. Evangeline lightly stroked his hand. It would be even better if it weren't just an act. Suddenly, he pulled Evangeline into his arms and kissed her forehead. Like this. Evangeline's cheeks flushed red. Her heart skipped a beat. Was he serious? Or was he just acting? Evangeline took a deep breath. I am ready. Rebellion helped her down from the carriage and set her steadily on the ground. Evangeline's gaze swept over the surrounding nobles. They were whispering among themselves, their eyes fixed on her, while the sound of horses' hooves echoed over the stone road. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Rebellion took her hand, their fingers intertwining. Let's go. Evangeline looked up and walked beside him. The noble women hid their mouths behind their fans and whispered, "That woman is so vulgar. Does she think pressing herself against the Duke makes her a noble?" Evangeline asked softly, "Can I cause a little trouble today?" Rebellion answered, "You can." She pressed further. "How much trouble can I cause?" He replied calmly, "As long as I can clean it up." A sharp glint flashed through Evangeline's eyes. "How much can you clean up?" The corner of Rebellion's lips curled. "Anything short of treason." Evangeline's gaze turned sharp at once. "Is that so?" She spun around abruptly, her eyes like lightning as they swept over the whispering nobles. They immediately fell silent. She laughed inwardly. So they backed down that easily? Then why bother whispering in the first place? A smug smile spread across Evangeline's face. "Rebellion, let's go in first." The two of them walked side by side toward the depths of the palace, leaving all the gossip behind. A piercing announcement cut through the air. "His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress have arrived." Trumpets blared. They heralded the arrival of the imperial family. A blond man waved to the crowd. He wore magnificent imperial robes. It was the emperor. Evangeline's breathing stopped. They had arrived. Her eyes saw only that man, the source of all evil. The emperor and empress walked toward them. He greeted them with a smile. "Duke, it's been a long time." Rebellion bowed slightly. "Your Majesty." Evangeline was screaming inside. "Don't come any closer." The emperor smiled, puzzled. "I'm truly glad to see you here." Evangeline clenched her teeth. "Because of you." Rebellion's life was left with nothing but darkness. The emperor turned to Evangeline and smiled gently. "Duchess Florence, this is our first meeting. You are just as beautiful and charming as the rumors say." Evangeline gave a slight curtsy. "It is my honor, Your Majesty." The emperor turned back to Rebellion and took his leave. "Then I'll see you later." The emperor and empress departed. Rebellion lowered his head in silence, an icy aura radiating from him. Evangeline looked at him, her eyes full of concern. "Rebellion." Rebellion clenched his fist so tightly it seemed as though he wanted to crush something. Evangeline could feel the suppressed fury pouring off him. Evangeline took Rebellion's hand. His voice returned to calm. "Let's go inside." The two of them entered the palace hand in hand. Rebellion's voice was low. "I am sorry. Let's go." Evangeline's eyes were steady. "All right, let's begin." They walked side by side toward the magnificent palace, their shadows stretching long in the sunlight. This was their shared battlefield. The hall was buzzing with conversation. Nobles stood in small groups talking. The moment Rebellion and Evangeline appeared, they drew every eye in the room. Evangeline's gaze swept across the hall, and she saw Rachel slowly approaching under guard. A storm rose in Evangeline's heart. Rachel, he was the one from the prophecy. Rachel moved forward under the protection of the guards, graceful, yet carrying an invisible pressure. He stopped and looked through the crowd, his eyes settling directly on Evangeline. Evangeline's breathing hitched. He was looking straight at her. Rachel smiled faintly. It was a radiant, confident smile, as if declaring victory. Evangeline secretly thought, he really is an angel. Rebellion's voice sounded beside her. "You two look close." Evangeline froze. Was he jealous of Rachel? "How not do?" Rebellion asked. "Other than the first time you met, have you ever seen him alone?" Evangeline immediately retorted, "Of course we're close. I can get along with anyone." She pressed her cheek against Rebellion's arm, her tone turning absolutely firm. "But among everyone, I'm closest to my husband." A faint smile touched Rebellion's lips, even if it was only something she said in passing. "Thank you." Warmth spread through Evangeline. "I really do feel like I married the right man." Then another thought crossed her mind. But Rachel probably doesn't remember. My perfect husband was supposed to be the enemy. Rachel smiled at me this much. Haven't I already completely changed the original story? A brilliant smile bloomed across Evangeline's face, her heart filled with a joy she had never known before. Goodbye to the old me who used to fear death. A voice interrupted them. "Excuse me." Footsteps stopped in front of them. A man with a mustache and graying hair approached. Rebellion looked at him coldly. "Who are you?" Evangeline recognized him. He was the emperor's chief attendant. "What is it?" The attendant bowed slightly. "His Majesty summons you." Evangeline smiled at Rebellion. "Ah, Rebellion, you go on ahead. I'll stay here and chat for a while." Then the attendant's gaze shifted to her. "Duchess, His Majesty has ordered me to escort you." Evangeline's smile stiffened. Rebellion's eyes instantly turned cold. The attendant kept a hypocritical smile on his face. "This is the Emperor's command. Rebellion's lips flattened into a line. The attendant pressed on. Your Grace, this is His Majesty's command. Rebellion's voice was absolute. I said no. Evangeline tried to calm him. It's all right. It is His Majesty's order, after all. Do you intend to defy him? Rebellion's voice held no warmth. No, he turned away. I will go see His Majesty myself. Evangeline watched his back. Rebellion, he let go of her hand. Wait here. I'll be right back. Evangeline reached out, trying to stop him. No, you don't have to. Rebellion rejected again. No, Evangeline stared at him. This is my decision. She placed a kiss on Rebellion's face. Evan, Evangeline looked up at him. Rebellion, do you trust me? Rebellion relented. I'll be back soon. Rebellion turned and left, leaving her alone with the attendant. He did not look back. Evangeline watched him go and murmured inwardly. Rebellion. She stood alone before the enormous doors. Her figure looked small and solitary. She took a deep breath, her eyes sharpening as if she had made up her mind. The doors slowly opened. A blinding light streamed out from within, swallowing her small figure. The Emperor stood by the window. He turned around. You've come. Evangeline bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor's voice was gentle. Raise your head. There's no need to be so stiff. We're family now. Evangeline lifted her head. He did not look like someone who would force others. Instead, he looked like a father-in-law quietly supporting his son's wife. The Emperor continued, I wanted to attend Rebellion's wedding as well, but there were too many eyes on me. I hear the two of you get along very well. Evangeline answered softly, yes. The Emperor's gaze became meaningful. Is that so? His hand rested lightly on the edge of the table. There have been some strange rumors lately, but now it seems there's nothing to worry about. Evangeline's smile was flawless. I'm not sure which rumors you mean, but my husband and I are on very good terms. The Emperor gave a faint smile. That's what I thought as well. You know, Rebellion has been gentle since he was a child. I know he would never get involved in those filthy rumors. A nostalgic expression came over the Emperor's face. He is the child of my true love, born from a woman I loved dearly. A wave of disgust rose inside Evangeline. Rebellion's father had been the late Duke, and yet this Emperor, who had forced Rebellion into existence, dared with the face of a father longing for his son. The Emperor's eyes settled on her. You resemble Zarina. He smiled. Zarina was just like that, gentle, sweet, and understanding. His eyes darkened. When she was with me, she always sat quietly before me. A trace of intoxication entered his voice. I cherished her very existence. Wasn't that love? A flash of fanaticism crossed his eyes. I loved her. I fell in love with her from the first day I saw her. The Emperor's gaze drifted into the distance. I hated the gods countless times. Why was it not I who met her first? He clenched his fist. But in the end, I made her mine, and then Rebellion was born. The Emperor smiled with satisfaction. That is why Rebellion is more precious than anyone. My child. Evangeline stood quietly. I'm sure the late Duke loved the former Duchess as well. The Emperor let out a cold laugh. Ah, a man who couldn't even protect his own wife. Does he really have the right to speak of love? Shameless and disgusting. He was the one who had destroyed everything, yet he could talk about love so easily. The Emperor's gaze fell on her again. What do you think, Duchess, about what I just said? Fire flared in Evangeline's eyes. She raised her head and met the Emperor's eyes directly. Forgive my rudeness. If I were the former Duchess, I would take revenge. I would feel nothing but disgust toward the Emperor standing before me, an Emperor who feels no remorse at all. I would be swallowed by immense grief for Rebellion, for Zarina, and for the late Duke as well. Evangeline closed her eyes, wearing a perfect smile. Your Majesty, even if I close my eyes, I would never forget you. I want to witness Rebellion's revenge succeed with my own eyes. Her eyes snapped open, her smile twisted, full of hatred. The Emperor's smile froze. A flash of shock and anger crossed his eyes. What? Evangeline kept smiling. Do you not understand? She tilted her head slightly, pure mockery on her face. I thought you would. Her smile grew even brighter. Her words were like a poison-tipped dagger. Did Zarina love you or hate you? Seeing the confusion on the Emperor's face filled her with savage satisfaction. The Emperor's expression became unreadable. For the lady of the house to interfere in affairs beyond her sphere is hardly a good thing. Evangeline gritted her teeth inwardly. That pretentious, shameless look on his face made her sick. She put on a gentle smile. The Duke loves me deeply. Of all the nobles I have met, he's the one I admire most. The Emperor's lips curved into a slight smile. He turned away. You may go. Evangeline stood alone before the door, her back perfectly straight, head lowered. She heard footsteps drawing near. Evan. Robellion hurried toward her. Evangeline looked up. Robellion, you're not hurt, are you? He reached out and gently touched Evangeline's cheek. Evangeline put on a confident expression. Me hurt? Please. She flashed him a radiant smile. Hey, Robellion. Robellion's gaze fixed on her face. Evan. Evangeline suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Robellion's cheeks reddened faintly, his heart skipping a beat. Evangeline buried her face in his chest. Robellion thought with aching tenderness. She must have been through a lot. His hand came to rest gently on her. I'm here. Evangeline held him tightly. Robellion eased her back a little and placed both hands on her shoulders. Evan, are you all right? Evangeline smiled brightly. Of course I'm fine. I just took a brief recharge from you. Now I'm full of energy to tear people apart. Her eyes turned cold in an instant. But when she thought about it carefully, what had just happened was good in a way. Robellion frowned slightly. What did you just say? Evangeline immediately grabbed his arm. Nothing. Come on. The saint's ceremony is about to begin, right? Robellion looked at her in silence. An unreadable smile appeared on Evangeline's face. I kept wondering why I woke up here, why it had to be this role, a person destined to die like this. Evangeline suddenly sat upright in bed, her eyes full of fear and confusion. But now I think I understand. Emperor, I was sent here to put you in prison, to make you pay for what you've done. The hem of Evangeline's skirt brushed across the floor as she stopped walking. Robellion stood before her. She turned around, a smile blooming on her face. Let's begin our real life. I will take revenge. Evangeline closed her eyes. This was the first time in my life someone had made me truly angry for another person's sake. He will pay for that. Robellion's voice came. Evan, are you sure nothing happened? If he said something in there. Evangeline opened her eyes. Oh, he did, but I gave it back to him too. Robellion pressed. What did you say to him? Evangeline smiled slightly. Don't worry, I was very vague. Only his own conscience would understand what I meant. Even if he noticed, it wouldn't drag you in. Robellion's face darkened. What on earth are you thinking? Do you know what he'll do if this goes wrong? Evangeline turned her face aside. If he goes mad, he'll kill me. Right? Robellion's cheeks flushed red. He growled. Don't say things like that so casually. He suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders. Evangeline Clodagh, don't ever do that again. Evangeline looked at him calmly. But you won't die. Robellion's voice was full of sorrow. Please don't put yourself in danger. Robellion pulled her into a tight embrace. Evangeline rested her head on his shoulder. He must have been so worried about me. Evangeline promised softly, all right, I won't do that again, so don't worry. He let her go and turned away. Footsteps echoed down the empty corridor. When I was little, I had a dream to become a princess who defeated an evil dragon and saved the prince trapped in a tower. Now the chance to make that dream come true has arrived. Not Sue Ian the transmigrator, not Sue Ian the swordsman, but Evangeline Clodagh of the House of Florence, a woman who is about to save her prince. Her fingers touched the window glass lightly. And right now, my existence is real. Robellion is real too. Evangeline raised her hand and gently touched his cheek. This is no longer a fictional story. Not anymore. A musician began to play the cello. A priest's figure appeared at the doorway. Evangeline said softly, I think the saint's ceremony is about to begin. She withdrew her hand and softly called, Robellion. Smiling, Evangeline held out her hand. Before we go, can I recharge one more time? Robellion took her hand and brought it to his lips, placing a gentle kiss on it. His voice was low and tender. Of course. Music echoed through the hall. The two embraced at the center of the ballroom. Robellion adjusted his tie. Evangeline warned him in a low voice. The Emperor suspects you of treason. Robellion's movement paused. He lowered his eyes. I know. Evangeline turned around in shock. What? Then how can you still be so calm? Robellion replied flatly. He suspects me, but he won't find any evidence. Evangeline looked bewildered. Where is that confidence coming from? If the Emperor finds out about your dealings with my father, everything will be over. Robellion gave a quiet laugh. Who knows? Evangeline hurriedly rose to her feet. I know you've always handled things well, but from now on, we have to be much more careful. I'll be careful too. Robellion asked about what? Evangeline's eyes were resolute. Revenge, of course. I'm joining in now, too. Rublian looked at her. You don't need to worry, Evangeline insisted. Just like you said, in front of the Emperor, we have to watch every word. If we draw unnecessary suspicion, things will become dangerous. In any case, that kind of thing won't happen, Rublian declared calmly. There will be no rebellion. House Florence will not rise against the royal family. Evangeline stared at him in disbelief. What did you just say? Rebellion repeated. I said there will be no rebellion. What kind of plot twist was this? Evangeline sprang up. No, wait. Why are you suddenly saying this? You. She waved her hands frantically, trying to stop him from going on. Rebellion only looked at her in silence. What was this? Why had he suddenly given up on revenge? I thought that was what he wanted most. Evangeline clenched her fists. Then why now? Rebellion lowered his eyes. Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Afraid you'll be dragged into it because of me. Evangeline's eyes widened. His hands were clasped tightly before him. That was Rebellion, speaking his true feelings for the first time. Because of me, he was going to abandon the revenge he had pursued all his life. Evangeline murmured, that won't do. Rebellion noticed her change. Evangeline. She lifted her head, her gaze unwavering. I can't accept this. I don't want you to give up revenge. Anger burned inside her. That bastard Emperor. That bastard only knows how to spew nonsense. He deserves to die. I swear I'll tear his. Rebellion stopped walking. He turned around, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and strode back to Evangeline. He gently stroked her cheek. I want you to live comfortably and enjoy the life you deserve as a duchess. He promised. I'll make sure you can live that kind of life. Evangeline lowered her eyes. No, Rebellion looked confused. I thought you liked that kind of life. I'll give you everything you want. Evangeline suddenly looked up and challenged him. So I'm supposed to live in luxury bought with your sacrifice? Rebellion stood before her. I haven't sacrificed anything. Evangeline stepped closer. You said you were giving up for me. If that isn't sacrifice, then what is it? Rebellion looked straight at her. It's my happiness. What? Evangeline was completely stunned. What had this man just said? My heart feels like it's about to explode. Her cheeks burned red as she spoke softly. Rebellion. Then this time, take revenge for me. Rebellion's expression froze. What? If you let the Emperor off, I might die of anger. So this time, fight for me. Rebellion looked at her in confusion. Evangeline said seriously, I really don't understand why you're so stubborn about giving up revenge. She cupped his face in both hands. Because it pains me to see what the Emperor did. He disgusts me. I feel sorry for you. Because I love you. So stop grieving over him. Look at me, just me. A glimmer flashed in Rebellion's red eyes. He pulled Evangeline tightly into his arms. I love you too. Rebellion said anxiously. I'm so happy it frightens me. It makes me wonder whether I deserve any of this. Leaning against his chest, Evangeline asked, So will you take revenge now? She peered up from his arms and urged, Answer me now. Rebellion closed his eyes. This isn't something I can decide lightly. I don't want you to suffer because of me. He opened his eyes and looked at Evangeline. But selfishly speaking, I'm glad you said all that for me. Evangeline asked softly, Really? I never imagined you felt that way. When did you decide to give up revenge? Rebellion's finger traced across her cheek. Probably from the moment I started thinking you were beautiful. Her cheeks flushed red. So, it was love at first sight? Rebellion laughed lightly. That's not what I meant. As for revenge, I don't know. I think I need to consider it more. But whatever I choose, I'll make the decision that is best for you. He pulled Evangeline into his arms again and kissed her forehead. I'm busy right now. We'll talk later. Evangeline sat at the table, still furious. That Emperor, that bastard, that madman, that damn. Lilith approached carrying a teapot. My lady, you need to remain elegant. She poured tea for Evangeline. You didn't chant that curse from last time, did you? Evangeline leaned back in her chair. The effect's already worn off. Lilith wore a troubled smile. Even so, please don't insult his majesty like that in public again. It's dangerous. Evangeline was unconcerned. It's fine. I only say it in front of you, Lilith. You're not going to tattle on me, are you? Lilith immediately waved her hands. Of course not. She leaned closer to Evangeline. But, my lady, you're so beautiful. The Emperor might take an interest in you. For your own safety, I think I'll have to keep being beautiful. That would be another kind of hell. Lilith handed her a book. Oh, and this as well. Evangeline took it. Thank you. Did Ada send it? What is this? She opened the pages. It was the secret notebook she had written when she had first possessed this body, what she called her one-night notes. Rebellion said he would reconsider revenge, but honestly, I cannot bear the thought of the Emperor living happily. As long as I'm alive in this world, I will never let him live in peace. Evangeline closed the book and looked at Lilith. Lilith, In reality, can anyone judge another person with absolute authority? Lilith looked a little confused. Probably not. Evangeline pressed on. Then what about in stories? Lilith thought for a moment. In fairy tales, the protagonist can usually defeat evil with justice. Evangeline smiled. That's exactly what I mean. She lowered her eyes, lost in thought. If I changed the story to survive, only to be enraged to death by that very story in the end, then what would be the point? In the end, Rebellion would give up revenge and submit to the Emperor, while Evangeline Clodagh would live happily with the Emperor and become an empress admired by all. Evangeline shuddered in disgust, just imagining it. Then she stood up. Lilith, we're going to the temple. It's time to get the protagonist's halo. The grand temple stood beneath the blue sky. A man in priestly robes came forward to greet them. I never expected the Duchess of Florence to come in person. Evangeline raised a hand slightly. Not at all. Thank you for receiving me. Determined light shone in her eyes. I would like to meet the saint. Would that be possible? The priest looked troubled. He has refused all visitors lately. Then could you at least tell him I wish to see him? Seeing her sincere expression, the priest sighed after a moment. Very well. Please wait here. The priest turned and left. Lilith asked anxiously, but do you think he'll really meet us? Evangeline smiled with confidence. Of course. Then she added, well, I'm not completely sure, but the prophecy Rachel gave at the saint ceremony felt like a good sign. She clenched her fists inwardly. Please, I have to meet him. Duchess. Evangeline looked up. The priest had returned. This way, please. Rachel sat on a splendid carpet with a box of blue flowers before him. Evangeline slowly rose and greeted the saint. Rachel's cheeks flushed and delight lit his eyes. Duchess of Florence. He hurried toward Evangeline like a light butterfly. Watching him run over, Evangeline thought I was worried for nothing. The priest frowned. Saint, please show the Duchess the proper courtesy. How joyless. Smiling, Evangeline stopped him. It's all right. I'd like to speak with the saint alone. Could you excuse us for a while? The priest bowed slightly. You may meet in private, but I must first correct the saint's discourtesy toward you. Evangeline hurriedly shook her head. No, really, I'm fine. But Rachel insisted, no, Duchess. I was rude. Alfred, it was my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Evangeline suddenly froze. Alfred? Wait, was this that Alfred? The very Alfred from the original story, the one responsible for teaching Rachel after he entered the temple. At first he played hard to get, but in the end he fell in love with Rachel. He was so popular he could rival the second male lead, the prince. The incredibly beloved Alfred from the story. Evangeline looked at the priest. He really was handsome, though he didn't look quite the way she remembered. She fell into thought. Rebellion, Evangeline, Alfred. The priest inclined his head slightly. Then I'll take my leave. He turned and left, closing the door behind him. Evangeline came back to herself. Saint. Rachel's cheeks turned slightly red. Please call me Rachel. Evangeline smiled as well. Thank you. Then you can call me Evan, Rachel. Rachel asked shyly, see, can I really? Evangeline nodded with a smile. Of course. It would be an honor, or rather, it would make me happy. Rachel's face reddened further. Then let's sit and talk. All right, Evan. Evangeline sat down with him. By the way, I'm not disturbing you, am I? The priest said you haven't been seeing anyone lately. Rachel shook his head. No, it's just that the others are a little difficult to deal with. But you're different. Rachel's gaze turned gentle. Because you saved me. Evangeline hurriedly shook her head. No, I only did what I should have done. Inwardly, she rejoiced. Well done, past me, Rachel continued. But if it hadn't been for you, the Duke of Florence might really have killed me. So everyone told me I should thank you. Evangeline looked at him. I don't think you would have gone that far. Rebellion is a good person. Rachel's gaze rested on her. You are too, Evan. Then he asked curiously, but why did you come to see me today? Evangeline smiled slightly. Oh, that. I wanted to ask you to help us punish the Emperor. But that was too much to ask. I'm planning a rebellion with my husband. Could you help us? No, she absolutely could not say that. So Evangeline changed her approach. The appearance of a new saint has caused enormous interest among the nobility. House Florence is no exception. Rachel's smile faded. So, you came on behalf of your house. Evangeline quickly replied, that's true, but actually, I wanted to come myself. Rachel looked up in surprise. Oh, Evangeline went on, some people said it would be enough to send a gift and some polite greetings, but I insisted on coming in person. Rachel's cheeks reddened as he asked softly, why? Evangeline looked at him steadily. Because I wanted to see you. Rachel. Evangeline placed a hand over her heart, her expression darkening. As you know, I used to be a commoner. I fell in love with Rebellion and became a duchess. But the nobles did not accept me. They mocked me constantly. So when I saw you, I felt a sense of connection. The nobles who were there that day were the same kind of people who used to speak viciously to me. That's why I wanted even more to help you. Rachel's cheeks flushed and his eyes grew moist. Evan, I was truly very grateful that day. Evangeline quickly shook her head. But I didn't do it to be thanked by you. Rachel shook his head. No, you don't understand. In a world where you feel utterly alone, having even one person step forward for you brings immense hope. Evangeline's expression grew complicated. I feel awful. It's like I'm using his pain for my own gain. No, even so, she clenched her fists suddenly. It's my honor if I can help. Rachel continued, so I was wondering, can I make a dress for you? A radiant smile spread across Evangeline's face. Of course you can, Rachel. The carriage rolled down a forest road. Inside, Lilith sighed. I really never expected the saint to agree to meet you. Maybe he was captivated by your astonishing beauty too. After all, your face is worth looking at over and over. Lilith asked curiously, so, how did your meeting with the saint go? Remembering the scene from earlier, Evangeline's lips curved slightly upward. Very smoothly. She placed a hand on a trunk. And Lilith, once we return to the castle, could you have a top-quality gown made using the measurements in this box? Evangeline's smile grew even brighter. I want to give the saint a gift. According to the original plot, at the Crown Prince's 20th birthday banquet, Rachel would be set up by several noble ladies. They would stain his dress. In the original story, it was the Crown Prince who helped him, but now that role would be mine. Because it was that very incident that made Rachel trust the Crown Prince completely. From now on, I'll follow the original plot and help Rachel in secret, so he ends up fully on my side. That means the most powerful person in this world will become an ally of mine and Rebellion's. Sitting in the carriage, Evangeline stared into the distance. At first, I started changing the plot just for revenge and survival. But now I'm changing the plot for revenge. Life really is unpredictable. Evangeline sat on the sofa, lightly tapping her pen against the paper. Rachel, resting her chin on her hand, she thought, what exactly is the Crown Prince thinking? Crown Prince Ikaros, the male lead of the original story, the one who fell in love with Rachel. But I can't read him at all. What does he really think of his older brother, Rebellion? In the original story, Ikaros condemned the Emperor's crimes, but in the end he still stood by his side. But now that I'm here, that will never happen. Ikaros, is there any way to make him trust me and grow close to me the way Rachel does? I want to try at least, but on my own it's a bit. Evangeline sighed, and Rebellion probably wouldn't listen to me either. A voice suddenly rang out. What do you mean I wouldn't listen? At some point, Rebellion was already standing in the doorway with his arms crossed. What were you muttering so seriously to yourself? Evangeline sat upright with a jolt. Good grief. Don't you know how to knock? You said you went to the temple. Nothing happened, did it? Rebellion's gaze swept over her. Nothing bad. I was treated so well that it almost shook me. Evangeline looked surprised. Treated well, Rebellion replied. Rachel was very happy to see me. Evangeline let out a breath of relief. Isn't that a good thing? Rebellion lowered his eyes. At first I didn't think much of it. I just helped him. But he was so sincere that I ended up feeling guilty. He looked at her steadily. But in the end, you still helped him. To him, you must look like a savior. Your intention doesn't matter. Evangeline lifted her head. Really, Rebellion's eyes grew deep. Yes, just as you were a savior to us as well. His hand gently caressed her cheek. Her face flushed red at once. He leaned closer and spoke softly. So, shouldn't a savior receive some kind of reward? Evangeline didn't back down. Of course, Rebellion asked. Then what do you want? Evangeline thought for a moment. Rebellion's breath brushed her forehead. Evangeline answered softly. My heart already belongs to you. A smile touched Rebellion's lips. Not your heart, your lips. He bent down and kissed her, gentle but resolute. The atmosphere froze. Then a knock at the door shattered the silence. Evangeline shoved them away at once. Which idiot had to pick this moment of all times? Suppressing her irritation, she said coldly, Come in. The door opened, and Bill stepped in. Rebellion's face darkened instantly. It's you. Evangeline stiffened. What is it? Bill bowed slightly. I came to report something. Evangeline asked. To report it to Rebellion? Bill shook his head. No, to you, my lady. There seems to be a problem with the ledger you sent through Lilith. Evangeline's fingertips brushed over the document. The word gift had been circled on it. What problem? Bill explained. The note attached at the back is difficult to understand. It says it's a gift. Rebellion cut in. That's right. But I think the recipient was written incorrectly. Why are you having a custom-made dress prepared for the saint? Evangeline replied calmly. He'll wear it to the crown prince's birthday banquet. I just wanted to give him a gift. Bill frowned in confusion. Then why is the recipient listed as the ducal residence? Evangeline looked up. Because I'll deliver it personally. Rebellion and Bill both froze. What? Evangeline waved a hand impatiently. Oh, don't be so picky. Just accept it. Didn't I tell you not to keep showing up in front of me? From now on, if there's anything, speak through Lilith. Oh, and Bill. Bill stopped and answered respectfully. Yes, my lady. Evangeline raised one finger. From now on, every time you see me, no nagging. Only compliments. Clear your throat and repeat after me. My lady, you are amazing. My lady, you are so clever. My lady, you are the very best. Bill's face turned bright red, his lips trembling. Evangeline urged. What? You're not going to say it? Fine, I'll let it go this time. But next time I won't be so lenient. Practice properly. Bill spun around in anger and strode out. The door slammed behind him with a loud bang. Evangeline gave a little snort. He sure knows how to put on an act. Behind her, Rebellion couldn't hold back a laugh. Evangeline asked, What are you laughing at? In this house, I feel like I'm treated like trash. Rebellion smiled even more deeply. Do you crave love and recognition that much? Evangeline pouted. That's because I trained him well. At the very least, show me some proper, noble manners. He replied, As you command. Time flew by. Only 2 weeks remained until the crown prince's birthday banquet. Standing by the window, Evangeline thought, the banquet is settled. It's time to start drawing the larger blueprint. She lowered her gaze and thought. The most effective tool for bringing down the emperor is the Korka family. But the family entangled with House Florence is also the Korka family. So, if I want to shake the Korka family, I'll need the crown prince to make a move. So in the end, do I have to return to high society? Me, the woman the crown prince publicly cast aside. She curled her lip in disgust. Just thinking about it annoys me. Sunlight flooded the luxurious salon, and the table was covered with delicate desserts. Evangeline sat upright, looking tired. It had been a long time since she had attended this kind of social gathering. Melina sat across from her, her expression dark, annoying from the very start. Evangeline looked up. Melina Varnes. It's been a long time. Melina replied coolly, Yes. I suppose it has. Evangeline let out a light laugh. What? Were you the only one who got kidnapped? You're acting as if you did something impressive. A woman in a green dress stepped in. Miss Florence and Miss Varnes. Do you know each other? She gave a small bow. Countess Urk. Smiling, Evangeline said, Yes. I met Miss Varnes not long ago. Evangeline picked up the thread. Yes. I was invited to Her Majesty the Empress's palace. Miss Varnes even poured tea for me herself. Melina's face went instantly pale, her body stiffening. Evangeline glanced around with a faint smile. Well, nervous, Countess Urk? Most of the guests at this tea party whispered among themselves. They seemed eager to become the Countess's intimate friends. Evangeline's gaze settled on Melina again. I may not know the Empress's secret gathering, but making you nervous is absurdly easy. She tapped her lips with a finger, recalling the tea from that day. It was truly delicious. She smiled brightly. Lilith is quite good at brewing tea, don't you think? Melina stammered, that. Evangeline smiled sweetly. Oh, and Countess Urk, thank you for the invitation. Countess Urk hurriedly waved her hands. Not at all, not at all. I had only heard that the Duchess of Florence rarely attends social gatherings, so I took the liberty of sending you an invitation. She placed a hand over her chest. The fact that you came is an honor I will cherish. Evangeline gave a slight smile. The honor is mine. She sat in silence, her gaze sweeping over the noble women present. Countess Urk had once been nothing more than the daughter of a minor baron, but now she was a countess. Out of all the tea party invitations, the reason I chose Countess Urk was because, in the original story, she was a fairly important character. In the future, the crown prince would give Rachel a necklace as a token of his love. And the person who made that necklace was Countess Urk. Of course, the necklace was later stolen, just as expected. The culprit was Melina Varnes. Melina stole the necklace to stir up trouble, and when she was accused, she dramatically produced a fake necklace she had hidden under Rachel's bed and framed Rachel as the mastermind. When I read that in the original story, I was absolutely furious. You built a brand and didn't even include a mark to distinguish the genuine article? Evangeline took a sip of tea. No, back then I was beyond furious. She tapped her finger lightly on the table. If there had been a proper authenticity mark, the incident in the original story targeting Rachel would never have worked so easily. So what I need to do today is get Countess Ark to start marking her creations as genuine pieces. Evangeline raised her teacup. Come to think of it, haven't you recently started a small business? Countess Ark looked a little embarrassed. Yes, my skills aren't exactly the finest, but I do make and sell handmade accessories. Evangeline immediately cut in. How can you say they aren't the finest? I went to see them not long ago. They were truly beautiful. Your craftsmanship is astonishing, but must be troublesome, right? I heard your work is so exquisite that there are many imitations on the market. Countess Ark's expression darkened. Yes, Melina clicked her tongue. How awful. That's why I hate merchants. Evangeline set her teacup down on the saucer with a sharp clink. She spoke coldly. My, how unfortunate. My father happens to be a merchant. The air froze instantly. Everyone stared at her in alarm. And no, Duchess, I didn't mean to insult you. A faint smile appeared on Evangeline's lips again. It was only a joke. There's no need to be so frightened. She set down her teacup. As the ladies said, dealing with counterfeit goods must be quite a headache, mustn't it, Countess Ark? The Countess sighed. Oh, it's all right. That's the sort of thing commoners do. I try not to pay attention. She gave a helpless wave. But seeing something I worked so hard to create being copied, it still bothers you. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. My lady, she leaned forward slightly. I actually have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Countess Ark's cheeks flushed. Oh, of course, of course. Evangeline leaned closer and spoke softly. Why not add a signature to your accessories? Something only you know. That way, even if someone claims an imitation is authentic, you'll be able to tell immediately. Countess Ark fell into thought. That's true. It may be worth considering. Evangeline's plan was quietly moving forward. Countess Ark was deeply grateful. Your Grace, thank you for coming today, and thank you for your valuable advice. Evangeline smiled faintly. It was nothing. If it helps you in the future, I'll be pleased. She nodded to herself. This bit of manipulation behind the scenes had gone even more smoothly than expected. Good. From now on, I'll keep exposing and stopping every false accusation aimed at Rachel like this. Duchess of Florence. Hearing the voice, Evangeline turned around. Melina had stopped walking. She stood there with a serious expression. I'd like to speak with you. Evangeline turned to face her. Melina stood a short distance away, her expression grim. Let's talk. Evangeline's eyes shifted slightly. She refused. I don't want to. Melina pleaded. Please. Evangeline's voice was a little stiff. We aren't on good terms. It would be strange for us to chat like this. Melina clasped her hands tightly. I know, but it won't take long. Evangeline was puzzled. What is wrong with her? She looked perfectly pleased at the tea party. In the end, she relented. Fine, just for a moment. Melina brightened. Thank goodness, Evangeline suggested. Let's go to a nearby cafe. How does that sound? Melina nodded. All right, I'll say a few words to some people first, then I'll come over. Evangeline watched Melina's retreating figure and curled her lips into a cold smile. Got you. A sly, malicious gleam flashed in her eyes. Inside a cafe, Melina shifted uneasily. Excuse me, Duchess. Why is your maid here as well? Evangeline answered. I told her I was coming to meet you, so she insisted on following. Melina forced a smile. Then could you ask her to step out for a moment? Lilith shook her head firmly. No, I have to stay by my lady's side. What if Lady Vanes throws tea at her again? How rude. Something like that won't happen again. Evangeline turned to her maid, Lilith. It won't take long. Could you wait outside for a little while? Lilith looked troubled. What? But, my lady, Evangeline insisted. I'll be fine. Evangeline closed her eyes and gave a faint smile. Everything is under control. Evangeline and Melina sat facing each other in silence. Melina clenched both hands and summoned her courage. Your Grace, I apologize for what happened the other day. I was very rude. Evangeline lifted her eyes. Why apologize all of a sudden? Melina stammered. That day, I was only acting on the Empress's order. Evangeline cut her off. The Empress ordered you to throw tea on me. Melina jolted. And no, that's not what I meant. But Evangeline's tone turned icy. Then why are you making it sound as if it were the Empress's fault? Melina fell silent, her cheeks reddening as she lowered her head in shame. She apologized softly, "I'm sorry." According to the original story, Melina would never apologize on her own. She was the one who tormented Rachel until the very end. Which means, the Crown Prince ordered you to do this, didn't he? Melina's body trembled violently. The look of terror in her eyes said she'd been found out. Evangeline let out a quiet sigh. Melina finally broke down. She tearfully confessed, "Ever since that day, the Crown Prince refuses to see me." Evangeline's face remained expressionless, though a hint of irritation showed in her eyes. Sniffling, Melina said, "Your Grace, I've spent my whole life trying to stand beside the Crown Prince, but now everything is ruined." Evangeline was unmoved. "Oh, is that so? Then why come begging me? Don't you have the Empress's backing?" Melina lifted tearful eyes. "The Crown Prince won't see the Empress either." Evangeline's pupils contracted slightly. What? The Crown Prince and the Empress had always been close. Even if that day's incident shocked him, it shouldn't have driven such a deep wedge between them. Could it just be the butterfly effect? Evangeline's patience ran out. "So what exactly do you want me to do?" Melina pleaded, "Please speak to the Crown Prince for me." Evangeline answered decisively, "I refuse." Melina stood and begged, "Your Grace, I truly love the Crown Prince. Please." Evangeline coldly reminded her, "If the Empress finds out you came to me like this, won't you be in serious trouble?" Melina's face went white. She covered her mouth as fear spread across her face. In the original story, she was merely an arrogant fool. I never imagined she'd be this naive in reality. Or rather, this stupid. The Empress will forgive me. She knows how hard I've worked to win the Crown Prince's love. Evangeline sighed. "You really do love the Crown Prince. But the Empress isn't supporting you because she cares about your love for him. She's doing it because she thinks you'd make a useful daughter-in-law." Melina froze. "What?" Evangeline looked at her. "I won't tell anyone about today's conversation, but we should not meet again." She turned to leave. She left one final warning. "If you value your life, keep your mouth shut." Evangeline walked out of the cafe, the bell over the door jingling loudly. Lilith immediately rushed over and grabbed her by the shoulders. "What did that woman say to you?" Evangeline sighed. "Nothing." Lilith looked unconvinced. "Don't lie to me. She's definitely not that kind of person." Evangeline replied lightly. "She only apologized for what happened before. That's all." She turned toward the carriage. "Let's go home." The carriage arrived. Evangeline stepped down, with Lilith close behind. "My lady." A housekeeper came running in a panic. She shouted to another maid, "Quick, help her Grace change clothes." Both Evangeline and Lilith were stunned. "What happened?" The housekeeper stopped short, looking flustered. "Actually, the Duke. We just received word. His Grace has been injured." Evangeline felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The world instantly lost its color, leaving only that dreadful piece of news echoing in her mind. Her lips parted. "What?" Her face turned pale. "How was he injured?" The housekeeper explained hurriedly. "The Duke went hunting with the Crown Prince and was hit in the shoulder by a bullet." "My lady." Lilith grabbed Evangeline's arm. "We have to go to the Imperial Palace right away." But the housekeeper stopped them. "You must change first before entering the palace." Evangeline shook off their hands. "Rebellion is hurt. Who has time to change clothes?" She turned and rushed toward the carriage, her figure sharp and resolute, as if she could tear through the air itself. The housekeeper pleaded, "My lady, if you go like this, with your clothes in disarray, people will talk." Evangeline stopped for a moment. "Let them talk. Seeing rebellion matters more right now." She turned, her golden hair sweeping through the air. In the end, every rumor would fall on him. The housekeeper's voice came from behind her. "Please think. How much humiliation has he already endured because of you?" Lilith stepped forward as well to persuade her. "My lady, it's not that I don't understand how you feel, but this isn't your fault. All the more reason you have to be careful at times like this." The housekeeper's back seemed especially heavy. "I know how much you care for him, but you're now part of noble society. You must get used to the scrutiny that comes with it." Evangeline's hands hung at her sides, and at last she slowly clenched her fists. She took a deep breath and turned to face Lilith. "Lilith." Her voice was calm but firm. "Can you prepare me as quickly as possible?" Just in time, Evangeline changed into a plain formal dress and rushed toward the palace. Two guards stopped the carriage. Evangeline stepped out. "The Duchess of Florence." An attendant hurried up. "I will take you to His Grace." The palace corridor was long and silent. Evangeline's heartbeat matched the sound of her footsteps. Rebellion sat by the bed, his upper body bare and wrapped in bandages, while an attendant dressed his ankle. Rebellion lifted his head, and his eyes met hers. There was no pain in his gaze, only a disturbing calm. Evangeline rushed into the room. Rebellion! She ran toward him, her skirts flying behind her like a flower in full bloom just before it withered. Rebellion looked up. Evangeline! He looked pleased to see her. You could have stayed home. Evangeline stopped before him. You're hurt. Of course I had to come. She glanced at the blood-stained bandages in the basin nearby, and her heart clenched. But Rebellion seemed unconcerned. It's not serious. The bullet only grazed me. Evangeline's voice trembled. Only grazed you? Then why are there so many bandages wrapped around you? You bled so much, and you're still this calm. A smile tugged at Rebellion's lips. Your expression is very amusing. Evangeline stamped her foot in frustration. How can you still smile right now? I was really worried. Rebellion's smile deepened. You were worried about me? Evangeline clicked her tongue. This is not the time to be happy. Rebellion suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward him. Don't scare me, my lady. My leg was shot too. Evangeline's pupil shrank. What? Evangeline pulled back the blanket. Did it hurt more because of me? Rebellion gently touched her chin. No. It's just that the bed got cold, so the wound started aching again. Don't worry too much. Evangeline lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. It still hurts a lot, doesn't it? Rebellion answered calmly. I'm fine. Evangeline suddenly looked up. That's a lie. You're obviously in pain. In my past life, I saw people who had been shot. They were on the verge of dying. Why do you always pretend you're fine? Rebellion's eyes grew deep. Alarm bells rang in Evangeline's mind. Oh no, what'd I just say? Rebellion's brow lifted slightly. Tilting his head, he seemed to think. Evangeline hurriedly shook her head. No, I saw it in a dream. Right, a dream. A trace of curiosity flashed in Rebellion's eyes. A dream? Evangeline explained awkwardly. Yes. In the dream, I was a prosecutor. Well, the kind who fights with arrows or guns. But there isn't anyone by your side who would shoot you with a gun. So, Rebellion's gaze stayed on her as he spoke slowly. I see. If that's what you say, then I'll believe you. Evangeline looked at him. Then footsteps sounded outside the door. Your Grace, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince and Lady Rachel have arrived. Evangeline's heart jumped. Rachel? And the Crown Prince too? Why are they here? Rachel entered the room and curtsied gracefully. I heard His Grace was injured. I thought perhaps I might be of some small help. Evangeline took Rachel's hand. I see. Thank you for coming. Icarus apologized. I'm sorry for making you worry. This accident was entirely due to my negligence. Evangeline turned to him. Was a shooter caught? Icarus answered, yes. He's been apprehended. He's in the interrogation room. Evangeline pressed on. When did it happen? About 2 hours ago. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. 2 hours ago. That was exactly when I was meeting Melina. Evangeline's thoughts raced. I want to know more about the details of what happened. But the Crown Prince and Rebellion will likely handle it themselves. No. Why am I hesitating? The suspect has already been captured. In my previous life, I was a prosecutor. Why shouldn't I interrogate him myself? Evangeline made up her mind and turned, cutting into the other's conversation. Excuse me. She looked directly at Icarus, her gaze unwavering. Please take me to where the suspect is being held. A confident smile spread across her face, as if she had returned to the courtroom of her previous life. It was the expression of Prosecutor C.O. Ian. Evangeline asked, please take me to the person who did this. Rebellion and Icarus both turned to look at her, and Rachel looked startled as well. Evangeline lowered her eyes. Wait, Evangeline. Rebellion's voice rang out. What are you planning to do? Evangeline took a step forward, her tone calm. What do you mean, planning? I just want to see the person who hurt my husband. She continued forward. I want to take one look. I'm curious what kind of person would dare hurt my handsome husband. Rebellion reached out and caught her wrist, frowning slightly. Evangeline's eyes turned sharp. Icarus looked troubled. Since this happened inside the palace, it would be difficult to allow you to see him. Evangeline spoke evenly. I'm not trying to take revenge. I only want to confirm what sort of person he is. May I? Her gaze sharpened, as though it could pierce through anything. Icarus fell into thought, one hand at his chin. After a moment, he let out a long breath. 30 minutes. Take a royal guard with you. A smile touched Evangeline's lips. That will be enough. Thank you for your kindness. Sir Robert, this way. Rebellion's eyes followed her. Are you really going? Evangeline's gaze was resolute. Yes. If I don't, I'll be too angry to sleep tonight. Rebellion sighed. You're too stubborn. Evangeline pressed a deep kiss to Rebellion's forehead. She smiled faintly. I'll be back soon. Then she turned and left, her figure disappearing down the corridor. In the dark underground passage, Evangeline walked behind the guard, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Guard Robert turned slightly to guide her. "This way, Your Grace. If you feel unwell, please tell me immediately." The heavy iron door slowly opened with a harsh scraping sound. The guards beyond all looked over. One of them asked quietly, "Sir Robert, who is the lady with you?" Robert answered solemnly, "This is the Duchess of Florence." Evangeline's smile was gentle, but her eyes were icy. "Where is the man who hurt my husband? If possible, I would like to speak with him for 5 minutes." The guards exchanged glances. One of them murmured, 5 minutes should be all right, shouldn't it? May we?" Robert nodded. "I have the Crown Prince's permission. Bring him out." The guards obeyed and opened another door. "Your Grace, allow me to lead the way." Evangeline gave a slight nod. "Thank you." A man was roughly shoved out by the guards and dropped heavily to his knees, his hands bound behind his back. Evangeline's pupils contracted sharply. She looked down at the wretched figure. "It's you, isn't it?" Her voice was cold as she stared at the kneeling man. "How unfortunate. You failed to kill my husband." The man kept his head lowered and said nothing. Evangeline continued. "They said it happened during the hunt. So you shot him while he was on horseback. One shot to the shoulder, one shot to the leg." Her tone sharpened. "Was the horse injured? How many times did you fire?" A guard answered from the side. The horse was not injured. "He fired twice. Both shots were aimed at the Duke." Evangeline's eyes grew colder. "I see. Normally, if you want to kill someone riding a horse, you first aim for the horse's legs, make it fall, and then finish off the rider. Someone thrown from a horse is much easier to kill. But you precisely shot him once in the shoulder and once in the leg." Evangeline's thoughts raced. The shoulder and the leg are both far from the heart, non-lethal areas, which means he never intended to kill him in the first place. Evangeline turned to the guards and asked softly, "This man, he didn't try to kill himself, did he?" Sir Robert answered at once, "No, Your Grace, he did not. An ordinary assassin would try to take his own life, especially after committing a grave crime like attacking a duke in the imperial hunting grounds. Once identified as the culprit, he would certainly die." A sharp instinct rose from deep within her, a premonition she wanted to deny but could not. Evangeline's gaze pierced through the prisoner's disguise. She suddenly turned, her eyes like blades. "It was you." Her gaze swept over the prisoner. "You already knew he wouldn't kill you." The prisoner's body trembled under the pressure. He clenched his teeth, and a twisted smile spread across his lips. He was a man, and at this very moment, someone powerful was backing him. Even knee-deep in mud, he showed not the slightest concern for his own life. There was a powerful patron behind him. Evangeline rose abruptly, the chair scraping backward with a harsh sound. "Sir Robert." "Yes, Your Grace." Evangeline's voice was cold as ice. "Take this man away. I'm finished questioning him." She turned, and the fire of vengeance burned in her eyes. A hunt was about to begin. Evangeline walked down the empty corridor. In the distance, the royal hunting grounds were faintly visible through the thin mist. A guard approached. "Your Grace, are you all right? If you need help." Evangeline tilted her head slightly. "I'm Fina. Thank you for your concern." Expressionless, she walked on with empty eyes. Her footsteps echoed through the silence as she made her way to the balcony. Standing at the edge, Evangeline looked out over the distant night view. "So that is the royal hunting ground. You can see it even from here." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The incident at the royal hunting ground. Rebellion was shot, but the vital areas had been deliberately avoided. The assassin had clearly not intended to take his life. Even after the interrogation, that ominous feeling would not leave her. "I already know the answer. I just don't want to believe it. Why is it that those obsessed with power always operate in exactly the same way? Fine, I have to admit it. This so-called accident, this farce inside the imperial palace, this carefully orchestrated incident was designed to be seen. To be honest, there's only one person who could have planned all of this. The Emperor." Evangeline supported Rebellion as she helped him along. She reminded him softly, "Careful." Rebellion was eased down onto the bed. "Rebellion, does the wound still hurt a lot?" His voice was slightly hoarse. "It doesn't hurt as much as before. I was the one who refused the Crown Prince's insistence and insisted on coming home. This much pain is something I deserve to bear." Evangeline gazed at him. "Even if you hadn't refused, I would have brought you back myself." Rebellion's lips curved slightly. He asked softly, "Were you really that worried?" A blush rose to Evangeline's cheeks as she looked away. "A little. It It was a lot. Rebellion lowered his head. I am sorry. Evangeline looked up sharply. Why are you apologizing? None of this was your fault. It was the fault of the man who shot you. She clenched her fists. I really should have beaten that bastard when I had the chance. Then what do you plan to do with the real culprit? Rebellion lowered his eyes. The Imperial family will probably decide that. Evangeline's gaze sharpened. The Imperial family? After all, it happened in the royal hunting grounds. I heard the House of Lords also agreed that it should be handled that way. Rebellion. Evangeline's voice was low and firm. Forgive me for saying this, but in my view, this incident feels carefully orchestrated. Rebellion placed his hand over hers and softly called her name. Evangeline. Yes. Rebellion's gaze was deep. I think so too. Rebellion's voice remained calm. Let go this time. Evangeline stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? Rebellion kept his head lowered. I mean, we should let this pass. Evangeline's green eyes widened in shock. But you were injured. Rebellion answered, not badly. My life was never in danger. Evangeline burst out. Of course it wasn't. They clearly avoided the vital points on purpose. Evangeline's gaze sharpened. You've guessed who the real culprit is too, haven't you? That's why you're acting like this. Rebellion fell silent for a moment. He let go of her hand and softly called, Evangeline. Her voice trembled slightly. It was His Majesty, wasn't it? Rebellion's body stiffened abruptly, his red eyes shrinking at once. Because of the recent rumors, Evangeline pressed a hand to her chest, her eyes full of pain for him. He was warning you. Evangeline walked to the ornate four-poster bed and sat down in silence, shadows veiling her face. Lowering her head, she stared at the intricate patterns in the carpet, her thoughts in turmoil. Rebellion called softly, Evangeline. He stretched out a hand, palm up. Come here. Evangeline's body stiffened, a blush rising to her cheeks. She hesitated, but in the end she walked over to him. Rebellion pulled her into his arms, and Evangeline leaned against his chest. The Emperor must have planned this for a long time. Maybe, since the moment we got married. Evangeline looked up. The Crown Prince summoned you today, didn't he? Rebellion nodded faintly. Yes, Evangeline continued. But if I remember correctly, you weren't scheduled to assist him today. It was a last-minute addition. Maybe it's only intuition, and I don't want to ask you something like this, but one day I have to tell you, Rebellion. What if someone you trust betrays you? Someone you never really considered an enemy? Rebellion's answer was cold and absolute. I trust no one. Evangeline's expression froze. She pointed at herself. Not even me. Rebellion looked straight at her. No, you are not just anyone. His gaze fell on her face. And why did you propose to the Crown Prince back then? Because he was handsome and rich. Evangeline blurted out, then froze. Rebellion said nothing, only looked at her quietly. Evangeline avoided his gaze and coughed lightly. Why bring that up all of a sudden? Rebellion's voice was quiet. You once proposed to the Crown Prince, and now you suspect that he may be the one behind my attack. I thought you trusted him very much. That was before. Evangeline quickly shook her head. And during that secret meeting with the Empress, wasn't it you who had Lilith make sure the Crown Prince was present? Of course. Back then, I thought he was the male lead, so naturally I assumed he was a good person. That doesn't mean I'm certain now that the Crown Prince is evil. But what happened today is too suspicious no matter how you look at it. If your injury today really was the Emperor's warning, then the Crown Prince was an accomplice. I keep thinking, without the Crown Prince's cooperation, could the Emperor have attacked you at all? She let out a frustrated groan. I'm not trying to suspect him, and I'm not saying I can be sure of anything. It's just, no matter how I look at it, this is the only explanation that makes sense. I really regret saying all of this. It sounds like I'm trying to sow discord. What kind of trash plot twist is this? Where exactly did things go wrong? I only transmigrated into someone else's body and acted a little. Well, maybe not just a little, but the original storyline itself hasn't changed that much. Even if I transmigrated here, the Crown Prince's personality shouldn't have changed. Seeing her guilty expression, Rebellion looked at her. Nothing has been proven yet. Don't make that face. The Crown Prince may simply have been used. It may even be a string of coincidences. But for now on, we still need to be careful. Evangeline's eyes were slightly lost, so that nothing like this happens again. Rebellion's gaze was firm and gentle. I want you to live. Stay wary of everyone in this world. Evangeline's heart jolted. For the first time, she felt care that asked for nothing in return. Well, had anyone worried for me like this before? The warmth of it made her want both to sink into it and to protect it. Rebellion's expression darkened. So before any gun is ever aimed at you, I have to draw mine first. For your sake, I'm willing to do anything. Evangeline's breath caught. Rebellion. Suddenly she pinched his chin. What is this? Weren't you the one who told me not to touch dirty things? Rebellion let her do as she pleased. Yes, all you need to do is take care of yourself and remain safe and sound. I know you hate filthy things. Of course I do. From now on, I won't let you touch anything dirty ever again. Rebellion's gaze sharpened. From this moment on, I will only fight battles I know I can win. Evangeline gently touched the bandages wrapped around him. Because of me, Rebellion corrected her. Not because of you, because of us. He was declaring revenge. Evangeline lowered her eyes. Rebellion watched her. But you know this. My abilities far exceed what you imagine. So go ahead and act. Do anything you want to do. I will always be behind you. Some time had passed since St. Rachel's sealing ceremony and Rebellion's shooting incident. Evangeline's fingers brushed over Rebellion's shoulder. The scar on your shoulder has faded a lot. That's good. Rebellion took her hand, his body stiffening slightly. That's all thanks to someone's devoted care. Evangeline feigned ignorance. And who might that someone be? A smile curved Rebellion's lips. I guess it was the Duchess, who was even more nervous than I, the wounded man. A breathtakingly beautiful Duchess. Evangeline let out a light huff and turned her face away. Are you starting work again today? Rebellion stood up. Yes, I've rested too long while recovering. I'll be twice as busy from now on. He stepped toward the door. Yes, it really had been a long time. That meant the long-awaited day was drawing near. She swallowed unconsciously. The Crown Prince's birthday banquet was only a few days away. Evangeline stood before the mirror while Lilith adjusted her clothes. In an exaggerated tone, Lilith said, "Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful person in the world?" "Why, of course it's you, my lady. There's no one in the world more beautiful than you. And, my lady, the dress you ordered last time has arrived." She handed over a black box containing the exquisite gown. Evangeline touched her cheek. "Oh, really?" It came at just the right time. She opened the dress box, a smug smile spreading across her face. "This way, my little sister won't have to accept charity from those petty people just because she has nothing to wear." The maid's expression instantly stiffened. She gave a serious warning. "At the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, you must be careful with every word and action. The Duke and Duchess's every movement will be watched. Even if something unpleasant happens, please endure it as much as you can." Evangeline closed the box. "Of course. You mean for Rebellion's honor. I should endure it, right?" The maid's gaze turned sharp. "Also for your own survival. In noble society, a spouse's behavior directly affects their partner's reputation. His Grace is already famous in society. But you are of common birth. And worse still, those disgraceful rumors about you and the Crown Prince have already spread. Not to mention that after that, you rarely attended social functions. Naturally, those who wish to slander House Florence will see you as the easiest target. Don't you think so?" The maid's words struck Evangeline like blades, one after another, leaving her unable to refute them. Lilith panicked and tried to cover Evangeline's ears. "My lady, don't listen to her. She's just talking nonsense." The maid's expression calmed again. "Of course, from my point of view, I do not care whether your personal reputation is damaged, so long as it does not affect House Florence." She bowed her head slightly, her tone softening. "If anything were to happen to you, His Grace would be heartbroken." Evangeline looked at the maid. Her words were harsh, but not entirely without reason. High society and the imperial court were far crueler than they appeared on the surface. The maid continued, "If you wish to go on living as the Duchess of Florence, the road ahead will only be harder." Evangeline lowered her eyes. "I know that too." The maid clasped her hand. "Then please return safely. Come back to the ducal residence." A warm smile appeared on the maid's face. It was a sincere wish. Evangeline lifted her head and smiled brightly. "See you later." She turned and left, her figure disappearing down the path leading to the banquet hall. When the guests saw Evangeline appear, they all turned to look. Whispers rose everywhere. Arm in arm with Evangeline, Rebellion entered the banquet hall. Lowering his head, he asked softly, "You look a little nervous." Evangeline looked around. "No, not all." "What makes you say that?" Rebellion's gaze swept across the crowd. "I heard the maid gave you a rather severe warning. If that's troubling you." Evangeline cut him off. "No, it's because Rachel is coming. because I have to deal with one important scene from the original story. Rebellion looked confused. Today is the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Is there some special reason to worry about her? Evangeline straightened her back. Of course, Rachel is the strongest character in this world. Today was the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. In the original novel, this marked the moment the Crown Prince began developing a deep interest in Rachel. When Rachel elegantly handled the hostility of the nobles, the Crown Prince would become thoroughly captivated by her. This was the first turning point in the Crown Prince's change of heart, and the main reason this banquet existed in the original story. Right now, the Crown Prince's attitude was still ambiguous, but if today's emotional development followed the original plot, he would become that typical male lead, completely bewitched by Rachel. A scene rose in Evangeline's mind. Rachel nestled in the Crown Prince's arms, while she herself clenched her fists excitedly off to the side. So if I use Rachel to cleverly twist the original plot and pull the Crown Prince fully onto our side, our revenge will be even more perfect. Rebellion's expression darkened. Not good. Evangeline noticed at once. Are you feeling unwell again? And no, it's not that. Rebellion looked at her blankly. I'm sure you have your own plan. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of suspicion showing in them. Evangeline frowned. What is with that distrustful look? What kind of image do I have in your heart exactly? Rebellion answered, my dear, adorable, troublesome wife. Troublesome? Then my dear, genius, adorable wife. Evangeline still looked dissatisfied, so he had no choice but to continue. My dear goddess-like, adorable wife. Only then did Evangeline smile in satisfaction. That one I like. Rebellion fell silent. Evangeline asked, what is it now? He said quietly, it's just that whenever your attention turns to someone else, even occasionally. For example, Rachel, I still feel uneasy. Evangeline stared. What? Are you saying my husband is the jealous type? Then until we go home, should I look only at you and no one else? Until you get tired of it. A smile rose at the corners of Rebellion's lips. I would be delighted. A voice suddenly broke in. You two truly are a match made in heaven. A blond man stepped forward and bowed deeply to Rebellion. My greetings to your grace. Rebellion replied. It's been a while, young Lord Tors. Young Lord Tors. Evangeline's memory stirred. He's the Crown Prince's chief attendant. He guided me at that chaotic tea party last time. Why is he here? This man is definitely suspicious. Young Lord Tors turned to Rebellion. Your Grace, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince wishes to speak with you. Evangeline's fingers tightened. Only him. Young Lord Tors answered evenly. Yes. He wishes to speak with you in private. Things were suspicious enough already, and now Rebellion was being summoned away alone. Rebellion looked at Evangeline. Evangeline, can you wait for a moment? Evangeline smiled and nodded. Of course. Go ahead. He won't get hurt again, will he? He should be fine. Rebellion left with young Lord Tors, leaving Evangeline alone. She stood there and looked around. Is it my imagination? It felt as though gazes were shooting at her from all directions, each one like a blade. Whispers stirred through the crowd, and hostile glances were cast her way. Evangeline felt a wave of irritation. Honestly, this place is practically a battlefield. She turned as if to escape. I knew a lot of nobles would come here to flatter the Crown Prince, the future emperor. But the Kalika family, the Relina family, and all the other supporting Kalika are here too. This isn't a banquet. It's a minefield. Fortunately, neither the emperor nor the empress attended. Seeing these people's faces is exhausting enough already. Evangeline held her forehead, looking tired. Leaning against the balcony railing, she huffed. Fine, stare all you want. In a little while, Rachel will put every last one of you in your place. Resting her cheek in her hand, she looked off into the distance. Rachel, today, the dress incident is going to happen. I'll help her out of the crisis in the Crown Prince's place. That way, I can take the Crown Prince's role and earn Rachel's trust. I'll also give her the courage to stand tall and face those provoking nobles confidently. And the Crown Prince will see her in a new light because of it. A satisfied smile spread across Evangeline's face. Perfect. There couldn't be a more perfect script than this. But why do I still feel uneasy? A strange man's voice called out, Your Grace. Evangeline turned around and saw a man with brown curly hair. Smiling, he said, I'm delighted to see you. He bent and lightly took her hand, pressing a kiss to the back of it. He raised his head, his eyes shining. Evangeline, however, looked completely baffled. Who is this guy? She stared at him in confusion. You are. The stranger placed a hand over his chest and gave a slight bow. I am Bryce Ilson, third son of Baron Ilson. Even from a distance, I was drawn in by the Duchess's beauty. Before I knew it, my steps had brought me here. He took a step closer. Why is your grace standing here alone? Evangeline took half a step back. The Duke is meeting with His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. I'm waiting for him. A smirk touched Bryce's lips. My, how heartless the Duke is, leaving such a lovely flower to wilt here all alone. A flirtatious gleam flashed in his eyes. After all, bees are always drawn to beautiful flowers. Evangeline's gaze turned instantly cold. Huh, look at that. Just as I thought. This isn't some harmless attempt at conversation. But I didn't expect him to be this blatant, this shamelessly obvious. What should I do? Tell him off? In noble society, a spouse's behavior affects one's own reputation. If I make a huge scene, it'll only damage my name instead. Evangeline let out a soft sigh. I have no choice. It seems it's finally time to awaken my long-slumbering black rock dragon. Quietly, without showing anything on the surface, I'll throw him completely into chaos. Evangeline raised her head, a radiant smile blooming across her face. Are you saying my beauty is like a flower? Bryce's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, my lady. Your beauty has long been famous far and wide. But after seeing you today, I simply can't forget you. Evangeline feigned shyness. Oh dear, what am I to do? I'm already spoken for. Bryce's gaze sharpened. Even if a flower belongs to someone, can it still be taken if one truly wants it? Nothing in this world is eternal. Desire deepened in his eyes. Especially for someone like me, a flower already claimed by another is even more tempting. Doesn't a challenge make it better? He straightened up with a faintly provocative smile. Evangeline looked at him coldly. Wow. As expected, a completely charmless man doesn't start talking to a married woman about flowers for no reason. What a waste, Bryce. You've chosen the wrong person. Evangeline pressed her lips together. Mr. Bryce, are you saying you want to take away my beauty? Bryce froze. What? My lady, wait. What do you mean by that? Evangeline put on an innocent expression. Didn't you just say you yearn for a flower that belongs to someone? My beauty belongs to me. So that makes me the owner of my beauty, doesn't it? And if you long for something that belongs to someone, then doesn't that mean you want to steal my beauty from me? Bryce paled in confusion. What? My lady, I think you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Evangeline pressed him further. Then what exactly did you mean? Bryce's eyes turned tender. The flower I was referring to was you, my lady. I wasn't speaking of mere beauty. I meant you yourself. Evangeline stepped back. If that's true, then do you mean you want me? Bryce did not hesitate. Exactly. My lady, a look of sudden realization spread across Evangeline's face. I see. I almost misunderstood. Since that's what he says, Lilith, what do you think? Bryce's eyes widened in horror. Lilith? Lilith stepped in front of Evangeline. My lady, you are far too precious and beautiful. Please step back. She turned to Bryce. Leave this arrogant scoundrel to me. Bryce recoiled in alarm. You. Lilith glared at him. How dare you covet the position of the Duchess of Florence? Lilith faced Bryce head-on. Long time no see, Lady Bolton. I never expected to run into you here. Lilith let out a cold laugh. Long time no see indeed. Young Master Ilson, are you still running around seducing women? You really do have too much free time. And with your spouse right beside you. Do you really think this is appropriate? Bryce stammered. Wah. Lilith cut him off. So what you're saying is, you want the Duke of Florence's place. If you want Our Lady for yourself, doesn't that mean you're coveting the Duke's position? Evangeline watched with visible delight. Wow, Lilith, you're unbelievably cool today. Lilith flashed a bright smile. So why don't you hurry up and get lost? Bryce shuddered. Understood. He bowed deeply. I apologize, my lady. I overstepped. That was disgracefully rude of me. Lilith quickly walked over to Evangeline. My lady, are you all right? I'm sorry I came late. If I'd gotten here sooner, that piece of trash wouldn't have dared speak to you at all. Evangeline smiled and shook her head. No, Lilith, you were amazing just now. Lilith puffed out her chest. In this social jungle, protecting you is my mission. Let's ignore that kind of scum and go find somewhere to eat dessert instead. Evangeline linked her arm with hers. Next time, I won't hesitate. I'll send a man like that away immediately. The two walked off side by side. Evangeline fell into thought. Hey, Lilith, that man was trying to hit on me just now, wasn't he? Lilith looked disdainful. I think so. That guy's always had a bad habit like that. How dare he look at my lady that way? Evangeline frowned slightly. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Isn't he afraid of rebellion? Lilith lowered her voice. Exactly. If his grace saw that, it'd probably turn into another bloodbath, right? There's no way he hasn't heard the rumors. And he doesn't look like some clueless noble brat either. From the way he speaks and acts, he seems like someone who knows how to read the room. Well, whatever. There's no point stirring up trouble right now. I'll just wait and see. Evangeline and Lilith walked down the steps. Lilith let out a small gasp. Oh my. Rubellion stood not far away, his gaze calm and unreadable. You're here at just the right time. Evangeline turned around. Rubellion, did you come because you were worried? Evangeline reached out and straightened his collar. Rubellion gave a faint nod. Because you were alone. A smile touched Evangeline's lips as she nestled close to Rebellion's side. Rubellion took her hand and interlaced their fingers. Then a solemn announcement rang out. His Imperial Highness, Crown Prince Icarus de Ardon, has arrived. Evangeline rose with the others and bowed. The main character has entered. He lifted his eyes slightly. Who is that woman? Lilith looked startled. Good heavens, Aaron? Icarus stepped inside. Duchess, it's been a long time. Rubellion shielded Evangeline. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. Evangeline tilted her head slightly. Rebellion's eyes were ice cold, shadows veiling his face. Icarus's voice was gentle. I wasn't able to properly greet you at the last banquet. You seemed to suffer quite a fright then. My apologies. Rebellion's voice remained flat. I am honored by Your Highness's concern. The honor is mine. A woman with long mint-green hair approached gracefully. She smiled softly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Duchess. I am Erin Duran, daughter of House Duran. Evangeline frowned slightly. Erin Duran? Her expression changed at once. Who is that? I've never heard that name in my life. Did she appear in the original story? Maybe she did, but I don't remember her. No, something's off. Erin clasped her hands elegantly. It is my great honor to meet the famously beautiful Duchess. I've heard so much from my brother from afar. After hearing of the Duke's marriage, I've long hoped to meet you in person. She looked at Rubellion. Wait, brother? Why is she calling you brother? Icarus explained. Miss Duran spent much of her childhood with us, did she not? She was terribly disappointed she couldn't attend the Duke's wedding, so I personally approved her visit. Erin let out a light laugh. Anger flared inside Evangeline. So you're the one who brought in this childhood friend character the original story never even mentioned? Your Imperial Highness, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you provoking me on purpose? Erin turned to Rubellion. Brother, I never imagined you'd marry so suddenly. Rebellion's tone turned sharp. Miss Duran, not brother. Duke. Erin's smile stiffened. Icarus laughed and tried to smooth things over. We were childhood friends. Isn't that a bit too formal? They're just friends. What's the problem? Rubellion did not yield an inch. Excessive intimacy with a married person of the opposite sex is disrespectful to my wife. Light flashed in Evangeline's eyes. Rubellion, that's my man. Icarus looked toward Evangeline. Your wife doesn't look like the type to mind such a trivial thing. Evangeline clenched her teeth. What's he talking about? I'm extremely petty. I'm about to explode. Calm down. Calm down. Rubellion wrapped an arm around Evangeline and pulled her closer. This is my issue. What is wrong with him today? He's trying to provoke me on purpose, isn't he? Icarus's gaze turned cold. Rubellion looked back without the slightest fear. The two faced off, the atmosphere taut as a drawn blade. Erin tried to ease the tension. Your Highness, Your Grace, there's no need for this. She smiled softly. It wouldn't be good if things escalated. The surrounding guests whispered among themselves, all eyes fixed on them. Icarus stroked his chin. I only wish to gather with old friends on my birthday. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Still, seeing the Duke and Duchess so close does put my mind at ease. He narrowed his eyes. To be honest, I was a little worried. The Duchess is rather famous for having a strong personality. Erin looked at him. The Duchess has a strong personality? Icarus waved a hand. No, those are only rumors. No need to mind them. Evangeline screamed inwardly. You're the one who brought it up in the first place. Icarus changed the subject. By the way, Erin, since you're here, how are things at school? Evangeline pressed a hand to her stomach as nausea rose within her. Was the Crown Prince in the original always this smiling blade hidden behind silk? Thinking back now, that the cold face of the Empress surfaced in her memory. Didn't you know? This sort of thing has happened before. Looking at it now, he came today specifically to humiliate her. A girl who relies on her beauty and does whatever she pleases. The Empress had taken her hand. Considering the bond between the Florence family and the Imperial family, Her Majesty wishes to guide you personally. After all, you will frequently appear in society as the Duchess of Florence. Of course, this is not because you lack manners. Evangeline's face turned pale. I must have unconsciously treated the crown prince as the male lead. The original plot hasn't even truly begun yet. Just as I didn't know the real rebellion as opposed to the one in the novel, that I let down my guard and brushed everything aside too lightly. Evangeline clenched her skirt tightly. No, this is only suspicion. I can't jump to conclusions. Rebellion's gentle voice came to her. Evan, are you all right? I'm sorry you had to be dragged into something so unpleasant. I know very little about the real crown prince, Icarus, as well. Evangeline forced a bright smile. Oh, it's fine. Aren't you two friends? Until I see Rachel today. She suppressed the unease in her heart. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Aaron called out, Duchess. A gentle smile rested on her face. I hope we'll have many chances to spend time together in the future. Since you've married my brother, the Duke, you are like an older sister to me now. I'm quite curious about what kind of person you are. May I visit the ducal estate sometime? Evangeline's smile froze. I don't want that. I hope she never comes. But of course she couldn't say that aloud. She forced a flawless smile. Of course. Rebellion quietly pulled Evangeline behind him. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. Looks like we'll have a lot to discuss once we get home. I'm going to ask about everything. What did you say to the crown prince? Who is that woman? Don't think you can gloss over it. Rebellion turned his face slightly, a faint smile curving his lips. Of course. After the banquet, he took Evangeline's hand and turned to leave. Evangeline's eyes swept over the crowd, then suddenly stopped. Three figures in white clerical robes were approaching slowly. The woman in front had silver hair like fresh snow. It was Rachel. Her appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. At the crown prince's birthday banquet, only two kinds of people could arrive late. One was always the emperor and empress. The other was someone like this. A silver-haired priest wearing glasses placed a hand over his chest and bowed solemnly. Your Imperial Highness, happy birthday. His Holiness the Pope and the Holy Lady also send their blessings to the imperial family. Evangeline's heart tightened as she watched the people from the temple. Rachel's arrival meant the original plot was moving forward. When the banquet reached its climax, the dress incident would happen. I have to seize the right moment. Rachel lowered her hand slightly. May the blessing of Lord Listrak be with your Imperial Highness. The air itself seemed to freeze. Evangeline felt a flicker of confusion. For some reason, Rachel's attitude feels different from the original. Were the two of them really this distant? Icarus smiled. It is an honor to receive the Holy Lady's blessing. Since you are honored guests of the temple, I shall receive you with all due courtesy. Rachel inclined her head slightly. Thank you, Your Highness. Her tone was cold. Just don't speak carelessly the way you did at the last banquet. Evangeline frowned. The last banquet? When? Could it be the banquet I desperately pretended to be sick to stop Rebellion from attending? In my memory, nothing unpleasant happened there. The crown prince merely sympathized with Rachel's situation. That was all. Evangeline's expression grew grave. Has something gone off course? Icarus turned away. Then I hope you enjoy yourselves. He strode off, leaving Rachel standing there alone. Rachel let out a small breath and turned to face Evangeline. Evangeline greeted her with a smile. Holy Lady. Rachel's face lit up with a bright smile. Evan. She waved her hand awkwardly. You don't have to call me Holy Lady. Evangeline looked a little surprised. Is that all right, even in a formal setting like this? Rachel's smile turned even more sincere. Of course. Aren't we friends? Warmth spread through Evangeline's heart. Rachel really is an angel. She quickly spoke. By the way, Rachel, just now, you and His Highness the Crown Prince. Rachel's smile faltered slightly. She turned sideways and looked into the distance. At the last banquet, His Highness and I met briefly. Evangeline asked with concern, did something unpleasant happen? Rachel lowered her gaze. I made a small mistake. A wave of dizziness hit Evangeline. What is this? Did some non-original plot happen without me knowing? Rachel's relationship with the Crown Prince has already drifted from the original path. If that's true, then what was the point of my transmigration? A chill ran through her. I have to find out what happened at that banquet. Rachel suddenly said, come to think of it, Evan, you weren't at the last banquet, were you? Evangeline came back to herself. I wasn't feeling well that day. Rachel looked thoughtful. I see. No wonder. Then she asked, by the way, were you looking for me? Evangeline smiled faintly. Yes. Well, I want to find you. I happened to run into the Crown Prince. Rachel lowered her gaze. And then, after a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her eyes and looked straight at Evangeline. Evan, are you close to the Crown Prince? Evangeline froze. She quickly shook her head. Of course not. I am merely one of His Highness's subjects. We're close enough that he proposed to me, and I rejected him. I will never admit that even if I die. Rachel lowered her eyes. That's good. To be honest, I've had a bad feeling. Evangeline looked at her, puzzled. A bad feeling? Rachel explained. Yes. Ever since my power awakened, my senses have become unusually sharp. Evangeline pressed further. What do you mean by that? Rachel closed her eyes. I keep seeing things. Then she recalled it. She stood in a pure, white sea of flowers. Before her was a gate of dazzling light. Fragments of memory surfaced periodically and with startling clarity. Evangeline thought to herself, it isn't strange for Rachel, as the Holy Lady, to have heightened senses. In the early part of the original story, she occasionally saw things too. It was because her power first appeared at that banquet that she crossed paths with the Crown Prince. But back then, it was only a fleeting, unconscious glimpse when her power first emerged. An alarm went off in her mind, periodically seeing vivid scenes. Wasn't that the state Rachel reached only at the end of the original story, after her full awakening? Rachel noticed her change in expression. Evan, you don't look well. Evangeline forcibly suppressed the storm surging inside her. Rachel, she raised a hand to her chest, trying to keep her voice steady. What exactly happened that day? Can you tell me? Rachel, the true heroine of Night of Ahaya, had finally awakened her power. It was a power that could perceive the truth of the past and the future. A power that could grasp everything. Arguably the strongest power in the universe. A power that could perceive the truth of the past and the future. A power that could grasp everything. Arguably the strongest power in the universe. Witnessing Rachel's journey with that power was one of the core attractions of Night of Ahaya. Evangeline's expression instantly froze. But the signs of awakening are appearing already. Rachel stood in the magnificent banquet hall, calmly waiting. Evangeline stepped toward her and asked softly, can you tell me, what exactly happened that day? Rachel held out a small vial. The liquid inside shimmered with a holy blue light. Evangeline accepted the bottle. This is, Rachel answered softly, holy water. Evangeline stammered a little. Thank you, but why are you suddenly giving me this? Rachel explained, I've recently been training to become the Holy Lady. This is the first holy water I successfully made. She lowered her eyes slightly. I kept wondering who I should give it to. In the end, I thought you were the most suitable person, Evan. Evangeline pointed at herself in surprise. To me? Rachel nodded firmly. Yes, because you're my benefactor. Her expression turned serious. I hope it never happens, but if you ever find yourself in danger, please use it. Holy water is useful in many ways. Rachel's smile was warm and sacred. Holding the vial, Evangeline felt her heart tremble. An angel. She's literally an angel. No matter what, if Rachel and the Crown Prince had a conflict, then it had to be the Crown Prince's fault. Evangeline gripped the bottle tightly. Thank you, Rachel. I'll treasure it. Yes, if I keep pressing now, it'll only seem suspicious. I want to know more about the Crown Prince, but at a time like this, she gave me something so precious. It isn't just kindness. She's probably avoiding my question in a roundabout way. If she's this considerate even to an ordinary friend, then once she becomes my ally, how reliable would she be? A priest approached. Holy Lady Rachel, it's time for us to go. Rachel blinked slightly. She turned toward Evangeline. Then, Evan, until next time. Evangeline watched Rachel's retreating back, gripping the bottle of holy water tightly in her hand. For now, she decided to wait and observe. Not long after, the Crown Prince's birthday banquet officially began. Icarus raised his glass in greeting, while Rubellion stood beside Evangeline and Clodagh, though his gaze was fixed elsewhere. The story had already strayed from its original track. I have no idea what will happen next. Rachel's power awakened faster than expected. Her relationship with the Crown Prince was also different from the original. Everything was like a train derailed, hurtling toward an unknown abyss. Where exactly did everything start going wrong? Evangeline's eyes were clouded with confusion. I skipped that party on purpose to stop Rubellion from taking the dark path, and instead I triggered a storyline that never existed in the original. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? I tried so hard to break off the engagement, and in the end, none of it mattered. Evangeline stared into the clear wine in her glass. I don't understand anything anymore. Trying to win over the Crown Prince through Rachel is obviously a waste of time. At this point, there's no other choice. No matter what it takes, I have to make Rachel, the strongest being in the universe, my ally. Rebellion's voice came beside her. Evan, what are you thinking about so deeply? Evangeline came back to herself and turned to the man at her side. Rebellion, Rachel would make a reliable ally, wouldn't she? Rebellion nodded slightly. Of course, she is the holy lady, after all. Evangeline tightened her grip on her wine glass. Then if it were to win Rachel over, would you be willing to reveal your secret? Rebellion's gaze froze instantly. Evangeline jolted awake. What am I even saying? Is that really necessary? She quickly shook her head. No, never mind. We can think of another way. Just forget I said anything. Rebellion looked at her steadily. If it's what you want, I'll do it. Evangeline's eyes trembled slightly. Rebellion's voice was low and firm. If it's what you want, I will do anything. Because what you want to do is what I want to do. Evangeline was completely stunned. She looked baffled. What's going on? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Rebellion asked back. Acting like what? Suspicion filled Evangeline's eyes. You suddenly started being so nice to me that I don't know what to do. Why are you suddenly treating me like a princess? Is this your last moment of kindness? Because you've realized I'm just a pretty vase with nothing inside? What exactly are you thinking? Evangeline kept spiraling on her own. Is it because you saw that smart, beautiful childhood friend and only then realized you don't like me anymore? Is that it? You said you'd let me take the lead and do whatever I wanted. That's nothing like how you usually are. A smile tugged at Rebellion's lips. I thought I'd always shown you enough care. Evangeline looked aghast. How is that possible? Do you have any idea that I get the worst treatment in the ducal estate? This concerns the imperial family, and you agreed that easily? Rebellion, you idiot. Rebellion's fingers lightly brushed through her hair. He gave a soft cough. If you've been mistreated, I'll speak with Madame Jenna and have her treat you like a member of the imperial family. He gently patted Evangeline's head. I trust you, because I know you must have your own plan. Evangeline hesitated. I do, but it's still so strange for you to suddenly relax like this. Do you even know what kind of person I am? Rebellion gave a quiet laugh. Of course. Normally, you may be a little absent-minded. Evangeline glared at him. What did you just say? But when it matters, you always tighten up and handle everything seriously. Rebellion gazed at her, and lately, that aura around you has faded quite a bit. Evangeline looked confused. What aura? Rebellion answered slowly. That detached outsider's aura. Evangeline's eyes dimmed. So he noticed. Only then did I realize Rebellion's instincts were far sharper than I had imagined. Reality brushed across my face once more. I had truly become part of this world. From now on, this was no longer merely part of the original story. It was my own story. Evangeline lifted her head and met Rebellion's eyes. Thank you, Rebellion. Thank you for trusting me. She placed a hand lightly over her chest, her gaze turning utterly resolute. This is my story too now, a story I have to protect. The banquet hall buzzed with voices as guests mingled in small groups, clinking glasses. One guest chimed in, "The Duke is so lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful wife. I'm the beautiful one. So why are they envying Rebellion?" Evangeline's smile stiffened. She glanced aside and murmured, "Look over there." A pair of gleaming leather boots stepped into the hall. Sorry, brother, I'm late. The guests began whispering. Good heavens. The second prince, Hylon, and behind him, the third prince, Runin. I thought the second prince had gone abroad. Wasn't the third prince away training with the knights? Looks like they both rushed back for the crown prince's banquet. Evangeline suppressed a laugh. Thank you, noble lady number one, my information source. That's right, the crown prince, Icarus, has younger brothers. The third prince, Runin, barely had any scenes in the original, so I'm not familiar with him. But the second prince, Hylon, I remember he once tried to win over the former crown princess. He was that gentle, considerate second male lead. Evangeline sneaked a glance at him. At one point, I even considered choosing him instead of the crown prince. Icarus smiled. Was your journey pleasant? Second Prince Hylon nodded slightly. Yes, I gained much from this trip, but the relationship between the second prince and the crown prince is terrible. I was afraid he'd die young, so I gave up on him early. Evangeline shook her head hard. Even if he were the male lead or second male lead, I want no part of those brothers' affairs. Rebellion's voice sounded by her ear. Evangeline, stay away from Prince Runin. His gaze was icy, leaving no room for argument. Evangeline asked in confusion, why? Is he dangerous? Rebellion fixed his eyes on him. To you, yes. The original barely mentioned him. I have no idea what kind of person he is. Now I'm getting worried. Evangeline tilted her head and looked at Rebellion innocently. Is it because he likes beautiful women too much? A beauty hunter? Rebellion gently pulled Evangeline behind him, the gesture carrying an unmistakable protective intent. What do I do? Should I greet him? The third prince, Runin, walked over and greeted Rebellion. It's been a long time, Duke. Prince Runin. Our gazes met. His eyes passed over Rebellion's shoulder and landed on Evangeline. And this lady behind you is... I've never heard that the Duke had a sister. Rebellion's voice rang out, firm and decisive. She is my wife. Rebellion repeated, my wife, your highness. She's somewhat shy, so she can't greet you personally. The third prince, Runin, froze. What? The sharpness in Runin's eyes seemed to say, let me see. He reached out directly toward Evangeline. Rebellion moved instantly and slapped his hand away. What a bastard. He was actually trying to drag me out by force. Rebellion's voice was ice cold. Your Highness, that is no way to treat a lady. Prince Runin smiled with a trace of provocation. I am a knight. I have sworn to devote myself to noble ladies. Rebellion's hand clamped around Runin's wrist like iron. Their eyes clashed in midair, knuckles whitening with force. The pain in his wrist felt as if the bones might shatter, yet Runin glared back without yielding. Icarus's voice broke the deadlock. Runin, what are you doing? Icarus let out a cold laugh. Since when do you greet every noble lady you see? It seems to me you've simply been bewitched by the Duchess's beauty. Prince Runin protested. I only meant to greet this new noble lady as a knight. Icarus smiled. That's only because she's too beautiful. He turned to Rebellion. Duke, release Runin's arm. Rebellion let go. Prince Runin rubbed his wrist. Rebellion shifted to fully shield Evangeline behind him. Unfortunately, my wife seems to attract trouble the moment she enters the palace. Icarus strode forward, his tone carrying a touch of reproach. You weren't actually planning to lay hands on the Duchess, were you? He told Runin to apologize to the Duke. The third prince protested indignantly. Brother, Icarus remained unmoved. You were in the wrong. Second Prince Hylon lowered his head, displeasure clear on his face. In the end, Runin bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Duke. I also apologize to your wife for my discourtesy. Evangeline smiled faintly. It's all right, your highness. Icarus took the third prince, Runin, away. Come with me. Rebellion asked in a low voice. Duchess, are you all right? Evangeline replied softly. I'm fine. Several noble ladies gathered around. You must have been frightened. We were holding our breath, just watching. One of the noble ladies whispered, although the third prince is a knight, he's often involved in scandals with noble women. Evangeline nodded. I could tell just now. Another lady added, still, this is the first time I've ever seen the Duke be so forceful. That's right. He was always so polite before that he seemed difficult to approach. Seeing how much he cherishes his wife, he's truly a devoted husband. Rebellion listened to their chatter. Ladies, I'm standing right behind you. A faint smile appeared on his face. Well, at least they aren't gossiping. Please, praise my husband more. One noble woman bid her farewell. Duchess, let's talk again sometime. Evangeline smiled in response. Of course, I'd love that. Rebellion's voice came from behind her. Are you done chatting? Evangeline turned around, cheeks slightly red. Rebellion. Yes, they were all praising my husband just now. Rebellion's tone turned serious. From now on, do not get involved with the third prince in any way. Evangeline tilted her head. Do I really get to decide that? Besides, sometimes you seem kind of soft. Rebellion raised a brow slightly. Soft? Evangeline explained, I've never seen you angry. You always just sit there and watch me. Rebellion pulled her closer. That's because you've always been rejecting me. Evangeline looked blank. When have I ever rejected you? Her face reddened all at once as countless images flashed through her mind. She hurriedly shook her head. And no, that's not what I meant. A few minutes earlier, inside the palace banquet hall, Rachel sat alone, thinking. Evan. She frowned deeply. I want to help, but right now all I can do is watch from afar. Melina approached and bowed. Greetings, holy lady. Rachel turned her head slightly, expression cool. Melina spoke respectfully. It is such a great honor to attend the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Rachel thought, this woman. Melina added with concern, I was worried you'd be bored sitting here alone. It doesn't seem as though you know anyone here. You must feel terribly lonely. I'm a little shy. I don't dare approach the ladies in these social circles. Melina immediately offered, oh dear, then may I be your friend, holy lady? Rachel quickly shook her head. Oh no, how could I dare? Melina leaned in close to Rachel and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did you sense something unpleasant from me?" Melina put on a regretful look. "Oh my, so it is true then?" Rachel abruptly stood up. "And no, it's nothing." Melina turned to look out the window. "If you tell the Crown Prince that you feel uneasy around me, then what does that make me, his fiancé?" The nobles behind Melina began whispering. "Goodness, even for the Holy Lady, that's too much. How rude." "That's right, I heard she killed one of her own relatives." Rachel lowered her head in silence. Melina's voice carried a smile. "It's all right, Holy Lady. In this world, who among us is without sin?" Her words coiled like a venomous snake. "It's just that the person who died because of you was your mother, wasn't it?" Rachel warned herself inwardly. "Endure it. Calm down." Melina wore a false smile. "Holy Lady, do you really not know? You have the power to kill someone." Just then, glass shattered. Her power had gone out of control. Rebellion and Evangeline looked toward the source of the commotion. The guests screamed in alarm. "Miss Vanes, are you all right? Quickly, call a doctor." Evangeline cried out, "Rachel, are you all right?" She saw Rachel standing before the shattered window, her face obscured by shadow, both hands clutching the fabric at her chest. Rachel forced out the words, "Evan, I'm fine." Evangeline looked at her anxiously. "Your face is so pale." Rachel's voice trembled. "It was my fault. I couldn't control my power." Evangeline ritortith. "No, you would never intentionally hurt anyone." Evangeline looked at the broken window. "So this is Rachel's power. It's far stronger than I imagined. If I had that kind of power." One noble woman glared at Rachel. "What exactly are you doing, Holy Lady?" "Miss Vanes is the Crown Prince's fiancée. How dare you do such a thing to her?" Rachel tried to explain in panic. I didn't mean to." Another noble chimed in. "Even if Miss Vanes said something harsh, wasn't it the Holy Lady who started the conflict?" The nobles continued their accusations. "It was you who told His Highness you had a bad feeling. A Holy Lady saying something like that. How snobbish." Another person added, "No wonder the Crown Prince's fiancé targeted you." Evangeline's eyes turned cold. "I knew it. They were the ones who provoked her first." But Melina Vanes was being supported by others, pretending to sob. Not long ago, she acted as if the Crown Prince had abandoned her. And now she's carrying herself like the future mistress of the Crown Prince's palace. That doesn't make sense. Evangeline's gaze sharpened. If things were following the original story, Melina would never have been jealous of me at the last banquet. She should know that causing a scene like this would only make the Crown Prince hate her, unless she had some other purpose. Icarus leaned against the railing, swirling his wine glass, looking down coldly on the scene below. The crimson liquid in his cup reflected the farce, and a faint smile curled his lips. Evangeline's thoughts were cut off. She turned sharply and slammed her glass down with a crisp sound. Icarus's voice rang out. "Even on my birthday, disturbances never seem to end." A noble woman in a blue dress panicked. "Your Highness, please forgive us." She hurried after Icarus and explained, "This commotion is mainly because the Holy Lady insulted you and Miss Vanes." He did not slow his steps, nor did he so much as glance at her, as if her words were nothing but air. The woman in blue pleaded, "Then are you planning to punish the Holy Lady severely?" She added urgently, "Miss Vanes has been hurt this badly." Icarus's lips curved upward. "But I heard that Miss Vanes was the one who provoked the Holy Lady first." The woman in blue faltered. That was. She was only worried about your Highness." Icarus turned and descended the steps. "Then the Holy Lady must also have been frightened. My fiancée appears to have committed a serious discourtesy. I will apologize on her behalf." He stopped before Rachel. "No, the person who made the gravest mistake here is me." Melina collapsed to the floor and looked up at him in disbelief. "Your Highness, what is going on?" Evangeline was utterly confused. "No, this isn't right. This isn't how it was in the original. Their relationship is supposed to be terrible right now." Icarus turned to Melina. "Melina Vanes, apologize to the Holy Lady." His voice was cold. At once, Melina's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling slightly. Evangeline looked at Rebellion. Icarus is always playing the good guy. Rebellion's eyes remained calm. That suits him quite well. Melina bit her lip. Humiliated, she spoke. "I apologize to you, Holy Lady. My words were careless, and I offended you." Her nails dug deep in her palms. Every word seemed forced out through clenched teeth. Rachel remained expressionless. "What a pity, Miss Vanes. I had thought you one of the noblest ladies among the aristocracy." Icarus apologized as well. "Forgive us." Evangeline watched the scene in silence. If this were the old me, I would have been cheering. because this was the classic scene of the male lead helping the heroine fight against the villain. But now I couldn't enjoy any of it. Too many things weighed on my mind. Melina lowered her head and apologized. You honored us by coming to the temple, yet we treated you like this. I'm deeply ashamed. One priest quickly shook his head. No, Your Highness, this is not your fault. Another noble chimed in. That's right. This uproar was caused by Miss Vaines's misconduct. Just how did Marquis Vaines raise his daughter? Evangeline looked disgusted. Oh wow, weren't these people just taking Melina's side a moment ago? They really have no shame. She folded her arms and watched the farce with interest, a cold smile tugging at her lips. Human nature really is ridiculous. Icarus pressed a hand to his forehead and apologized once more to everyone. I assure you this will not happen again. Then he turned to the attendants. Clean this place up at once. The attendants answered in unison. Yes, Your Highness. They quickly began cleaning the mess on the floor. Be careful. A furious shout came from outside. Get out here at once. Evangeline whipped around. Melina was being dragged along by a man. Father! Evangeline rushed to Rachel. Rachel tightly held Evangeline's hand and asked with concern, I'm sorry. I frightened you, didn't I? You weren't hurt, were you? Evan, I'm Fine. You must be the one who's more shocked. Rachel's priest companion blamed himself. This is my fault. I stepped away for a moment, and this happened. No, Alfred, this was my mistake. I'll be more careful. It won't happen again. Evangeline looked confused. Why should you be careful? Miss Melina Vaines was the one who provoked you first. Rachel lowered her gaze. Evangeline comforted her. She said awful things, and she was punished for it. Don't be too upset. Rachel said gratefully, Thank you, Evan. You're always on my side. But I ruined the banquet hall and caused trouble for everyone. Evangeline cut him off. So what? No one was hurt, right? Doesn't that prove you're trying to control your power? Rachel is innocent. Rachel shook her head. I can't control my power. That means I'm still dangerous. Evangeline asked softly, Are you really dangerous? No matter what anyone else says, to me, Rachel is just an ordinary person, my friend. Rachel stiffened at those words, her eyes growing damp. Evangeline's smile faded. HM, why does that line sound so familiar? To me, you're just an ordinary woman. That was the Crown Prince's line in the original story. I quoted it without even realizing it. Now that Rachel and the Crown Prince's relationship had already fallen apart, those words no longer meant anything. Maybe this was my chance to steal the male lead's position. Rebellion cleared his throat. Icarus approached slowly. He stopped in front of the two women. Saintess, I sincerely apologize for my fiancé's misconduct. But more importantly, Icarus turned to Evangeline. Duchess, are you close to the Saintess? You always seem to be together. Evangeline smiled brightly. Yes, I'm very fond of the Saintess. As you know, the supporters of the Duchess of Corica all seem to hate me, so I don't really have anyone else I can call a friend. And the Saintess is so beautiful. Evangeline linked arms with Rachel. Rachel's cheeks turned red. Evan, you're beautiful too, Duchess. Evangeline's smile widened. Oh my, Your Highness, you flatter me. Rebellion watched the scene expressionlessly. Icarus looked away. In any case, Saintess, I regret what happened today. I hope we meet again soon. Rachel gave a small, awkward gesture. The honor is mine, Your Highness. Icarus's gaze fell on Evangeline again. Then, Duchess, he turned to Rebellion. By the way, Duke, during the festival, please take good care of Miss Orindran. Evangeline's smile froze instantly. She stared at him in disbelief. What? Rebellion spoke coldly. Your Highness, it is inappropriate to ask a married man to look after an unmarried lady. Icarus countered, but didn't you grow up like siblings? I'm sure the Duchess wouldn't mind. Evangeline clenched her teeth. What the hell is this bastard saying? In front of his wife, he's telling her husband to look after another woman? This world is insane. I'm his wife. Doesn't the Crown Prince know that? Or does he know and is saying it on purpose? Your Highness. Rebellion placed a hand on Evangeline's shoulder. During the Tanshir festival, it is my duty to remain by my wife's side. His gaze was firm. So please withdraw that order. Icarus's smile vanished. After a moment of silence, he said, Very well. Night fell over the ducal estate. Evangeline collapsed onto the bed. Everything is a mess. Oubliez cette here bedside. You must be tired. Why don't you get some rest? Evangeline sat up abruptly. Rebellion, what did you and the Crown Prince talk about today? Who exactly is this Arin person? A faint smile curved Rebellion's lips. You sound like a wife interrogating her cheating husband. Evangeline flushed. That's not the point. I was just worried you'd get hurt meeting him. Rebellion looked at her quietly. He apologized. What? Evangeline froze. Rebellion continued. For the attack on me. And the one who attacked me last time will be judged by the royal court. Royal judgment meant they would pretend to punish him, lock him up for a short while, then release him once the scandal faded. How petty, Evangeline asked. So what are you going to do now? Rebellion stared out into the night. I suppose I'll have to live a long life with you. Of course. Rebellion thought for a moment. For now, we should make use of the temple, which stands opposed to the royal family. The temple? You mean Saintess Rachel? She isn't the formal head of the temple yet. Strictly speaking, I mean the temple as a whole. But perhaps using the Saintess will work too. Evangeline fell into thought. So Rebellion is thinking the same thing I am. If that's the case, he can handle the temple, and I should aim for a different target. Rebellion looked at her. Evan, you can waste time if you want, but don't do anything dangerous. Evangeline raised the corners of her lips. Got it. Don't worry. Then I suppose I should go see the crown prince. Sunlight filtered through the garden and fell over Melina's shoulder. This way. I'm pretty sure this isn't the direction to the Duchess's room. Evangeline peeked out from behind a pillar. Guess who? Melina jumped in surprise. Waving cheerfully, Evangeline said, Oh my, Miss Vanes. I never expected to run into you here. It must be fate. I got exhausted after only 3 steps, and yet I still came all this way to see you. Surely you understand what I mean. Evangeline smiled brightly. Fate is cruel, isn't it? Melina's face darkened. If you came here to mock me, then leave at once. Evangeline asked, puzzled. Mock you? Why would I do that? Melina said, yesterday. Evangeline suddenly understood. Is this about that? Melina gestured furiously. I proposed to His Highness the Crown Prince and was rejected in front of everyone. Go ahead, laugh all you want. Even if His Highness was angry at what I did yesterday, I'm still his fiancée. A trace of amusement appeared in Evangeline's smile. How strange. Not long ago, you came crying to me and made a huge scene. Have you and His Highness made up? Or have you been forgiven? Melina stammered, teach that. Evangeline's gaze turned cold in an instant. What happened yesterday gave me a few questions. About your behavior. Melina's body stiffened. Melina snapped. You're only a duchess. How dare you pry into private matters between me and His Highness? Why should I answer you? Evangeline pressed closer. Really? Weren't you the one who came to me asking for help that day? Melina glared. Do you think you've got something on me? Don't follow me around with that smug look on your face. Evangeline blocked her path. It seems the crown prince only taught you how to make trouble, not how to clean it up afterward. Melina panicked. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't make wild accusations about my relationship with him. Evangeline asked softly. Accusations? Her eyes were full of pity. I feel sorry for you. He wouldn't even leave his so-called fiancée an escape route. What a cruel man. He used you completely. Melina screamed. Shut up. She swung her hand at her, but Evangeline caught her wrist at once. Her voice turned icy. You're getting so worked up that you're only proving my guess. There are only 2 of us here. If I were to show up with a swollen face, what kind of rumors do you think would spread? Melina shouted. You think I'd be scared of trash like you? Her body jerked. Evangeline released her hand. That reaction practically proves I was right. She let out a soft laugh. You're not afraid of me. You're afraid someone will find out the truth. Especially now, when your position as crown princess is hanging by a thread. Melina ground her teeth. Don't talk nonsense. I will become crown princess. Evangeline spread her hands. Of course, in this entire palace, no one is better suited to that position than you. I may not admire you very much, but I do admire how viciously persistent you are. Smiling, she added, so please, don't lose your way. I sincerely hope you achieve your goal in the end. Melina looked unwilling, while Evangeline turned and left. Just as I thought, the crown prince used Melina. He sent her to provoke Rachel, just to test Rachel's reaction. Melina must have vaguely realized she was being used, but she would keep denying it. She might continue to direct that denial and anger at the source of it all, Rachel. If that happened, then the plot where Melina torments Rachel would more or less follow the original story's development. The cause is different, though. In the end, the dress prepared for Rachel still never got used. She turned and stepped inside. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the carpet. Before Rachel came, I organized things a little. But no matter how I look at it, I still can't figure out what that crown prince is thinking. A chart of relationships lay spread across the table. Arrows and names intertwined. Crown prince, Melina, Rachel. Their tangled relationship felt like one puzzle after another. Evangeline sank into thought. I don't know why he and Rachel fell out, but if their relationship doesn't improve, he'll keep using Melina. Maybe I shouldn't pretend to be sick. Maybe I should go to the banquet myself next time. She raked a hand through her hair in frustration. What exactly does this guy want from me? He was supposed to be the perfect tool to manipulate the emperor and empress. But as the male lead, just because he had a little spat with the heroine, he's going to use a villainess to torment her? How can he be this petty? According to the original novel, the right answer is to get him and Rachel back together. But something still feels off. I can't be sure. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. But since he still has some use, I should squeeze every bit of value out of him before throwing him away, right? He is the male lead after all. How bad could he really be? She suddenly clenched her fist in excitement. Rachel asked curiously, "Who?" Evangeline jumped. "Rachel, you're here." Rachel gave a small, awkward gesture. "Sorry I'm late, even though I was the one who invited you." Evangeline shook her head quickly. "It's fine. I was just thinking of going to see you, because I missed you." She warmly took Rachel's hand. Rachel asked, "Wait, is something troubling you? You don't look well." Evangeline lowered her eyes. "Oh no, it's just that, as the Duchess, there are many things to worry about." "What about you, Rachel? Do you have any troubles too?" Rachel's gaze darkened. "It's just, because of my family situation, I went through a very difficult period." Evangeline understood at once. She must be talking about the time she was tormented by her stepmother's family. Rachel parted her lips softly. "Evan, may I begin? Actually, I invited you here because I wanted to continue the conversation we couldn't finish at yesterday's banquet." Evangeline tilted her head slightly. "You said that day you expected Miss Vanes would come to see you." Rachel sat upright. "Yes, I had a feeling. Alfred warned me too. She's His Highness the Crown Prince's fiancée. Since she's the Crown Prince's fiancée, I assumed she had heard about what happened at the last banquet, so I didn't expect her to be especially kind to me." A shadow crossed Rachel's eyes. "But the version I heard was that she was your mother, right? I just don't understand how Miss Vanes knew about my childhood." The childhood Melina Vanes mentioned, Rachel's childhood. It must have been that incident. Evangeline went still. Rachel's childhood. She fell silent. The day 6-year-old Rachel used her power for the first time. A small girl leaned over a bed, tearful, holding a pale hand. In order to save her mother, young Rachel didn't know that her power could also take life. She had innocently believed that that bright, warm power could only save people. In the end, she had killed her mother with her own hands. Rachel lowered her eyes. That became a scar I can never erase for the rest of my life. According to the original story, only the royal family can access past records. So the Crown Prince must have told Melina. Evangeline's gaze grew icy. Whether it was to torment her or to test her power, to drag up her most painful memory. What trash! She reached out and gently laid her hand over Rachel's. "Rachel, if you don't mind, could you tell me what happened at the banquet?" Rachel looked up. "Right, I really did interrupt our conversation then. I am sorry. There were too many people watching." Evangeline shook her head gently. "It's all right. I got your holy water because of it, so something good came out of the bad." Rachel's gaze drifted into the distance. "At the last banquet, I was sitting alone on the terrace because I didn't know anyone. Then His Highness the Crown Prince came over. Right? Up to that point, everything was just like the original story. Rachel sat alone in a corner, and the Crown Prince became interested in her. Rachel's expression turned grave. But the problem was, when His Highness came close to me, I sensed a dark presence." Evangeline pressed. "A strange presence?" Rachel answered firmly, "Yes. An ominous, bizarre vision." Evangeline leaned forward. "What kind of vision?" Rachel's face turned deathly pale. She shut her eyes tightly. "Evan, please don't misunderstand. It may not be accurate, but the vision I saw that day was you being run through by the Crown Prince's sword, collapsing in a pool of blood. A blood-stained sword pierced Evangeline's chest. She lay on the cold ground, golden hair scattered, life rapidly draining from her empty green eyes. Evangeline's pupils contracted. "What?" Rachel flung up both hands in panic. "Wait, what I saw may have just been an illusion. Please, don't take it too seriously. My power is still very unstable." Looking at Evangeline, who had gone rigid, she called softly, "Evan." Evangeline lowered her head in thought. I know what Rachel originally read from the Crown Prince. After all, it was an important scene meant to highlight her precognitive ability. But the scene Rachel saw was this. In the original story, what Rachel saw was the future where the Crown Prince was attacked, and the one trying to kill him was rebellion. It wasn't me being stabbed, but the Crown Prince taking a fatal blow for Rachel. What does this mean? Does it mean I still can't change the future? Just as I had no choice but to marry Rebellion, am I also destined to die like I did in the original story? Evangeline's hands clenched tightly. Evan. Rachel's voice pulled her back to reality. Evangeline suddenly came to herself. Rachel looked at her anxiously. Are you all right? What should I do? Are you okay? Evangeline took a deep breath. I'm fine. What happened after that? In that instant, that scene suddenly appeared in my mind. I took a step back without realizing it. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't control my expression. His Highness the Crown Prince seemed very displeased. I ended up saying that I felt unwell. So when Lady Melina came to see me yesterday, I had already guessed something was wrong, but I never expected her to know about my childhood. Evangeline shook her head quickly. About my childhood. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. It must be a painful memory. Evangeline's gaze deepened. Since I already know now, I think the only reason Lady Melina knew is because the Crown Prince told her. Rachel's eyes dimmed. I think so too. In any case, now I understand why the two of you were so cold to each other at the banquet that day. Rachel and Evangeline both jerked in surprise. But there's one thing I don't understand. If His Highness told her, then why did he help me at the end? Who knows? Only the Crown Prince himself knows. One thing is certain, he's interested in Rachel's power now. Crown Prince. I still can't see his true intentions. Evangeline's gaze sharpened. I have to make a decision. He is someone who will never stand on our side. I once thought he could form an alliance with Rachel and play a major role in my revenge. But there are too many suspicious things, far too many to be coincidence. Did that scene appear because I resolved to take revenge alongside Rebellion? Even if Rachel's power isn't complete, her foresight can't be ignored. If that's true, then is my revenge doomed to fail? Rachel was inwardly frantic. I shouldn't have told her so much. Evan is so gentle and kind. She must be terrified by such a horrible story. No, I have to apologize. Gathering her courage, she said, Evan. Evangeline turned to her. Rachel, do you trust me? No, I can't give up like this. Even if I die, I have to see how it ends. This time, I will overturn the original story completely. Rachel touched her fingertips to her lips and murmured, Do I trust you? Evangeline added hurriedly, It's just a meaningless question. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Of course, it would be even better if you did. Rachel cut her off. I trust you. Evangeline froze. What? A smile touched Rachel's lips. You said your intuition is usually right, didn't you? When I look at you, I get a very good feeling too. A faint light flashed in Rachel's eyes. And I've never once made a wrong choice when I followed my intuition. A relieved smile appeared on Evangeline's face. She gently took Rachel's hand. Their hands clasped together, and a silent pact was formed. Rachel stood up. They'll be going now. Evangeline rose as well. All right, Rachel, make sure you get some rest too. The door closed softly. Evangeline stood alone before it. The moment she turned around, her body suddenly gave way. Her knees buckled and she collapsed to the floor. Lilith and the priest rushed over in alarm. My lady, Duchess, are you all right? You already looked pale, and now you look even worse. Evangeline forced herself up. Lily, I'm fine. To sum me up, in front of Rachel, I pretended to be calm, but the shock was too much. My legs went weak. Lilith supported her. I've got you. After steadying herself, Evangeline turned to the high priest. I am all right. More importantly, please continue to protect the saint as well. The high priest replied calmly. Naturally. Evangeline nodded. Good. Then please go to the saintess now. The high priest and Lilith turned to leave. Evan, Evangeline whipped around. Rebellion? He was standing a short distance away. What are you doing here? Evangeline demanded. And you? This place should only be for temple people. Who'd you come to see? Rebellion avoided her gaze. No one. The hunting grounds are nearby. That's all. Evangeline stepped closer. The hunting grounds? The place you were supposedly inspecting? Rebellion's tone remained flat. It was nothing important. I only met someone briefly. Evangeline bent closer. That's suspicious. Rebellion reached out and gently cupped her face, carefully studying her eyes. Have you been crying? Evangeline turned her head away in confusion. What? No, I was just talking. Why would I cry? Yet a tear slid down at the worst possible moment, tracing a line along his fingertips. Evangeline panicked. Oh, what? Something must have gotten in my eye. Lilith exclaimed. My lady. Evangeline quietly said his name. Rebellion. I trust you. You trust me too, right? A smile curved Rebellion's lips. Of course. I trust you. My reflection shone in those deep eyes, gentle and unwavering. Rebellion stroked her cheek. So please trust me too. I will never let you be harmed. At last, Evangeline's tears fell. Yes, the man I love trusts me, and I trust him. Just thinking that, for some reason, even the most certain prophecy felt like something I could overcome. The blue and white temple stood bathed in sunlight. Carriages rolled through the square. People moved busily all around. Evangeline took a deep breath. At last, we're going home. Beside her, Lilith murmured in agreement. Yes. Evangeline looked around. But why is it so crowded over there? It's unusually lively. Lilith narrowed her eyes and looked carefully. It looks like people from the temple. Maybe they're leaving too. I can see the tall high priest. Evangeline's eyes brightened. Really? Then I should go say hello to Saintess Rachel. Lilith looked puzzled. Evangeline had already started walking. Lilith quickly grabbed her. My lady, there are too many people over there. It's dangerous to run off like that. Evangeline suddenly stopped. Lilith looked at her in confusion. What is it? Evangeline's face turned deathly pale. Her body went rigid. Her gaze locked on the crowd ahead. There stood Icarus among the people. He wore a magnificent red formal outfit, his short golden hair gleaming in the sun. Rachel stood beside him. Nearby, noble ladies whispered to one another. Even His Highness the Crown Prince is here. No wonder it's so lively. Icarus's gaze crossed the crowd and settled on Rachel. A faint, unreadable light flickered in his eyes. Evangeline's heart sank hard. The Crown Prince, right? This was how it was in the original story. The instant he became interested in Rachel, he launched an all-out pursuit. The way he went straight to Rachel had once seemed beautiful to me. But now, seeing with my own eyes the very scene that once made my heart race in the novel, all I felt was irritation. Evangeline's face turned pale. She clenched her skirt tightly, her knuckles whitening. His behavior was exactly the same as the Crown Prince in the novel. And because of that, I can't simply admire him. This sense of déjà vu made a chill run down my spine. I need to leave right now. Evangeline suddenly turned around. Lilith, let's go back. The Crown Prince is curious about Rachel's power, and he's showing signs of wanting to possess her. A horrific scene surfaced in Evangeline's mind. The Crown Prince's sword piercing her body as she collapsed in blood. Rachel's prophecy, combined with the sight before her, proved that the assumption he could become an ally was completely wrong. Evangeline's gaze hardened. Then I absolutely cannot let Rachel fall into the Crown Prince's hands. This may even be a signal from the royal family to claim Rachel's power. If that's true, then after the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, Rachel's power will begin to truly grow. In the novel, the catalyst for Rachel's awakening was him, the real person. The male lead, the Crown Prince. His desire to protect the true one was the catalyst for Rachel's awakening. If Rachel joins hands with the Crown Prince like in the original story, then rebellion and I are doomed. Lilith's voice came from behind her. My lady, the luggage has all been packed. To be honest, if there were even the slightest chance the Crown Prince could become our ally, I wouldn't mind this position. After all, it's the male lead's throne. So from now on, what I have to do is steal the catalyst for Rachel's awakening. To survive, I have no other choice. Even if that means, wait, am I really going to steal the male lead's role? But now I have to make up my mind. Evangeline sat inside the carriage, while Rebellion sat quietly across from her. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Her expression was grim. Can I really do this? What if, just like with Rebellion, I can't avoid the original outcome? What if I still can't keep myself from marrying him and can't take the lead's positions either? The pain of having failed in the past to overturn the original story rose in her chest. No, I trust my intuition. My intuition has never been wrong. Evangeline looked out the window. Of course, I trust you, so you have to trust me too. There's no point being afraid before I've even tried. Didn't I swear yesterday? This time, I will overturn the original story. Evangeline clenched her fist tightly. All I can do now is fight with everything I have. All right then, Crown Prince. I will never give you the chance to flirt with Rachel. The light of the setting sun spread across the land as the carriage slowly entered the grand estate. Welcome back safely. Evangeline stepped out of the carriage and saw the servants gathered at the entrance. Oh my, you're all gathered in front of the manor. Did you come to welcome us? Warmth stirred in her heart. Rebellion stepped down behind her and said coldly, You didn't cause any trouble, did you? Evangeline's smile stiffened on her face. She turned to look at him with an indescribable expression. So that's why? Rebellion continued. If there was trouble, the family should deal with it quickly. I was only confirming. What? You got my hopes up for nothing. Evangeline pouted. Do I really look like a troublemaker? Rebellion turned toward the manor. Evangeline, before I return to my room, I'm going to stop by the office. Evangeline watched his back. All right, see you later, Rebellion. She started walking after him, with Lilith close behind. So, Lilith said, you really didn't cause any trouble? Evangeline's cheeks turned pink. Oh, I told you I didn't. Even if I wanted to, I didn't really get the chance. When I was alone at the banquet, someone tried to pick a fight with me. Then after dealing with that, the third prince came to provoke rebellion. And then there was that accident in the banquet hall. The maid stared wide-eyed, her mouth falling open. She suddenly came back to herself. Wait, someone picked a fight with you. It was Bryce Ilson. He came to harass you while his grace wasn't there. I saw the whole thing. The maid's face darkened instantly. Bryce Ilson, the son of Baron Ilson's family? The maid pushed up her glasses, and a cold glint flashed across the lenses. How dare he be so ignorant of his place? Send a warning to Baron Ilson and tell him to keep his son's mouth under control. Evangeline laughed lightly. That would be for the best. But the maid's expression remained serious. What about the third prince? What did he say? Evangeline recalled it. He came to see me the moment he arrived at the banquet. But Rebellion was with me then, and he stood in front of me to protect me. Ah, my husband was so handsome then. The maid cut off her love-struck rambling. Now is not the time to be touched. Did the third prince cross any lines with you? Evangeline continued dreamily. He tried to, but Rebellion stopped him. The maid frowned. The fact that the third prince has noticed you is not good. I'd heard some awful rumors about him, but I never imagined he would be so blatant. The royal family is best at covering up each other's scandals. Even if they say sorry or regret 100 times, what it really means is, we'll apologize, we'll bury everything in the name of royalty, so don't even think of challenging us. Evangeline's thoughts drifted, just like the crown prince. The maid's tone grew heavy. At this point, we can't avoid the third prince forever. And frankly, my lady, you hiding from him alone won't solve anything. I thought he was just some lustful side character, but when I saw how seriously he was pursuing Lady Jenna, I realized a prince is still a prince. The maid let out a deep sigh. We need to discuss the third prince with his grace. My lady, this isn't something that can be solved just by you being careful. Even so, I can't teach you self-defense overnight. Evangeline tilted her head. What? You think I can't do it? Evangeline puffed out her chest. If I say I can, I can. I could even hide a dagger in my clothes. A smile tugged at the maid's lips. Do you have the strength for that? Very well, then I'll prepare one for you. Evangeline instantly deflated. I was joking. Actually, I just want to soak in a rose bath and get some proper rest. The maid turned away. I'll prepare that for you. For a while, you may not be able to rest properly, so please relax today. Evangeline looked confused. HM? What? A thought flashed through her head. Could it be because of the Holy Spirit Festival? The maid gave her an approving smile. You know about the Holy Spirit Festival? I am impressed. Evangeline's cheeks reddened. I'm not that stupid. The maid pressed on. Then do you also know how to prepare for the Holy Spirit Festival? Well, Evangeline's expression faltered. The maid's eyes sharpened. As the Holy Spirit Festival approaches, all the nobles under the Florence family's banner will come to pay their respects. As the Duchess, it is your duty to receive them. Of course, you'll only need some training. So starting tomorrow, don't expect to rest. Evangeline's face turned white at once, her body stiff as stone. The maid's gentle smile returned. Once the rose bath is ready, I'll call for you. Please go back to your room and rest first. Evangeline's legs gave out, and she dropped heavily to her knees. Lilith cried out, My lady, no. Evangeline's pupils shook. Right, the Holy Spirit Festival comes right after the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. I should have remembered. It was like Christmas in a modern world, held at the temple every year. This year, because of the appearance of the Saintess, it would be grander than ever. But just plotting how to see the Crown Prince and Rachel again is already taking too much time, and now I have to undergo reception training too? Lilith shook Evangeline's shoulders. My lady, pull yourself together, Evangeline complained. Can I at least have one day off tomorrow? My lady, you must rest today. If it comes to it, just pretend you're sick. I'll cover for you. Evangeline leaned against her weakly. Thank you, Lilith, but it really is good to be home. Just being here makes me feel so much safer. Lilith looked delighted. I'm truly happy to hear you think of this place as home. Evangeline gazed down the corridor ahead, a sense of belonging in her eyes. Evangeline smiled in relief. Yes, you're right. This is home now. Though they shared the same bloodline, the two boys sat with their backs to each other, walking down completely different roads. A silent river lay between them. Icarus de Ardennes, as a prince, possessed everything. And Rebellion, for that very same reason, lost everything. They were parallel lines that would never meet, dressed up in the glittering falsehood of the word brothers. Once the truth was laid bare, that relationship was fated to collapse. That was the inevitable ending. Icarus spoke first. "Hello, I'm Icarus." He wore a bright smile. "So you're Rebellion then?" Rebellion gave a slight nod. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Icarus tilted his head in confusion. "Father said we're brothers. But why isn't your mother in the palace?" Rebellion pointed into the distance. My mother is over there. My mother is dead." Icarus's smile froze. He asked blankly why. His Majesty killed her. Rebellion's voice was terrifyingly calm. Shock filled Icarus's blue eyes. "Father," he murmured, "impossible. Father could never do something like that. He's the person I respect most. If he really did such a thing, then your mother must have done something wrong." Rebellion's pupils shrank. In his eyes, the world collapsed. What a filthy dream. Rebellion jolted upright in bed. Cold sweat covered his forehead. His heart pounded, chest rising and falling sharply. The sensation from the dream still lingered vividly. He breathed hard, trying to shake off the aftertaste of the nightmare. His eyes focused in the dark, and he turned to look beside him. Evangeline was sleeping peacefully, her long golden hair spread over the pillow. She turned over and murmured softly, Rebellion. The sound was light, like a feather brushing his heart. Rebellion's breathing steadied. Icarus wounded me with those words, yet afterward treated me like a brother, as if nothing had happened, as if it were all insignificant. The bedroom door clicked softly. Rebellion rose from the bed and draped a robe over himself. I was only 6 then. Icarus had merely repeated what he'd heard. What judgment could a 6-year-old child have? A beautiful commoner woman had seduced the Duke and stolen the Duchess's place. That was the label attached to my mother back then. That innocent smiling face. Rebellion's fingers tightened. Brothers. What an ignorant, cruel childhood. To me, another 6-year-old child, that one sentence was a nightmare. The culprit behind this attack will be judged in the royal court. I understand, Rebellion. I know this attack caused you suffering. Rebellion listened without expression. But this was an incident that took place within the royal family. It cannot simply be handed over to the ducal house. You understand that, don't you? I understand. Icarus smiled in satisfaction. Good. As long as you understand. He opened his arms in an easy, familiar gesture. I truly think of you as my brother. Icarus waved a hand. I hope this attack won't damage the relationship between the Florence family and the royal family. Brothers? Rebellion let out a dry laugh. You claim to see me as your brother? Ridiculous. Is that why you said such things to me? Icarus's expression grew serious. I understand your resentment and anger. But Rebellion, I am the crown prince. My father is the emperor. You of all people should understand what it means to rule others. He tapped the armrest lightly. I sincerely regard you as my brother. Even if you betray me, I'll look the other way. Rebellion's eyes were cold. Look the other way? Your Highness, when have you ever done that for me? I know the Florence family bears deep resentment toward the imperial family. So I promise that once I become emperor, I will give you appropriate compensation. You mean that promise? To cast aside the Corca family and ally with the Florence family instead. If you mean to say that was for my sake, then that promise contains enough poison to corrupt the entire imperial family. What exactly did I ever do wrong to you? No, the attack was regrettable. I will await the royal court's judgment, said Rebellion, though the result was already decided. But, Your Highness, you must realize that you have made a grave mistake in this matter. Rebellion turned and walked away, utterly resolute. Icarus rose from the sofa. The Duchess has been very close to the temple lately. Rebellion's steps halted. Icarus's voice drifted after him. If you want your wife to remain safe, it would be best not to act rashly. No, Icarus. Rebellion spun back, his gaze sharp as a blade. Since you mentioned my wife's name, let me make this clear. Each word struck like iron. I will stake my life to protect her. Without another pause, Rebellion strode out the door. Rebellion clenched his fists. No matter what, I will get rid of you. Brothers, you said that once, and once I believed it. I used to hold a shred of hope in that word. But now all expectation is gone. Icarus chose the emperor, and I can only point my sword at him. We were born on parallel lines that can never meet. Perhaps that is an unavoidable fate. Rebellion stepped forward. It was time to act. I'll begin with the most troublesome family. A cold smile touched Rebellion's lips. There's no good or evil in this world, only differing positions. Even if good and evil do exist, even if the one standing against me is good, Evangeline smiled brightly, softly calling Rebellion. To protect the one I love, I am willing to become a villain. In the coming revenge, her safety and happiness would be his only creed. Rebellion drew her into his arms and kissed her forehead. It was the vow he made for the one he loved. Sunlight spilled over the Florence ducal estate. Evangeline stretched. Morning work is finally over. She closed her eyes and let out a sigh. Now I can rest a little, then check the afternoon schedule. Lilith suddenly flung the door open. My lady. Evangeline straightened in alarm. What is it? Lilith was panting. It's. Evangeline crossed her arms. Whenever you come rushing in like this, it's never good news. What is it this time? Lilith looked tense. Do you remember the assassin who attacked his grace before? He's disappeared. Evangeline's expression froze instantly. What? She rushed toward Rebellion. Rebellion, what is this supposed to mean? She stormed up to him. What do you mean disappeared? What exactly happened? Rebellion remained calm. It's nothing serious. In the chaos of the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, that assassin took the opportunity to escape. His tone was detached, as if he were talking about some trivial matter unrelated to himself. Evangeline stared in disbelief. Why would he run? The royal family publicly claimed they had captured him, and now they secretly let him go? Isn't that obvious? Rebellion's voice stayed even. If I knew that, I wouldn't be a duke. I'd be a prophet. Evangeline said urgently, this isn't the time for jokes. Are we sure he's really missing? Could this be another scheme by the royal family? She suddenly turned and slammed both hands onto the desk. When did this news come in? Watson spoke up. Just now. Evangeline looked at him. You're Watson. He bowed slightly, smiling gently. It's an honor to meet you, my lady. My name is Watson. Evangeline tilted her head as she studied him. You look a lot like someone I know. Watson explained with a smile. I'm the elder brother of Bill, the finance officer. I serve directly at his grace's side. Evangeline nodded in realization. In the original story, Rebellion sharpened his blade for a long time to prepare for revenge. To do that, he needed his own people inside the palace. Though the story never stated it outright, this man before her had to be one of those spies. Evangeline smiled brightly. You must be someone very important, working so hard for my husband. Watson lowered his head modestly. You flatter me, my lady. Since childhood, the Florence ducal house has supported both my brother and me. I'm only repaying that kindness. It is my honor to serve the ducal house. Evangeline clasped her hands together. Goodness, why do the two brothers look exactly alike, but only one of them seems this reliable? Watson continued. The royal family intended to suppress the matter. After all, the disappearance of the assassin capable of injuring his grace would be a blow to royal dignity. Rebellion closed his eyes. The message claiming that the imperial family had deliberately let the assassin go provided perfect fuel. Of course, no one would dare discuss it openly, but gossip itself was a weapon. Evangeline listened quietly. In the end, the imperial family had still decided to inform all the nobles, ostensibly to urge everyone to stay vigilant. But in reality, Rebellion tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It was a warning to all the nobles. If any family dared challenge the imperial family, they would simply claim that that family had abducted the assassin and pin the blame on them. Watson nodded. Exactly. He abruptly turned and bowed deeply to Evangeline. Please forgive me, my lady. I should never have let something so troubling reach your ears. I was in such a hurry to report to His Grace that I forgot there were others present. Evangeline waved her hand. It's fine. Then she asked, the news of his disappearance hasn't been announced officially yet, but it will be soon, right? Watson answered firmly, yes, that's right. My report is finished now. I must return to the palace. Rebellion gave a slight wave of his hand. You may go. Watson turned and left, closing the door behind him. Rebellion pulled Evangeline into his arms. She tumbled down onto his lap. Rebellion softly called her name. Evan. With that handsome face of his, he blocked all the nagging words that had been about to leave her mouth. Evangeline's heart was struck in an instant. She obediently settled down. So who on earth would do something like this? Rebellion gazed at her. You really don't let anything slip by, do you? No matter who did it, the palace must be in complete chaos right now. Evangeline quickly objected, of course. But what if suspicion falls on you? What if they think you smuggled him out? She suddenly froze. Wait, you didn't actually do that, did you? Rebellion flicked her forehead. Ow. He let out a quiet laugh. Your imagination is truly endless. Right now, finding the assassin is the top priority. If the palace really has lost track of him, then whoever took him must already know the relationship between the palace and the Florence family. Evangeline looked up at him. Then is it possible the palace is lying? Like, deliberately saying he escaped just to test the nobles' reactions? Rebellion asked in return, what would the palace gain from that? Evangeline lowered her eyes. I guess there wouldn't be much to gain. Where did that guy run off to? The Holy Spirit Festival is almost here, and now this happens. Rebellion's fingers brushed lightly over the ruby brooch on his chest. No matter what, whoever has the assassin now stands to gain enormously. He's living evidence that the palace once targeted the Florence family. His intelligence is priceless. Evangeline's gaze fell on his brooch. As expected, Rebellion curled his lips. Just as I thought. News that the assassin had escaped from the palace caused an uproar in high society. Those who knew nothing of the truth were terrified, fearing the assassin might attack nobles again. Those who did no part of the truth were even more shaken because they still didn't know what had really happened. Evangeline's expression turned grim. Even though the situation was serious, Rebellion remained unusually calm. Forget it. Preparing for the Holy Spirit Festival has already been exhausting enough. Work ended early today, too, so we might as well go back and get some proper rest. Evangeline turned around and immediately bumped into a maid. The maid was smiling. Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. I've already confirmed that you've completed all your tasks for today. So, she lifted a thick stack of books. It's time to make up the lessons you missed while attending the banquet. A cold gleam flashed across the maid's glasses. Didn't I tell you? From now on, you won't have any free time. The smile vanished from Evangeline's face in an instant. So much for resting. The maid stood in front of the desk, and Evangeline sat across from her. She had escaped for only 20 minutes before being dragged back. The maid looked puzzled. You've memorized everything perfectly well. So why is this happening? Evangeline slumped over the desk. What exactly am I doing here at a time like this? She suddenly sat upright and clawed at her hair in frustration. I can't take studying anymore. Evangeline replied gloomily. Rote memorization isn't everything. Why are the nobles under the Duchy of Florence so calm about this? Honestly, just thinking about it makes me sick. The maid's tone turned stern. For a duchess, gaining recognition within the family is crucial. No matter what the outside world says, as long as the inside remains solid, the House of Florence will stand firm. Evangeline groaned with her head still on the desk. This is way too much. Can't I do the rest tomorrow? The maid replied coldly. Then Florence won't be able to stand firm today. Evangeline shot upright. That's unbelievably underhanded. The maid gave a small huff. I sincerely hope you will master all of this, my lady. You must earn the family's recognition. Only then, when a crisis comes, will there be people willing to stand up for you. Evangeline lowered her eyes. I know I have to do this well. Her gaze grew resolute. She thought of that portrait, the one of the former duchess. She raised her head to look at the maid. Come to think of it, I have a question. The maid replied calmly. Please ask. Evangeline looked her straight in the eye. On my first day at the ducal residence, why did you show me the former duchess's dress? The maid's expression did not change in the slightest. That was on your very first day here. Evangeline recalled the scene. She had pointed to a pure white dress. Please give me this one. The maid admitted frankly that was my mistake. Evangeline pressed on. A mistake? The maid explained. Before you arrived, the dressing room had been left vacant. The clothes his grace had prepared were stored in the former madam's room. When I brought the dresses over, one of the maids accidentally mixed that one in. Evangeline narrowed her eyes. Then why did you react like that when I chose it? The maid's expression turned slightly odd. I was simply surprised. The design was far plainer than I expected you to choose. Evangeline scratched her head with a smile. It felt like I was being tested. The maid continued, the ducal house is not so impoverished that it needs to save on dresses. As I said, that dress was the former madam's favorite, because it was a gift personally chosen for her by the former duke. Evangeline tilted her head. Come to think of it, for a gift from a duke, wasn't that dress a little too simple? The maid adjusted her glasses. The Duke simply happened to see it on the street, thought it would suit her, and bought it. At the time, I even advised him that such a dress did not suit a lady of her status. Evangeline gasped. Wow, so your temper was that explosive even back then? The maid's gaze softened, but the Duke insisted it suited her. As it turned out, he was right. The former Duchess loved that dress more than anything. Evangeline fell into thought. He really misses the former Duchess. He loved her even more deeply than I imagined. Realization dawned on her. So that's why you were so shocked when I picked that dress. The maid went on. That was only part of it. The former Duchess once said that if she had a daughter, she would pass the dress down to her. If she had a son, she would leave it for him to use in a proposal. That dress was that precious to her. So when you chose it without the slightest hesitation, I lost my composure. Evangeline lowered her head in thought. The maid clapped her hands. All right, enough chatting. Whatever the mood may be, the most important thing right now is your studies. You must learn. The former Duchess had a poor memory, but she was diligent. And you, Evangeline covered her face with both hands. Stop, please stop. I understand. The maid's tone grew heavier. So you need to work even harder now. Miss Arindran will also be attending the Holy Spirit Festival. Evangeline sprang to her feet. Wait, Arindran? You know her too? The maid guessed. You must have met her at the last banquet. Lady Erin is the very model of noble education and refinement. She is proficient in politics and economics, skilled in foreign languages, musical instruments, and horsemanship. Her talents even surpass those of many men. Evangeline curled her lip. She's impressive, I admit. But what does that have to do with my studying? The maid's gaze sharpened. Lady Erin proposed to the Duke. Evangeline slammed the desk. I knew it. I was right. So they weren't just ordinary friends, and it wasn't some deep sisterly bond. She really confessed to him. No wonder that damned crown prince was trying so desperately to shove Arindran at rebellion. That bastard has been trying every possible way to tear us apart. Evangeline suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? The maid stared at her. My lady, are you all right? Evangeline beamed. Better than ever. So what was the result of the proposal? He obviously rejected her, since he ended up marrying me. Determination burned in her eyes. The maid, however, remained calm. Don't worry. The Duke is not the type to waver. Evangeline scratched her head. But isn't this still an insult? In the crown prince's eyes, I'm inferior to Arindran. Otherwise, would he have sent someone else? Honestly, most people would probably think the same. The maid stroked her chin. Of course, my lady. Your beauty is beyond compare. But are you even listening? Black flames seem to flare up all around Evangeline. Do you think I'm just going to let this go? Not a chance. The maid sighed helplessly. There's no way we can study like this. Please calm down. Let's end here for today. Evangeline's face darkened. The books on the desk remained untouched. Fine, Crown Prince, just you wait. A cold smile curved Evangeline's lips. Since you're so determined to separate me from rebellion, I'll tear you and Aaron apart without mercy. She slapped the desk hard. I'll show you just how terrifying a transmigrator who's read the original novel can be. If Aaron dares to get one step ahead, I'll take 10. Evangeline wrote furiously, a frenzied, twisted smile on her face as the paper fluttered beneath her pen. A priest stood at the doorway. The saintess is praying for the Holy Spirit Festival right now. You still cannot see her. Evangeline held out a letter. That's fine. Just give this to her when she leaves the prayer chamber. Holding that sealed letter, she smiled radiantly. The priest took the letter. What is this? Evangeline leaned in with a smile. The priest gave her a suspicious look. This isn't anything dangerous, is it? She shot back. Do I look like someone who'd harm the saintess? The priest answered without hesitation. Yes. Evangeline immediately shook her head. No, I'm not. The priest sighed. All right, I'll make sure it reaches her. Evangeline clasped her hands together, looking delighted. If you lose it, I won't let you off. I'll be going now. The priest watched her leave. Yes, safe travels. Evangeline laughed wildly to herself. Enjoy it, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Evangeline turned with a laugh. I'm going to ruin your plans completely. Duchess of Florence. Evangeline abruptly stopped in her tracks. Her whole body stiffened. Talk about bad luck. I hate that phrase more than anything right now. The two silently faced each other, and the air froze instantly. Evangeline immediately put on a flawless smile. Greetings, Your Highness. Icarus gave a slight wave of his hand. I see the Duchess is here as well. Evangeline explained, I came to pray for blessings upon the House of Florence. Icarus nodded. How admirable for the Duchess to be so devoted to her duties. His smile was impeccable. The way he looks at me must be exactly how I look at him, and yet not a trace of it shows on his face. In that case, I can hardly say otherwise. Evangeline placed a hand over her chest. Since your highness is so gracious, I too must do my small part for the ducal house. She ground her teeth inwardly. Am I overdoing it a little? This flatterer. Icarus's gaze settled on her. It seems the Duchess truly loves the Duke. Evangeline smiled brightly. Yes, every day of my life feels like a dream because of it. Icarus answered blandly. Is that so? Evangeline's smile stiffened. Huh, love, you say? A trace of amusement curved Icarus's lips. I suppose one might call it love. After all, the Duchess got what she wanted. Perhaps Rebellion got what he wanted as well. Evangeline's eyes turned icy in an instant. What was that supposed to mean? What exactly did he mean by that tone, by those words? As if he were certain that my marriage to Rebellion was nothing but a transaction. No, I absolutely cannot let him see that I've noticed his intentions. Calm down. Evangeline tilted her head with an innocent expression. What do you mean, Your Highness? Icarus turned his face away. Nothing. Seeing the Duchess like this puts my mind at ease for the Duke's sake. Evangeline clasped her hands together. Of course, I love him more than I admire, Your Highness. You have no idea how much the Duke loves me. She lightly lifted the hem of her dress and spun once. Even the dress I'm wearing now was personally chosen for me by the Duke. Icarus smiled. Is that so? I've heard rumors that the Duke cherishes his Duchess greatly. It seems they're true. Evangeline feigned surprise. Oh my, is that what people are saying? Evangeline cupped her face with both hands. Oh dear, even Your Highness has heard such rumors. Life is hard. She lowered her eyes. If the Crown Prince were as stupid as Melina, he wouldn't be worth fearing. Since Melina already complained to the Crown Prince, this performance of mine will be pointless on someone dull. But since he wants to play, I'll play along to the end. Come at me, you idiot. I'll speak to you in the language of noble ladies too. There was a blade hidden in Icarus's smile. Yes, Rebellion cares for the Duchess very much. Evangeline's smile faltered. But if someone could bring Rebellion greater benefit than you, could you really keep your place? Evangeline's pupils shrank sharply. What? Icarus turned and walked away, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Evangeline stood there alone. What? If I heard him correctly, that last line sounded just like, a woman like you could be cast aside at any time. It sounded as though he had said it directly to me, and fury surged through her. Evangeline clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, her teeth grinding audibly. She sat alone on the sofa, fingertips touching her lower lip. Someone who could bring Rebellion greater benefit and take my place. To replace me, that person would have to become the Duchess. And if greater benefit means Rebellion poked his head through the doorway. Evan, are you busy? Evangeline stood at once in delight. Rebellion. She hurried over to him. Haven't you been busy lately? Rebellion said, I made time to come see you. I'll have to leave again soon. Because of the assassin who escaped from the palace, I haven't had much time to spend with you lately. Evangeline placed a hand on his chest. Are they still searching for that assassin? Rebellion's hand stroked her back lightly. It seems so. Evangeline asked, What do you mean, it seems so? Don't you even have a suspect? Rebellion let her go. No. Evangeline watched him turn away. What a shame. If they could catch him, they could use him to strike at the court. Rebellion stopped. We still don't know whether it was the court or the Duke of Corka's house. Evangeline pressed him. What do you mean by that? Rebellion turned his head slightly. Nothing. By the way, be careful during the spirit ceremony. His voice dropped low. As long as the court wants Rachel, they'll approach her. They may underestimate the relationship between you and Rachel. Evangeline's thoughts drifted back to the temple. Right? Back then at the temple, when Icarus said, One day I'll make you pay. Why did he say that? That conversation in the temple echoed through her mind again. She suddenly grabbed Rebellion's arm. Rebellion. Evangeline looked up at him, eyes earnest. If someone offers you better terms than I can, no. Even if they offer better terms than my father, you mustn't abandon me, all right? She clasped her hands together, flustered. I'm not trying to stop your revenge. It's just that it might be a trap. Before that happens, Rebellion stroked her hair. Yes. Before that happens, if there is ever any condition that requires me to give you up, I will never entertain such a thought. His hand rose gently to her cheek, and the distance between them steadily closed. A blush spread across Evangeline's cheeks. Ah, no, that's not what I was worried about. Rebellion's gaze was tender. Then you can rest easy. Rebellion drew her into his arms with a quiet laugh, then lowered his head and captured her lips. The Holy Spirit Festival would last a full 10 days. The carriage jolted along the road. Evangeline looked out the window. If the plot had followed the original story, the Crown Prince and Rachel should have fallen for each other at the birthday banquet, and then at this festival, they were supposed to watch the fireworks ritual together. But reality? Forget the fireworks ritual. It's already a miracle Melina didn't set Rachel on fire and kill her. If she really dares say something like, if I can't have her, I'll destroy her, then I'd rather just kill the Crown Prince myself. Evangeline gently shook her head. No, stop thinking nonsense. I guess I'm tired too. She slowly opened her eyes. Rebellion's voice sounded by her ear. Evan, you were shaking your head just now. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Evangeline avoided his gaze. No, it's just a long road ahead. Rebellion's voice was full of concern. If you're not feeling well, you must tell me. Evangeline abruptly changed tack. By the way, we don't have to stay overnight at the temple, right? She clasped her hands together. Please, I just want to sleep comfortably at home. Rebellion laughed softly. I hadn't intended for us to stay overnight at the temple in the first place. Evangeline's eyes lit up. I knew it. Rebellion looked at her gently. Yes, so you don't need to worry. Go back to the ducal residence and get some proper rest. Evangeline broke into a radiant smile. The grand temple stood before them, sunlight pouring over the courtyard. Rebellion linked arms with Evangeline and slowly stepped down from the carriage. Evangeline's gaze swept across the crowd, then abruptly stopped. Oh, the high priest. A silver-haired man wearing glasses approached them, dressed in solemn priestly robes. Evangeline instantly shook off Rebellion's arm and excitedly waved at the man. Over here, over here. She hurried toward the high priest and looked back at Rebellion. Rebellion, I need to speak with the high priest about something. Rebellion smiled with gentle indulgence. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you. He bent down and placed a kiss on Evangeline's cheek. Don't keep me waiting too long. Evangeline's cheeks burned, and her heart suddenly raced. This. What is this? The high priest smiled. So, what is it that has you coming to me in such high spirits? Evangeline asked eagerly. What else could it be? Was the letter delivered? Nothing happened on the way, right? The high priest replied calmly. The letter was delivered safely into the saintess's hands. Evangeline pressed on. But the crown prince went that day too, didn't he? She smiled smugly. Think about it. The time I visited and the time his highness visited. If they hadn't run into each other, that would have been stranger. Then what did he say? The high priest refused. Duchess, I'm afraid I cannot tell you. Also, the high priest lowered his voice. Please don't tell the saintess. Evangeline looked puzzled. The high priest added, don't tell the saintess that his highness came. Evangeline found that baffling. The high priest continued, speaking to himself. It's best if the saintess and his highness do not meet directly. Aren't you usually a man of few words? Why is the high priest, the one who cares most about rules, telling me not to say anything? Her thoughts returned to the original novel. Wait, I remember now. In the novel, this was around the time Alfred also started acting strangely whenever Rachel was involved. The high priest interrupted her thoughts. In any case, do you understand? His cheeks were slightly red, his eyes a little evasive. That's it. This is exactly it. The high priest looked at her. Do you understand? Evangeline instantly put on a sweet smile. Why, of course. High priest, you're absolutely right. The high priest looked at her strange grin. Why are you smiling so frighteningly? Evangeline feigned innocence. Oh my, when was I smiling? She turned and waved, walking away with light steps. Don't worry, high priest. I'll be cheering for you. The high priest stood there alone, utterly confused. Cheering for me? Evangeline walked away lightly. So that's how it is. I completely forgot about Alfred. How could I forget? This is exactly when Alfred starts becoming interested in Rachel. Too cute. That's right. When the transmigrated heroine becomes the center of attention, the male lead naturally loses his place. A sly smile appeared on Evangeline's lips. Just wait and see. Your Highness the Crown Prince. She turned, her figure disappearing into the grand architecture of the temple. Rebellion took Evangeline's hand. It looks like the ceremony is about to begin. Let's sit for a while first. The two of them walked toward their seats. The area was already full of guests. The VIP section was very close to the Duke of Corka's family, which meant Evangeline's expression froze instantly. The Crown Prince is coming too. Of course, he's so interested in the saintess. Whispers began spreading through the crowd. Icarus appeared in sight, dressed in magnificent royal attire, with Melina following behind him. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. The Crown Prince is here too. The one beside him, is Miss Melina Van Ness. I heard she was severely scolded at the last birthday banquet. Could their relationship have worsened? But they are engaged, after all. Something this minor shouldn't affect things, should it? Icarus looked straight ahead and walked directly to his seat. He passed by Evangeline without the slightest pause of his gaze, as though she were nothing but air. Evangeline let out a breath of relief. He completely ignored me. That's good. Then the bell rang. A guest whispered, "Oh, it seems it's starting." The heavy doors slowly opened, and light poured out from within. The figure of the Saintess Rachel appeared within the holy light. She wore a pure white gown and a dazzling crown, like a goddess descending to earth. Evangeline stared in fascination. Rachel. Rachel slowly opened her eyes. Sacred light flickered in her purple irises, exactly as the novel described. So beautiful, a true goddess. I must have been insane back then to try to steal the heroine's place by proposing to the crown prince. If I'd known, I would have found Rachel first and gotten engaged to her instead. Rachel stepped forward, and with every step she radiated sanctity, so bright it was almost impossible to look at her. Rachel lightly touched the air with her fingertip, and the candle flames instantly went out. A noblewoman gasped softly. Good heavens! With each step she took, the candles throughout the temple were extinguished one by one. Light was swallowed by darkness. Every light in the temple vanished. Rachel stood at the far end of the darkness, the only one shining. She was truly the saintess, and yet she possessed a power like that of a demon. The high priest stepped to her side. "You did well." The crowd began whispering again. "Do you know what happened to Miss Van Ness that day? No matter how extraordinary she is, being near her still feels unsettling." Melina lowered her head, clutching her handkerchief tightly. Icarus's gaze was fixed firmly on Rachel. He murmured softly, "Saintess." His eyes were full of reverence. To witness such a spectacle with my own eyes is the honor of my life. He slowly approached Rachel as the high priest stood by in silence. Icarus never took his eyes off her. He dropped to one knee and reverently lifted Rachel's hand. He lowered his head and kissed her fingertips. Rachel's expression did not change in the slightest. The guests whispered among themselves. "His Highness the Crown Prince to the Saintess? Good heavens! What does this mean? Is the Empire formally joining hands with the Temple? But then what about Miss Van Ness of the House of Corica?" Melina sat alone in her seat, her figure lonely. Evangeline looked at Rabellion. He's digging his own grave. Rabellion turned his face slightly, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Evangeline shuddered and went rigid. Evangeline was incredulous. What in the world is this? I'm not watching some melodrama. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you really are good at causing trouble. Rachel looked at him coldly. He lowered his head and kissed the back of Rachel's hand. Rachel's gaze remained icy. Evangeline gritted her teeth as she watched. How underhanded. I'm so jealous I could die. Evangeline trembled with rage. Why do I have to be a married woman of all things? I want to kiss the back of Rachel's hand too. I even want to kiss her lips. Give me one chance. Evangeline clenched her fists. I want that too. Give me one chance as well. Let us compete fairly and honorably with our feminine charm. Rachel's lips curved slightly upward, forming the faintest smile. Evangeline screamed inwardly. Rachel, don't let that bastard's harpoon-sharp good looks deceive you. An older noblewoman holding a folding fan looked darkly displeased. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Miss Melina Van Ness is right behind you. Icarus turned back, his gaze contemptuous. So what? I merely paid my respects to the temple's saintess. The noblewoman snapped her fan shut. A low murmur spread. Honestly, Evangeline lowered her eyes. If you look closely, you'll see that the crown prince shields his mother's family, the House of Corica, but seems to dislike their interference. Is it pride? Icarus turned away. Very well. Saintess, we will meet again later. Rachel blinked faintly. What? Icarus looked puzzled. Oh, the high priest didn't pass on a message? I requested a private audience with you. Rachel looked toward the high priest. The high priest turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. Rachel's eyes darkened. The high priest stepped forward. Forgive me for speaking plainly, Your Highness. During the Holy Spirit Festival, private meetings cannot be arranged. Icarus's smile froze. Very well, if the saintess insists. I cannot force the matter. He turned away. His steps were heavy. He passed by Melina, not pausing for even a moment. Melina watched his back, her eyes dim. The crowd whispered. Evangeline watched it all. The crown prince. Corica. The murmuring around them grew louder and louder. Gazes crossed, fingers pointed. Everything was so grating. Evangeline suddenly came to her senses. Rabellion, Are people talking now about the House of Korka and the imperial family? Rebellion curled his lips into a cold smile. Exactly. Evangeline tilted her head slightly and smiled gently. The crown prince wants to get close to the temple, or more precisely, to Rachel. And the House of Korka is displeased about that. So if we make use of it properly, Melina sat alone, looking desolate, both hands folded on her knees. Evangeline looked at her, her expression complicated. Rachel stood silently among the crowd, white and still as snow, like a holy statue. Melina's lonely figure stood out all the more. Melina burned with fury, her eyes vicious. Evangeline was inwardly startled. Wow, has she gone mad? Rebellion stood among the crowd, his gaze deep. Is the crown prince really that wonderful? Just from the look in her eyes, you can tell she's definitely going to cause trouble tonight. He turned. Evan, let's go too. All right, if Alfred only conveyed that much, then I can apologize to Rachel properly. No matter what tricks they try, it's still all within my control. The setting sun stained the sky red. Evangeline collapsed onto the sofa. I'm exhausted. Greeting all those nobles I'd only ever seen on a list, without making a single mistake, and without causing trouble for Rebellion. Well done, Evangeline. I'm amazing. Anna suddenly pushed the door open. My lady. Evangeline sat up. Ah, Anna, perfect timing. I was just thinking, Anna, panting, interrupted. Before that, the temple sent word. They told me to stay calm and inform you. So, Evangeline gave a slight frown. Evangeline urged her, hurry, what is it? Anna handed her a cup of water, speaking rapidly. The important part first. Anna gulped it down. Thank you. She took a deep breath. It's this. Someone poisoned the meal. So the saintess, Evangeline jumped to her feet. Poisoned? Anna panicked. My lady. Evangeline was appalled. Impossible. Then she started to laugh under her breath, and then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Anna looked at her in confusion. My lady? Evangeline pressed a hand to her forehead. Ah, this is too interesting. This is really too interesting. She slowly shook her head, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Why is this the one thing that never deviates from what I expect? So, you finally made your move, Melina Van Ness. To my dear Rachel. Rachel, hello. Forgive me for writing to you as a friend rather than as the saintess and the duchess. What I have to say may be a bit serious. What happened at the former crown prince's birthday banquet and the conversation I had with you afterward have stayed on my mind ever since. As a friend who entered society one step ahead of you, I'm writing this letter to offer you some advice and help. You've sensed it too, haven't you? Miss Melina Van Ness is not a good person. Toward people she dislikes, she will stop at nothing. Terrifying rumors like that are spreading secretly through high society. So I'm very worried that she may, intentionally or not, threaten you. My dear friend, she may tear your dress or pin false charges on you in order to damage your image and the temples. Oh, right. In Van Ness territory, which Miss Van Ness oversees, there is a plant that looks like this. I've also heard that they handle an extremely deadly poison called Bastin. So please always keep the antidote on hand, no matter where you are. Be sure to prepare. Anna stood in the ornate room. So what poison was it? Evangeline looked as if the answer were obvious. I was only asking out of courtesy, but it must be Bastin. That name is too complicated. Wait. Anna's thoughts became a mess. What was it called again? Wait, was it something like base? She tried hard to remember. No, I know I said it. What was it called again? Anna covered her face with both hands. I am sorry. I can't remember clearly. Evangeline's smile froze. What is this? If it's not based in, then what is it? What else could it be? Dizzy, she thought seriously. Why is the original novel doing this to me? Evangeline collapsed to the floor. Anna cried out, my lady. Evangeline sank in her own world. Do you hate me that much? Do you really despise me that much? When things should change, they refuse to budge. When they shouldn't change, they change perfectly. I went to all the trouble of using noble lady language to ruin Melina's plans, all to block any chance of the crown prince saving Rachel, and it still all fell apart. Let me strike back for once too. Anna looked at her worriedly. Are you all right? Evangeline suddenly sprang up, startling Anna. Her eyes were firm. Anna, call Lilith. I need to go to the temple right now. I can't lose heart. This is not the time to lose heart. If it isn't based in, if it's a poison I know absolutely nothing about, then Rachel is truly in danger. The temple stood solemn and majestic in the night. Evangeline and Lilith hurried there, their footsteps echoing through the empty hall. Lilith's face was full of worry. My lady, a voice called out to her. Duchess. Evangeline stopped and turned. A priest stood there, his expression grave. His face was solemn. He turned and ordered, "You too, come with me." Evangeline followed close behind, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the corridor. The priests covered their faces with their hands. "The saintess, she'll be all right, won't she?" The bishop let out a despairing sigh to the heavens. "If something happens like this, how can I ever face the Lord God? Please, do not take away this precious life." Evangeline stopped short. She saw Rachel lying on the bed, pale and lifeless. Evangeline's pupils constricted. Rachel's silver hair was spread over the pillow, her face deathly white. Her eyes were tightly shut. "What on earth is going on? How was she poisoned? I clearly told you to keep the antidote ready at all times." "Was the antidote useless?" The priest trembled all over. "We prepared every antidote we had, but not a single one worked." Evangeline asked urgently. "Then can't the priest use divine power to purify it?" The color drained from Evangeline's face. "Then what is it?" The priests were silent for a moment. Then, in a heavy voice, "Ashitum." Evangeline turned ice cold. It felt as though a skeletal hand had seized her by the throat. She asked shakily, "What did you say? Ashitum?" Noticing her reaction, the priest said, "My lady, it grows at the southernmost edge of the continent, at the boundary between the land of death and the king's tomb. It is an extract of the ass's flower. That flower is cursed, condensed from life, abandoned by the gods. Antidotes do not work on it, and naturally, no cure has ever been found. Why? Why would Ashitum appear here? Wasn't it the poison used by the House of Korka at the end of the original novel? The place where the ass's flowers bloom is a forbidden zone. No one can enter without imperial permission. Even if Melina is the crown prince's fiancée, entering and leaving there could not possibly be easy. And besides, her own territory already has Based In. Why would she take the risk of using Ashitum? Even just to avoid being found out, Based In would have been more advantageous." Evangeline touched her chin and fell into thought. "There's no way now." The priest lowered his head, filled with guilt. "I should have been more careful. I should have stopped the saintess." Evangeline looked up. At this point, regret is useless. The priest looked at her in confusion. "What?" Evangeline's eyes sharpened. "Regret won't solve anything. Calm down. Ashitum. Although there's no antidote, in the original novel Rachel survived." Evangeline closed her eyes. "Remember, Evangeline. Think. Remember properly. How did Ashitum appear in the original novel, and how is it dealt with? At the end of the novel, Rachel persuaded the crown prince to break with the House of Korka. The crown prince, who deeply loved her, was moved by her sense of justice and openly turned against the empress and the ducal house. That's right, Ashitum appeared at that moment. The empress handed the poison over to the ducal house, that family Rachel had looked upon with such cold eyes. Evangeline's fists clenched tightly. Her knuckles turned white. And then? What happened after that? How did she survive? Damn it. When I transmigrated, I should have written my notes in more detail. Slowly, reconstruct the plot of the original novel from the start. Rachel is poisoned, and then the crown prince finds a way to save her. Since there's no antidote, how did he do it? Evangeline's eyes widened abruptly. A flash of light split through the chaos of her thoughts. Holy water. The priest and Lilith both froze. Evangeline turned, her voice leaving no room for doubt. Quickly, bring the holy water now. Evangeline held out her hand. Holy water. The holy water made by Rachel. The priest looked utterly baffled. What did you say? Urgency filled Evangeline's eyes. The priest spoke. The holy water made by the saintess. Because of the Holy Spirit festival, it has all been used up. Evangeline's pupils shrank sharply, just as all hope was about to vanish in an instant. There's one more way. A ridiculous way. Evangeline suddenly whipped her head around. Lilith shuddered. Why, yes, my lady. Evangeline stared at her. The holy water. The one I told you to carry with you at all times. Evangeline's voice rang out sharply. Bring it to me right now. Hurry. Lilith vanished down the end of the corridor. A moment later, she came running back, out of breath. My lady, I brought it. Thank you, Lilith. Alfred adjusted his glasses. My lady, I understand how you feel, but ordinary holy water. Lilith held the vial of holy water out before her. This is yours. Evangeline raised the bottle in her hand. The glass shimmered faintly in the light. This is the holy water Rachel gave me a long time ago. Alfred found it. I understand. But why are you so fixated on holy water? Evangeline smiled meaningfully. High priest, you know very well why Rachel was able to become the saintess, don't you? Alfred's expression turned serious. "You mean?" Evangeline said nothing more. She turned and walked to the bedside, leaving behind only a resolute silhouette. According to the original story, unlike the powers granted to other priests, Rachel's divine power was the power of God itself. In that sense, Rachel was no different from a god reigning upon the earth. In the original story, the crown prince had also researched the Ases flower in order to save Rachel. Then he realized that the flower's nature was a curse. Only a god could lift the curse of the Ases flower. He concluded that Rachel's power was the only answer. He poured holy water into a wine glass and let divine power manifest naturally through it, using it as a medium to transfer that power to Rachel after she collapsed from the poison. Evangeline raised her own bottle of holy water as well, her gaze steady as she prepared to pour divine power into Rachel's body. Evangeline turned to Alfred. "Please help support Rachel. I want to give her the holy water." Alfred let out a sigh, but still obeyed Evangeline's request. Standing at the bedside with the bottle in hand, Evangeline looked graver than ever. Honestly, this was an enormous gamble. There were too many variables. It might not go as smoothly as it did in the original story. But right now, aside from this method, I can't think of any other way to save Rachel. Evangeline bent down and carefully brought the mouth of the bottle to Rachel's pale lips. Evangeline looked down at Rachel, her eyes full of desperate sincerity. "Please, please, I'm begging you. Please don't let anything go wrong." The bottle tilted. Drop by drop, the liquid fell into Rachel's mouth, instantly bursting into a dazzling violet light that enveloped her whole body. Evangeline bit down on her lip and watched tensely, sweat beading at her temples. The priests around them were equally stunned, staring fixedly at Rachel on the bed. The light faded. Color returned to Rachel's pale face, and her breathing grew steady. Shock was written all over Evangeline's face. The people behind her were just as dumbfounded. One priest trembled as he pointed at the bed, his voice full of disbelief. "Your Holiness, the saintess's complexion has returned." Another priest added excitedly, "And her breathing is steady too." Evangeline dropped to her knees. The bottle of holy water slipped from her hand and fell onto the carpet with a dull thud. Overwhelmed with joy, she burst into tears. "I did it. I stopped the tragedy of the heroine dying midway through the story." Amazing, Evangeline. Amazing. My brain that passed the bar exam in one go. Amazing. And the crown prince in the original story, too. Alfred finally let out a quiet breath, closing his eyes behind his lenses. At least it was resolved safely. He took Evangeline's hand and helped her to her feet. Evangeline gave him an awkward smile. "Oh, well, they call it the flower of curse, so I thought maybe holy water could break the curse." A stiff smile hung on her face. "That excuse was something I came up with on the spot. It's full of holes. If this had been the Alfred I knew, even if he shouted at me, 'Were you treating the saintess's life like a joke?' I wouldn't have had a word in my defense." He spoke slowly. "Since you and the saintess are close, perhaps her holiness gave you some sort of hint." Evangeline jolted in surprise. The priest folded his hands calmly. "Let's understand it that way for now. Thank you for saving the saintess." Evangeline let out a breath of relief. "Did I really get away with it just like that? I was worried for nothing." Night fell, and the temple spires stood silent beneath the stars. The saintess's breathing had already stabilized, but it would still take time for her to fully recover. Meanwhile, the priest prayed quietly at the side. What a blessing. The grace of God is vast. Lowering her eyes, Evangeline softly called Rachel's name. Then she said to Lilith, "You should go home first. I won't be at ease unless I stay at the temple tonight." Lilith answered anxiously, "What? I want to stay and wait with you too." Evangeline refused gently. "No, it's too late. You need to go home and let them know." A tired smile touched her face. "Go on." Suddenly, a cry rang out. "Saintess!" Evangeline spun around. Rachel slowly opened her eyes, her lashes trembling. She touched her own cheek and murmured weakly, "Evan." Evangeline rushed forward. "Yes, Rachel, it's me. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? You were cursed. You must have suffered terribly." Rachel lifted a hand and gently touched Evangeline's cheek. "I'm fine, Evan." She gave a weak smile. "I am sorry for making you worry." Evangeline tightly clasped her hand. "As long as you woke up, that's enough." She turned her head. "Oh, right. The high priest was very worried about you, too." Alfred was praying under his breath, though it looked more like he was reciting a letter of thanks. Rachel laughed softly. Evan, can you tell me what happened? Her hand rested over her chest. She still looked weak, but before that. Evan, may I ask you something first? Evangeline blinked. Of course. Rachel's gaze turned serious. In that case, do you know Shangel cookies? Evangeline froze completely. Cookies? Her mind went blank. Shangel cookies. They had been my favorite snack in my previous life. Evangeline's breath caught. Cookies? Why would she suddenly ask that? Rachel answered calmly. Yes. Evangeline's voice trembled slightly. They're certainly quite famous among the nobility. But why bring them up all of a sudden? Rachel lowered her eyes. Alfred, could you step outside for a moment? I don't want a third person hearing what I'm about to say. I have something I need to discuss with the Duchess of Florence. Alfred left the room as well. Evangeline lowered her gaze. Rachel, what did she mean by asking about cookies? I have a lot of questions for Rachel, too. Rachel began to speak slowly. While I was performing the prayer ritual, I received the letter you sent me. In it, you said Lady Vanes had a bad reputation and told me to stay on guard at all times. Evangeline nodded. Yes, that's right. But, Rachel continued, the letter also said I should be careful with any food or items brought in from outside. So when I heard what happened, I was shocked and also curious about how it had happened. After the Spirit Festival, I received a package. Inside were Shangel cookies. Cookies laced with acedia. Evangeline's pupils contracted sharply. Rachel's voice was calm to a frightening degree. And that package was sent in your name, Evan. On a card, your name was written clearly, Evangeline. Because it came from you, I ate them without the slightest suspicion. After all, you're always sending me gifts. I never imagined something like this could happen. So, Evan, Evangeline went cold all over. She suddenly looked up. It wasn't me. Rachel reassured her. I know. You saved me. I've never once felt any hostility from you. And if you really were the culprit, you would never have used your own name. Rachel smiled with relief, but Evangeline's thoughts raced. If I hadn't found the antidote, the Saintess would have died. A package bearing my name would have been discovered in the investigation. I would have been accused of murdering the Saintess. The House of Florence would have been branded an enemy by the temple as well. Evangeline's pupils widened in fear. Rachel tightened her grip on Evangeline's hand. No matter what, it seems this was done by someone who resents both of us. Someone wanted to kill me and frame you at the same time. Rachel looked straight at her. Do you have any ideas? When I think about your letter, Melina Vanes does come to mind. But I can't imagine she could get her hands on such a powerful poison. Evangeline nodded. I agree. Rachel. She lowered her eyes. The one who wanted to kill Rachel and frame me. The key to making that plan succeed was that Rachel had to eat the cookies without any doubt. The culprit had to know that Rachel and I were close. That alone eliminates most of the nobles. That narrows it down to 3 factions: the Florence family, the Corlica family, and the royal family. Evangeline fell into thought. No one from the Florence family would ever do something like this. Then was it the Corlica family? In the original story, the ones who poisoned rebellion were the Empress and the Corlica family. And today, the Duke of Corlica had clearly looked displeased by how close the Crown Prince and Rachel were. But the Corlica family, I know, wouldn't move this quickly. In the original story, they always planned carefully, advancing step by step. Then what about the royal family? The image of Icarus surfaced in her mind. No, the Crown Prince had shown a great deal of interest in both the temple and Rachel herself. Unless he had been acting all along, who would dare toy with Rachel's life? Evangeline suddenly opened her eyes. Wait. She turned to Rachel beside her. Rachel, I need to know, have you ever given your holy water to anyone else? Rachel looked calm. I regularly offer some of it away. As casually as if she were discussing the weather, with the faintest smile at the corner of her lips, she calmly dropped a bombshell. Evangeline's smile froze. I see. That unpleasant feeling rose again. Whenever I suspect the Crown Prince, I get this exact same feeling. But if the culprit really was the Crown Prince, he wouldn't need to kill Rachel to frame me. All he would need to do is save her with the antidote, and then every suspicion would fall on me. In the original story, it was the Crown Prince himself who discovered the antidote. So it wouldn't be strange at all if he had already obtained it by now. If that assumption is correct, then he must have used Melina. During today's Spirit Festival, he clearly knew about Melina's jealousy toward Rachel. Rachel's voice pulled her back to reality. Evan, are you all right? Evangeline touched her lower lip with her fingertips. If he researched the poison, planned to frame me, and deliberately stirred up Melina today, then he could use Melina to send poison cookies, make Rachel collapse, and then arrive with the antidote to save her, winning her trust and gratitude in the process. If he also arranged for a package bearing my name to be found, he could easily pin the entire crime on me. Evangeline's hand trembled at the thought of what might have happened. If I had been even a moment later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. How could he? How dare he? Her face twisted with anger, her chest rising and falling sharply. Rachel spoke. Evan, now isn't the time to be blinded by anger. We need to focus on solving this. Evangeline clenched her fists. Rachel, aren't you angry? Rachel lowered her eyes. I suppose I am, but there have always been many people who hated me. Her hand rested over her chest. Perhaps I've grown numb to their malice. Evangeline stared at Rachel. Rachel, was it really all right for her to remain this calm in the face of such hatred? Beneath the night sky, the temple stood solemn and severe, as if silently bearing witness to it all. Evangeline said softly, I should go now. Rachel, get some rest. Rachel's voice came back. All right, goodbye, Evan. The door clicked shut. Evangeline walked alone through the empty corridor. Rachel was right. I can't jump to conclusions, and I can't let my emotions control me. Solving this comes first. She stopped walking, right? It must be close to midnight by now. Lilith's voice came from ahead. My lady. She quickly hurried over. Have you finished speaking with the saintess? Evangeline turned toward her. Sorry for making you wait so long. She smiled. Since Rachel is all right, let's head back to the manor before dawn. Lilith looked troubled. Actually, His Grace. A pair of polished leather shoes stepped into view. Rebellion's voice rang out. Is everything taken care of? Evangeline saw the figure. Rebellion strode over and draped a heavy coat around her shoulders. After midnight, the night wind is cold. Evangeline tugged at her own cloak. Didn't you see I'm already wearing one? She asked. How long have you been waiting? Rebellion answered. Anna told me you came to the temple. Even with guards around, wandering outside this late is dangerous. Evangeline brushed his hand away. You could at least have sent someone to tell me. I was inside the whole time without knowing. Rebellion lowered his gaze. I know, but I was afraid that if you knew I was here, you wouldn't be able to focus. The night sky was full of stars, silent and still. Rebellion asked then, is she all right? Evangeline looked up sharply. How did you know? Just a guess. At the time, Rachel was hovering between life and death. No one had the leisure to question the details. Evangeline's eyes flickered, and she awkwardly looked away. Rebellion leaned back against the sofa. But the Crown Prince didn't show up tonight. Why do you think that is? Evangeline thought it over. Perhaps he already heard that the saintess had regained consciousness. The corner of Rebellion's lips lifted. Just as I have my own intelligence network, the temple likely has the Crown Prince's informants as well. If he truly stayed away because he knew the saintess had awakened, then the Crown Prince may well be the real culprit, which means my suspicion was correct. A wave of frustration washed over Evangeline. That's not fair. Is this the protagonist's plot armor again? That sly fox of a Crown Prince. In her mind, Icarus appeared as a devil, and she ground her teeth in fury. Every time I think I've cornered him, it somehow rebounds onto me in the end. Rebellion curled his lips into a cold smile. I had intended to merely stir up conflict, but it seems that won't be enough. Evangeline looked at him in confusion. What? Rebellion tapped his fingers against his knee. Originally, I only meant to temporarily divide the Corlica family and the royal faction. But now, direct action seems better. Evangeline looked utterly lost. What? What exactly are you going to do? Rebellion's gaze sharpened. For now, I only intend to repay them in kind. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. I'll return everything I've suffered, twofold. The next morning, Evangeline sat on the sofa. Lilith, there's something I need you to do. When you go to see Rachel at the temple today, make sure to check what shape the cookies she received were. Lilith looked confused. Cookies? Evangeline's gaze was firm. Go investigate whether anyone ordered the same kind in the past few days, and who placed the order. Don't forget to give them a little tip so they'll be cooperative. Lilith nodded. Yes, understood. The news that Rachel had collapsed from poisoning had not spread yet, but sooner or later, everyone would know. When that happened, how would the Crown Prince, the Corlica family, and Melina react? Come to think of it, where did Rebellion go? Did he leave early this morning? Lilith replied, he went to the palace at dawn. Evangeline propped her chin on her hand. He's overdoing it again. Should I prepare some tonic for him? Lilith laughed and waved her hand. Pardon me, my lady, but I don't think you need to worry about that. I watched His Grace grow up. If anyone in this house needs something to strengthen their body, it's definitely you. Evangeline looked indignant. I'm perfectly healthy. Lilith puffed out her chest. The maids of this ducal house can pull radishes straight out of the ground with their bare hands. Evangeline looked baffled. Why would the ducal house's maids be pulling radishes out of the ground with their bare hands? Lilith explained proudly. It just means we're highly capable, especially the maids assigned directly to serve you. Then she suddenly realized she had said too much. Oh dear, I shouldn't have said that. Lilith quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Evangeline looked at her in confusion. Anyway, don't worry. We're fully capable of protecting you. Sunlight spilled across the square in front of the palace as an ornate carriage slowly came to a stop. Evangeline and Lilith both halted. Evangeline frowned. What rotten luck first thing in the morning. Lilith recognized the emblem on the carriage. That's the royal carriage. Could it be the crown prince? Evangeline snorted. Who else would it be? The crown prince really moves fast. A calculating gleam flashed through her eyes. High priest. The priest looked at the newcomer. Duchess, you've arrived. Evangeline asked, is His Highness the crown prince inside? The high priest remained silent, his expression dark. So he's inside. Damn it. Evangeline lifted her chin. Please tell Rachel that I've come to see her. The high priest refused expressionlessly. His Highness has ordered that no one may enter. Evangeline let out a faint laugh. Since when do you listen to him so obediently? If the saintess knew I was here, she would definitely let me in. It seemed Alfred truly hated the crown prince. Evangeline thought, but that's fine. I'm on your side. So in the end, the high priest relented. He stepped aside and opened the door. My lady, please go in. Evangeline smiled victoriously. Thank you. She silently encouraged herself. Hang in there, Alfred. I'll keep helping you and Rachel get closer. Evangeline stepped into the sick room, her footsteps echoing in the stillness. Icarus turned his head and his eyes met Evangeline's. The smile on her face froze instantly. The air seemed to solidify. Invisible sparks crackled between the two of them. Folding her hands before her, Evangeline said, Yes, I heard that the saintess was unwell. Icarus's voice carried a trace of mockery. What a coincidence, Duchess. Evangeline's eyes sharpened. If he really did spread the poison, and if the temple has informants, then they likely already know it was I who neutralized the Acidia poison. Evangeline's expression darkened. They must be very curious how the daughter of a nouveau riche family knew the antidote to Acidia. Icarus feigned regret. What a terrible thing. To think it was Acidia. Who could do something so dreadful? Still, it was fortunate that a way to break it was found. But since the Empire's saintess was subjected to such a thing, a thorough investigation is necessary. Evangeline watched coldly. You did it. Saintess Rachel replied softly. Your Highness, I am very grateful for your concern. However, the poison has been neutralized, and I will be on my feet again soon. Evangeline stood to the side expressionlessly, her hands clenched tight. Icarus turned to Rachel. Do you know how you came into contact with Acidia? I'm not sure. He pressed on. Was there any food brought in from outside? Or any items? Rachel lowered her eyes. Countless gifts are sent to the temple every day. It's difficult for me to verify them one by one. Icarus looked thoughtful. Is that so? Very well. Then, about the gifts delivered yesterday. Behind him, Evangeline clenched her teeth. This bastard really is relentless. Evangeline's patience snapped. I've seen enough of your cheap little framing act. Fine, Your Highness. Let's make this a war. Rachel laid a hand over her chest, her tone gentle but firm. This matter will be handled by the temple. You needn't worry too much. In any case, this is an internal matter of the temple. I do not wish outsiders to be troubled over it. I only hope everyone in the Empire can enjoy a peaceful spirit festival. Icarus said nothing, only looked at her in silence. With a flawless smile on her face, Evangeline said, Exactly. Something like this should be handled quietly. The spirit festival is still ongoing. If word gets out, it will only cause chaos. Icarus's expression darkened. Duchess, you do not seem to understand the severity of this matter. The saintess was attacked. Precisely because of that, my husband turned a blind eye to certain things at your Highness's birthday banquet. Didn't he? Evangeline tilted her head, wearing an innocent expression of confusion. Could it be that the Duke's situation and the saintess's are somehow different? Just as expected, your Highness would naturally place the temple's saintess above a mere nobleman. Icarus's voice went cold. Duchess, you would do well to mind your words. Evangeline immediately turned, piling a frightened smile onto her face. Oh my apologies. Your Highness, I spoke carelessly out of ignorance. Rachel spoke up. The Duchess is right. She smiled. Faced with something so important, I should not cause disorder over a personal matter. Icarus's eyes flickered. If that is the saintess's wish. In any case, seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. Since the Duchess is already here, I shall take my leave. He rose gracefully. Evangeline spoke. Ah, Your Highness. He looked up. Thank you for the gift you sent. Evangeline smiled radiantly. With his back still to her, Icarus replied flatly, I do not know what gift you mean. Is that so? It was such a precious gift that I thought surely it must have come from Your Highness. If not you, then perhaps Miss Vane sent it. What a pity. I had even prepared a return gift. Icarus said coldly, since it was not from me, I suppose that return gift can only be thrown away. Evangeline beamed. No need to worry. It will be put to use very soon. Icarus turned and left. His footsteps echoed through the empty room. The door closed softly. Rachel's gaze settled on Evangeline, her expression complicated. Inside the room, only empty chairs and a heavy silence remained. Rachel murmured, It seems my worries were not unfounded. Evangeline looked blank. What? I don't know why, but every time I see His Highness, I feel physically unwell. Rachel's gaze sharpened. The timing is always the same. Evangeline quickly shook her head. Rachel comforted her. Oh, Evan, what you said just now. Well, it's only the two of us here, so it's fine. We're friends, aren't we? Between friends, this is exactly how people gossip behind others' backs. Rachel lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Anyway, Evan, what is it? Evangeline looked up, a little hesitant. Then she smiled. Actually, Rachel, there's something I want to ask of you. Dusk settled over the grand palace as Evangeline softly called, Lilith. Lilith turned in delight. My lady, you're here. Evangeline asked, Did everything I asked you to do go smoothly? Lilith looked slightly uneasy. Yes, but everything was exactly as you predicted, my lady. Someone placed an order for those cookies on the Champs-Élysées in your name. Evangeline gave a faint laugh. What an unbelievably sloppy secret. Soon the Crown Prince will make a huge fuss, shouting that the culprit must be caught. And then he'll definitely say there was something wrong with those cookies. Lilith looked worried. My lady, are you really all right? Evangeline smiled confidently. Of course I'm all right. After all, Rachel is on my side. Evangeline sat alone in the study. Sunlight streamed through the window onto her. Dust drifted in the air. The light traced the elegant line of her profile. The tea on the desk had long since gone cold. Resting her cheek on one hand, she stared ahead with icy eyes. So someone ordered cookies on the Champs-Élysées under my name. They used my name and even deliberately chose this unusual shape. Then once something happened, they would bring in people from that shop who would identify the cookies Rachel ate as the ones I ordered. She muttered under her breath, If the Crown Prince really is the one behind this, and Melina was involved too. She lightly touched her earring, the corner of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Evangeline's gaze hardened. Then I should use this chance to get rid of Melina. The story is gradually drifting away from the original. I can no longer predict the Crown Prince's next move. If the Crown Prince's lapdog goes mad, I'll be exhausted dealing with it. Most importantly, if Rachel and Rebellion are thrown into danger again, I'm not sure I'll be able to handle it. I have to think carefully about how to eliminate her. There was a knock at the door. Bill poked his head in. My lady, may I come in? Evangeline lifted her head. Bill, what is it? Colmeen, you don't usually come to my study. Bill entered the room. Let's skip the formalities. Bill pushed up his glasses. I came to deliver a message from His Grace. He says he may have to stay at the palace tonight. Evangeline's eyes widened. What? Is he that busy? Is it because they still haven't caught the assassin? Bill looked at her. Please don't take it out on me. He added in a flat tone, The assassin has already been caught. Evangeline froze. What? Bill recited expressionlessly. After being captured, the assassin committed suicide. Evangeline pressed, Good heavens. Where did they find him? Do you know who caught him? Bill replied. He walked into the palace himself. Evangeline stared in disbelief. Had they gone mad? Bill continued. He also attacked the Crown Prince. Evangeline's pupils shrank. What nonsense is that? Incidentally, the Crown Prince's life now hangs in the balance. Evangeline cried out, Hey, Bill. Bill stopped. Evangeline pointed at him. You should sound a lot more alarmed when you say things like that. Anna is always making a huge fuss. Why are you so calm? Bill looked puzzled. What? Why do you seem even more bewildered? Evangeline huffed angrily. How would I know? I'm not a prophet. Bill cautiously asked, did His Grace not tell you? The assassin's disappearance was His Grace's plan from the very beginning. Evangeline stood rooted to the spot. What? Several weeks earlier, Rebellion had stood by the window. It's time to give the royal family a warning. Bill bowed and answered, "As you command, your grace." Thinking to himself, Bill reflected. He's been quiet since getting married. For a moment, I thought he had forgotten his desire for revenge against the royals. How ashamed I am. For even a moment, I underestimated the depth of your hatred. Standing by the window, rebellion was outlined by moonlight. Notify our people in the palace. Tell them I will soon arrange a formal hunt. And the prey will be the assassin who dare point a gun at me. Bill paled. The assassin? You mean the one who was about to be handed over to the royals for judgment? Rebellion confirmed it. That's right. Bill looked troubled. You intend to get him out? Your Grace, that's too dangerous. The palace dungeon is heavily guarded. Even if we succeed, he'll never cooperate with us. Rebellion spoke. That's why we need a little trick. Bill lowered his head. If that's the case, wouldn't it be simpler to hire another assassin to kill the crown prince directly? Rebellion's gaze turned icy. Bill. The lenses of Bill's glasses flashed coldly. He shuddered. Rebellion spoke slowly. So, you refuse? Cold sweat broke out on Bill's forehead. Under that pressure, I'll notify our people in the palace. We'll get the assassin out in 2 days. Rebellion gave a slight nod. Good. Bill, do not tell Evangeline about this. Bill asked carefully, is there something Madam must not know? Are you worried about her? Rebellion lowered his gaze, shadows obscuring his expression. Bill immediately bowed. Understood. From now on, when I come to the ducal residence, I'll only discuss matters that have been officially made public. Rebellion turned slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Be careful what you say in front of her maids as well. Anna and Mary were personally trained by Madame Jenna. They may fall short in other areas, but when it comes to digging up information, no one can match them. As for Lilith, you already know. Bill nodded. In that case, in front of Madame's maids, I'll subtly leak different bits of information. That way, their attention will be drawn to the possibility that your Grace kidnapped the assassin, rather than to anything else. Rebellion turned away. I'm counting on you. Bill bowed deeply. Leave it to me. The royal family unjustly killed my brothers and my parents. It is our honor to work with the House of Florence, which took us in. Bill's eyes were firm. We would never do anything to harm you, or the ducal house. Rebellion's face was grave. It's not Evangeline I distrust. It's Icarus. If the assassin vanishes, the crown prince will most likely suspect the House of Florence first. And without firm evidence, he is very likely to direct his suspicions towards someone innocent, like her. She has no talent for deceiving others. In that situation, silence is the best choice. In Rebellion's mind rose the image of Evangeline awkwardly trying to lie. He propped his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, Rebellion's hand suddenly clenched. And most importantly, I do not want her to know about these things. Evangeline's bright smile bloomed in his mind. Those dark pasts, those bloody methods, none of them must stain her smile. Even if one day she learns the truth. Rebellion stood alone by the window, his silhouette quiet and still. I am sorry, unexpectedly. The night wind rustled through the treetops. In a room lit by wavering candlelight, Rebellion sat with his shadow stretched long. The door opened and a voice rang out. Of course. I brought him. Dragging footsteps sounded. A figure was thrown onto the floor. Blood spread across the boards. In any case, the plan succeeded. The wounded man dropped to his knees and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He raised his head to look at Rebellion. Rebellion adjusted his gloves, disgust in his eyes. Filthy. He rose and looked down at the wounded man on the floor. Let's make this quick. The wounded man demanded, what exactly are you planning? Struggling to lift his head, he rasped, why? Why me? Rebellion looked down at him coldly. You don't need to know why. What matters is what you're going to do next. Don't you realize the guards here are strict? The man said, the palace has surely noticed by now. They'll suspect the House of Florence first. Rebellion looked at him coolly. You've been captured, and you're still worried about me? In any case, they'll soon discover you're gone. For over 20 years, I listened to that disgusting mouth call me son. Do you think I went to the palace all those times without preparation? Does the emperor know that the son of the woman he loved, the son who looks exactly like him, has walked through that palace since childhood with what kind of feelings in his heart? He examined every corner of that palace, every crack. A cold smile curled on Rebellion's lips. The emperor probably still doesn't know. That nauseating love of his will become the blade that pierces his own heart. Rebellion turned his back to the man, his voice devoid of emotion. I have no obligation to explain myself to you. It seems you were planning to reunite with your family once the job was done. But that won't be happening. The wounded man jerked his head up. What? Rebellion's voice was as cold as ice. Since your family is already gone, you'll have to find something else to do alone. The man's eyes widened in terror. What? What does that mean? Rebellion crouched down, a trace of mockery in his voice. What do you think it sounds like? Tell me, did you really think the Duke of Corlico would keep his promise? A contemptuous smile appeared on Rebellion's face. Otherwise, why would they have gone looking for you in the back alleys? Rage flared in the man's eyes. He grabbed at Rebellion's pant leg. How dare you sow discord between me and his grace? He is my benefactor. Rebellion kicked him away. Your benefactor? Only to you. His face lay half in shadow. Did you really think you would leave the palace alive? How dare you slander his grace? Rebellion laughed scornfully. Did you think that once the job was done, you and your family would live happily ever after? How naive. The wounded man collapsed against the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The previous Duke of Florence was a gentle, kind man. He helped me, Brother Lowe, and many others. But most nobles, once they have used up those shameful secrets, throw them away at once. This assassin was probably no exception. Bill pushed up his glasses, the lenses flashing coldly. After the Emperor joined hands with the Duke of Corlica, he often used Corlica to eliminate political enemies. And this man was nothing more than another dog, raised by the Emperor's dogs, something disposable at any moment. The wounded man muttered, "Impossible." I saw that they were doing well. Rebellion's voice was frighteningly calm. You probably did see them, and then they died. A gentle smile lay on his face, but his tone was bitterly cold. I heard there was a fire in a small village in the air region last week. You don't actually think that was an ordinary forest fire, do you? The man collapsed to the floor, his life ebbing away. He wheezed in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Rebellion straightened his clothes and watched it all without expression. Blood flowed from the corner of the man's mouth, staining the floor red. With a brutal crack, the last spark of his life went out. A look of resolve flashed in Rebellion's eyes. I have to see it with my own eyes. Wind howled through the silent forest. A hooded figure sped through the darkness. He stopped in his tracks, his face twisted with horror and pain. In the distance, the ruins of a village burned, flames staining the night sky red. 3 hooded figures stood on a hill, looking down over the burning village. Du Maunon's anguished howl tore through the night. He collapsed to his knees. My family, Danny, mine. Rebellion watched him quietly, the moonlight outlining his cold profile. He spoke slowly. I will teach you how to take revenge on Corlica. A hard-to-read smile appeared on Rebellion's face. Du Maunon looked up, tears carving through the hatred on his face. His eyes sharpened, blazing with vengeance. Du Maunon's voice shook. You're using me. Rebellion did not hide it. That's right, I'm using you. He smiled. But if it lets you achieve your goal, what does it matter if you're used once? Rebellion extended his hand as though granting a favor. Choose. Will you vent all your fury, or turn to ashes with your regrets? He withdrew his hand, his eyes turning cold. I have no intention of letting you live. If you refuse my offer, I'll kill you now. But if you accept it, Du Maunon's hand was gripped tightly in Rebellion's. A pact of vengeance was formed. On Rebellion's face was the smile of a victor. I will give you a chance to drag yourself and your enemy into destruction together. 3 figures stood upon the hill, looking down into the distance. The end of one transaction, the beginning of one revenge. Bill reported quietly, "We'll take care of the assassin. My lord, please return to the palace." Rebellion pulled his cloak tighter. I've already arranged everything. You can slip in through the garden of the guest palace. He handed over a small object. I'm leaving this to you as well. The other man reached out and accepted it solemnly. As you command. The night was dark as ink. Stars glittered overhead. Rebellion stood alone indoors, calculation flashing in his eyes. Rebellion looked at her. Evan. He gazed at Evangeline. Have you been crying? Rebellion's hand gently rose to her cheek. Evangeline trembled slightly. The warmth of his fingertips came through, so hot it was startling. Her breath caught at once. Flustered, Evangeline turned her eyes away. What are you talking about? I just got dust in my eye. A tear slid down soundlessly, betraying her lie. Evangeline looked up at him with a steady gaze. Rebellion. Forcing out a smile, she said, I trust you. And you trust me too, right? Rebellion looked at her, his expression complicated. When he answered, his voice was low and certain. Of course, I trust you. I wanted to ask him what had happened, why he would rather hide it from me than tell me. Rebellion bent down and gently wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye. So, please trust me too. I will never let any harm come to you. Right now, all I can do is trust him, protect him, As long as I'm still hiding things from him too, I have no right to press him. Originally, the hunt was supposed to take place after the Spirit Festival, but the threat brought by the kidnapping incident meant the assassin would need a long time to recover, and the royal family was searching frantically for his whereabouts. We had to restrain any conspicuous action, but Ivan was framed by the crown prince. The door opened. Icarus walked in. Duke Florence, you arrived first. He smiled. I just came from the temple, so I'm a little late. Come to think of it, the Duchess of Florence was there as well. I heard the Saintess suffered greatly yesterday. Rebellion's gaze shifted slightly. So you heard from my wife. Icarus replied, your wife seems to have close ties with the temple. Every time I go there, I run into her. It seems your highness isn't the only one interested in the Saintess. Rebellion's fingers tightened. When have I ever shown any interest in the Saintess? Considering the affection you've openly shown toward the Saintess, I find your highness's joke rather tiresome. Icarus's smile froze. His face darkened instantly. A servant's voice came from outside the door. Your Grace, Miss Clodagh has arrived. The conversation inside stopped abruptly. All eyes turned that way. Icarus stopped speaking. A teasing smile curled at the corner of his lips as he looked toward the door. Everyone inside bowed. Your Highness, Duke, you came quite early. At the conference table, the nobles gradually took their seats, discussing the agenda. Since the holy cleansing had already begun, sooner or later, Rebellion's gaze turned cold. Good. Then your Highness will pay for daring to lay a hand on my wife. Pay the price. Icarus looked bewildered. What? A gunshot shattered the silence of the meeting room. Blood sprayed. Icarus's body jerked backward as the bullet tore through his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. A mist of blood spread, staining the luxurious carpet red. Rebellion sat in his chair, expressionless as he watched the chaos unfold. The nobles around him panicked. His thoughts drifted back to the moment before the gunshot. Icarus's chest was soaked in red, and the maids crowded around him in alarm. A physician reported to the emperor, "Forgive me, your majesty. The bullet seems to have only grazed a vital area. I cannot determine the extent of the damage." The emperor's aide demanded, "What do you mean by that?" The physician lowered his head. "The bullet has not yet been removed. As for what may happen afterward, I cannot guarantee anything." Rebellion stood among the crowd, his expression stern. A knight rushed into the hall. "Your Majesty, we caught the assassin." But then he dropped to one knee, his voice trembling. "The assassin has already taken his own life. Please forgive me." The emperor clenched his teeth. Taken his own life? Duchess Corica covered her face and wept. "Icarus, please open your eyes." Gasps rose from the crowd. "My God!" Rebellion's profile remained utterly calm, as if everything were under his control. He looked at the unconscious Icarus on the sickbed, his gaze deep, a trace of coldness flashing through his eyes. The aide said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I believe the crown prince should first be provided with a quiet place to recover." The emperor raised a hand, signaling for silence. "All of you leave." He added, "Do not move the assassin's body. Search carefully for clues." Everyone filed out of the hall. Only Rebellion and the emperor remained inside. Duke Florence. Rebellion turned to face the emperor. "Yes, your Majesty, your son." A cold smile tugged at Rebellion's lips. The emperor clenched his fist. "My son, how dare he say such a thing?" Rebellion turned and strode down the corridor. His leather boots struck the floor with dull echoes. "Not funny at all." His icy voice echoed through the empty hall. The air seemed to freeze. Behind him, Bill trembled as he tried to explain. "Your Grace, we are deeply sorry. It was absolutely not intentional." Rebellion looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" A maid held her forehead. "Your Grace, pull yourself together. You still have us. It's probably only for one night of sleeping separately, but judging by Madame's expression, this isn't something that can be solved just by sleeping apart. Why did you tell a lie like that?" Rebellion looked baffled. "What?" Evangeline walked over and called out, "Rebellion Florence." Evangeline stood there, her expression grave. "We need to talk."